Chapter 267, Kikukawa Yukinari. Chapter 267, Kikukawa Yukinari. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You all don't look like you are from the Hakone Kingdom. I am simply dressed elegantly. This is our Hakone Kingdom's standard clothes for noble male scholars. That beautiful man inside the carriage gently smiled. He showed a sly expression and said, in Hakone Kingdom, nobody would dare to rob me after seeing my carriage. It is even more impossible for a person not to know my identity after seeing this carriage. My name is Kikukawa Yukinari. I am the youngest son of the family of the current Kikukawa general. Sith stopped his actions as he stood near the carriage in shock when he heard this. After a long silence, Sith gave a long sigh and patted Rhodey's shoulder. Looks like our luck is really good. Rhodey faintly smiled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and swung at Yukinari's neck. When Yukinari fainted, Rhodey turned around and asked, is this person very influential? Sith did not speak. Needy's was the one who replied, his identity is just acceptable. However, his father is really not so simple. It could be said that there are not many dwarfs who have a more influential identity than him. After that, Needy's and Sith explained the situation in the dwarfs' kingdom to Rhodey. Although the dwarfs also have an emperor, their emperor did not have much power. Respectable the name was, yet it was actually but an empty frame. The real power of the dwarfs' kingdom belonged to the generals. The generals had their own political organization that controlled the country. It was called a shogunate. Worse of all, the position of general was hereditary. When the father dies, the son would take over. Why don't they just abolish the position of emperor? Why are they still keeping it? Rhodey was confused. Needy's and Sith looked at each other with a bitter smile. They felt that this was a question difficult to answer. However, Needy's continued, naturally, there is a reason why an emperor is an emperor. There is probably a secret behind the existence of the royal family. Even if the emperor is just an empty name, the generals of the shogunate will not dare to do anything to the emperor. Rhodey thought for a moment and suddenly said, then what should we do about this Yukinari? We need an identity to enter their capital. How about? Needy's giggled and said, this is simple. We might as well dress you up as Yukinari. We then go back to Home River and get a few people to dress up as your warrior escorts. Nobody will dare to block you along the way. Rhodey immediately refused. It was fine if he were to disguise as somebody else, but Yukinari looked like a woman. Making Rhodey dress up like him was something Rhodey could not do. Sith sighed and suddenly said, in this case, we will take him along. With us accompanying him, it is unlikely that he will dare to do anything. Rhodey nodded. This seems feasible, but now there is another problem, I do not understand the dwarf language. If we were to pose as the Kikukawa family's entourage, I will expose my identity the moment I speak. Sith smiled and took out a sparkling gem. He gently pinched and broke it, revealing a green-colored pearl. I had prepared this earlier. Eat this and your problem will be solved. Rhodey took over the green pearl as he frowned at Sith. Sith explained, this is a pill I magically compounded. The main ingredient is clover leaf. Once you eat it, you will be able to speak the dwarf language. Is it really so miraculous? Rhodey swallowed the pill. It tasted bitter and after swallowing, he felt a violent burning sensation bubbled up his head. It was as if he had a fever, his face felt hot and his ears turned red. Sith suddenly smiled. Now, there will be some discomfort. However, the discomfort will be over after a while. The effectiveness of this pill can last for 10 days. Now, I will speak in the dwarf language. See whether you can understand it. Sith coughed gently and stepped back. He then said, $@, After listening to this sentence, Rhodey's expression immediately changed. First, he was shocked. After that, he showed a pained expression. He suddenly grunted softly and ran to the side of the carriage before vomiting violently. Sith squinted his eyes and smiled, it seems to be effective. He can now understand. Many years later, there would be a time when Nicole would ask for the meaning of the words that made Rhodey vomit at the dwarf kingdom. Smiling, Needy's would reply, the old sorcerer said that the main ingredient of the pill, cloverleaf, was not expensive. However, the other ingredients were very rare. One of the ingredients used was the tongue cut off of a live dwarf. And so, Rhodey's second robbery finally ended in success. In his first robbery, he had robbed the daughter of the Radiant Empire's most prominent family. In his second robbery, he robbed the son of the Dwarf Kingdom's most prominent family. Are you thinking of going to the capital? Kikukawa Yukinari woke up and asked. The three robbers intimidated him after he woke up. That beautiful man seemed a little surprised. What is your purpose of going to the capital? The moment he asked, Yukinari realized that his question was inappropriate and immediately added, right now, there is a war in the south. The security at the capital is more stringent. If you were to go. The dwarf meant that the public security at the capital was most stringent now. For these few robbers to go to the capital now would be suicidal. Needies coldly replied, you do not need to worry about this. You only need to be obedient and cooperate with us. At a side, Rodi had already tied up the group of Yukinari's warriors and threw them into a low-lying place away from the roadside. After that, with Sith looking after those people, Rodi and Needies got onto the carriage. They threatened Yukinari to leave for Home River. They wanted to buy a few people in the slave market to act as entourages, but they could not find any suitable candidates. Home River was the second largest city of the dwarfs' Hakone Kingdom. The slave market in that city was quite large and there were many kinds of slaves, men and women, young and old. However, after looking around, although there were some physically strong slaves, most of them looked dispirited and shrank with fear. Even if you were to buy them, dress them up and give them warrior swords, they would still not look like warriors. Finally, Yukinari could not help but ask, if you want to find a few entourage warriors, then why don't you just go and buy a few vagrant warriors? Home River is my Hakone Kingdom's second largest city. There are a lot of vagrant warriors here. Rodi frowned. If we have money to buy warriors, we would not have robbed you in the first place. Yukinari's widely opened his mouth as he stared at Rodi, looking surprised. He no longer dared to mock the others as he cautiously said, let us go and take a look first. When the time comes, we will certainly find some people. In the vicinity of the slave market, there was a side street where the vagrant warriors gathered. There were pubs on both sides of the street. Drunken shouts could be heard from the pubs when the doors were opened. There were also faint noises of chaos. Obviously, someone had caused trouble after drinking. It seemed like the dwarfs were naturally irritable and their love for wine was just like what the legend said. Rodi acted as a driver of the carriage and entered the street. He immediately felt numerous gazes shot over towards him. Their gazes were full of surprise and reverence. However, after taking a glance, they bowed their heads and no longer dared to look. Even the arrogant and obstinate warriors carefully stepped aside and no longer dared to be presumptuous on the street. They looked for a pub. Rodi and Needies then moved, one to the left and the other to the right as they supported Yukinari down the middle of the carriage. Rodi softly and coldly warned, you better be careful not to say anything unnecessary. Yukinari smiled, I dare not. My original warriors were masters, yet you easily defeated them. How would I dare act presumptuously? Ah, lighten your grip. My arm is going to break. The moment the three of them entered the pub, the noisy room immediately turned silent as everyone immediately looked towards them. A person who looked like the shopkeeper frantically ran over. He then threw himself on the ground and he uttered something out loud. Yukinari's face looked calm but his eyes were full of haughtiness. When Rodi and Needies did not say anything, Yukinari could not help but whisper to Needies, speak up. According to custom, I am not supposed to speak to these untouchables on such occasions. Immediately, Needies deliberately and loudly said, the young master of Kikukawa family is here to recruit a few warriors. Who is willing to come? There was a moment of silence and then there was an uproar. The Kikukawa family is recruiting? The vagrant warriors shouted and rushed forward. There were also those that ran into each other and started cursing each other. The Kikukawa family was the most prominent family of the dwarfs. Those who were recruited would receive a lifetime of glory and wealth. Those vagrant warriors in dire straits immediately became excited. They all kept their heads high and shouted loudly. When the irritable ones saw that they were blocked by others in front of them, they pulled out their katanas as they mutually glared at each other. Keep quiet. Rodi shouted, everyone, keep quiet. A sturdy warrior at the side also roared, everyone, keep quiet. You are all making too much noise. It is rude. That warrior seemed authoritative at that place. His voice was also loud. Within a short moment, the pub quietened down. The warrior sounded pleased with himself as he loudly said, the Kikukawa family is obviously looking for the most excellent warrior. What is the point of being so noisy? Whoever considers himself the bravest warrior, then speak with his katana. He then pulled out his long and thin katana, swung a few times in the air and said, let the best man win. That person was probably skillful as nobody else said anything after he spoke. He was obviously satisfied with everybody's reaction. He then turned around and looked at Yukinari and the others. He then said, my name is Kazukiri Hideyoshi. Do I have the honor of serving the Kikukawa family? Rody narrowed his eyes to look at the man. Judging from his appearance, he seemed quite skillful. He nodded and said, well, we only need 6 people. You count yourself as one and you help us to pick the remaining 5. The moment Rody said those words, the audience immediately started boiling. Some cursed Hideyoshi for being shameless while some angry ones pulled out their weapons. There were even more who began currying favor with Hideyoshi, hoping to be selected. Yukinari seemed to be accustomed to that scene. He took a white jade plate from his pocket and threw it on the floor. He then said to Hideyoshi, when you are done here, go outside the city and find us. Hideyoshi respectfully picked up the white jade plate. He wiped it with the corner of his clothes, before carefully putting it away. The 3 of them then left the noisy pub filled with dispute. They saw that Hideyoshi had quite a bit of ability and was sure that he would be able to deal with it. Rody smiled. Looks like having an influential identity is really useful. If we were to look for people on our own, most probably they would not even look at us. Yukinari seemed proud as he deliberately said, this is not surprising. To be in service of the Kikukawa family is a supreme honor in the Hakone Kingdom. When our family goes out, even the local officials must be courteous to us. Needies gave a faint smile and unintentionally said, do you think it is something to be proud of? This is nothing. They are behaving like this because of your family's influence. Your family's influence is not your own. Those words made Yukinari startled. He looked at Needies with a complicated gaze as if he had countless thoughts. On the way back, Yukinari stopped being haughty and became quiet. Hideyoshi was really skillful. Before Rody's carriage left the city, 6 warriors had started to catch up from behind. The one leading them was Hideyoshi. Rody stopped the carriage. Several people then rushed to the front of the carriage and fell on their knees. After that, they automatically stood up and divided themselves into 2 groups. They moved in front of the carriage to lead the way. They then joined up with the old sorcerer outside of the city. Yukinari's original warriors had already been thrown into an unknown place by the old sorcerer. Rody gave the horses that belonged to those warriors to the new warriors. He then gave the horsewhip to Hideyoshi for him to drive the carriage. Hideyoshi felt angry as it was outrageous for a warrior to drive the carriage. However, when he saw that Yukinari did not say anything, he quietly picked up the whip. Rody smiled coldly and exerted a little bit of force to pinch the horsewhip. His fingerprints could clearly be seen on the whipstock of the golden horsewhip where he had pinched. When Hideyoshi looked at the horsewhip in his hand, he immediately turned pale. He opened his mouth wide as he looked at Rody but remained speechless. Hideyoshi naturally did not have such shocking abilities. He then saw Rody enter the carriage that belonged to the Kikukawa family and became unsure of Rody's identity. That woman could be assumed as Yukinari's woman. Yukinari seemed respectful of that old man and he could be assumed as his teacher. However, he could not figure out that young man's identity. Rody had such ability that Hideyoshi did not have and also had never seen before. After all sorts of speculation, he guessed that Rody must be a big shot of the Kikukawa family. Yukinari was not a person who did not care about the life and death of his subordinates. When Rody got onto the carriage, he immediately whispered, "What have you done to my men?" Sith lightly replied, "Do not worry. They did not die. However, they will not wake up for the next few days. I have put them somewhere in the wilderness and they will wake up in 3 days' time. I think there are no wolves nearby and I suppose there is nothing life-threatening there." They did not expect Yukinari to suddenly become stern and grunt. They were responsible for protecting me. Now it is considered a dereliction of duty. Even if they survived, when they return, I will order them to commit seppuku 1. His tone was cold as if he felt some bitterness. Needy smiled. She knew that Yukinari was helpless and forced to cooperate with them. That was because he was held under duress. With his identity and status, he felt angry. She smiled and said, "This is simple. We can go and kill them now. It is not a difficult thing to do." Rody leaned back and looked at Yukinari. He said, "You are lucky. I am in a good mood today and do not want to kill." Rody's words sounded like an understatement, but Yukinari felt a chill when he heard those words. Rody's words contained a murderous aura that could not be hidden. It was an aura that only those who had been covered in blood would have. Yukinari's expression changed as if he was struggling with his doubts. He suddenly became determined and sat up straight. He rolled up his sleeves and put both his hands at his chest. He fixed his gaze on Rody and said, "Your Excellency, may I have a serious conversation with you?" Translator's notes. 1. Cutting off one's own stomach, done to protect/restore honor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, Restricted Area. Chapter 268, Restricted Area. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Discuss what? Rodi laughed faintly. Kikukawa Yukinari's eyes were sharp as he stared at Rodi. I believe that my eyes are not wrong. Amongst the three of you, you are the real leader. Rodi smiled and did not comment. Yukinari became more confident of his thoughts and sternly asked, I would like to ask you. Is your robbery instigated by my brother Kikukawa Koichi? In the end, what is your purpose? Before Rodi could reply, Nides asked, why did you think it to be like this? Yukinari coldly laughed, only he would be anxious for me to die. Once I am dead, there would be nobody to compete for the inheritance of that position. Humph. Rodi, Nides, and Sith looked at each other. Nides laughed without confirming or denying his suspicions. She lightly said, what are your intentions by telling us this? I want to buy you over, Yukinari said in a straightforward manner. How much is my brother giving you? I can give you 10 times that amount as long as you are willing to cooperate with me. Rodi secretly sighed. Yukinari looked quite smart, but when he spoke, he could not avoid revealing the bungling oaf in himself. Even if he wanted to do so, buying others so openly was inappropriate. Rodi was not a cunning man, but he had become quite knowledgeable in the past few days. He was no longer the soft-spoken and timid youth. Sith, the old sorcerer, was also a crafty scoundrel, and Nides was even worse than him. With these three around, Yukinari did not have any chance at all. Nides easily made Yukinari reveal everything. They found out that Yukinari was the youngest son of the Hakone Kingdom's Shogun I. He had one elder brother, Koichi. Their ages differed by 3 years. However, they did not have the same mother. This generation's shogun, Ieyasu Kikukawa, had 2 wives. However, Koichi's mother had already died from illness. Yukinari was fair-skinned and handsome. He was considerably well liked by the old shogun. Besides that, his mother had always bragged about him to the shogun. This made the shogun, Kikukawa Ieyasu, favor the younger son more. Besides that, Yukinari's brother, Koichi, was no ordinary man. If it was said that Yukinari had inherited his mother's beauty, then Koichi was the one who had inherited the shogun's bravery. The 25-year-old Koichi was tall and robust. He was a very rare warrior amongst the dwarves. On top of that, he was resolute and decisive. This natural-born warrior received the support of the old shogun's retainers. That was why the elder son was much more powerful than the Yukinari that only knew literary works. In the competition for the inheritance, the officials of the shogunate supported Koichi. They did not say anything even though the old shogun preferred the sensible and intelligent younger son. On top of that, as speculated by Rodi and the others, even though the old shogun loved his younger son, he seemed to be very clear that his youngest son was not leader material. One way of saying it was that Yukinari and Seth were similar. They were both playboys. He might be proficient in poetry, but his real ability was one level lower than Koichi. On the other hand, Koichi had already been the commander of an army at a young age. This was why Yukinari went to River Home and ended up meeting Rodi. His mother was anxious about her treasured son when she saw that Koichi had already taken control of the military power. She then encouraged him to do something decent. Yukinari's purpose at River Home was for the inspection of the town and the supplies being delivered to the front lines. This was something simple and could be done by a lower-ranked person. The young master only needed to take a look and then go back home. This was enough to give him, in name at least, a little bit of ability and experience on the field. However, Rodi and the others were not interested in this. Their purpose was to find out what the thing the dwarfs had that could threaten the temple. But no matter how Nides probed, Yukinari did not seem to know anything about it. The three of them then looked at each other helplessly. This was not something common, it was an important secret. Being only a local official's son, the young master presumably did not know anything about it. Yukinari had already said everything, but the three of them still did not want to declare their identities. He felt a little bit anxious. Although Yukinari was not too capable, he grew up in the shogunate and could at the very least see the sinister gaze of others. He could feel with his intuition that the 3 people in front of him were not common but were all top-grade people. The beautiful woman had cunning eyes and was very smart. Although the old man was quiet, his speech was imposing. Besides that, his hand was always placed on top of a stick when he walked, even though he walked normally and did not need crutches. This would not be a problem if it happened to normal people. However, Yukinari was not a common person. Although there were no sorcerers in the Hakone Kingdom, he had seen a sorcerer before. The old man was not holding a crutch but a sorcerer's staff. As for this young man, Yukinari felt he was extremely mysterious. Sitting beside the youth constantly made him feel uneasy. It was like the murderous aura of his father, a brave warrior and a leader that commands a mighty army. However, the young man's aura was even more intense than his father's. When the youth's expression sank as he spoke, Yukinari could feel cold sweat coming out of his pores. It was a very realistic feeling of oppression. The three of you. Are you interested in my proposal? Yukinari asked carefully. No, Rodi replied in an extremely simple manner. I have no interest in your proposal. Yukinari became anxious. Are you not satisfied with my conditions? What did my brother promise you? Just say it, I will give you 10 times more than him. Nidi suddenly smiled and said, your brother promised us that once he becomes the shogun, he would give us the authority to monopolize the ironwood business. Could you do that? When Nidi said that, Yukinari did not show any reactions. Rodi and the old sorcerer was surprised. Rodi even called out, Nidi's. Nidi's ignored Rodi and repeated, can you accept this condition? Yukinari immediately said without hesitation, of course. This is nothing. When I become the shogun in the future, I can promise you anything you want. Rodi sighed in his heart. Although he did not know Nidi's intentions, Yukinari's reply made him laugh bitterly. This guy was really not a leader. No wonder he was unable to compete against his brother Koichi. Ironwood was fundamental to the dwarf's survival. Yet, he had sold it out without even any thought. Nidi signaled for Rodi not to speak. She whispered and continued, all right, young master. The three of us are not from your country. We are from the Roland Continent's Mercenary Association. We are also experts in that association. My name is Bloodfox Nides. The old man is Evil Star Sith and he. Nides pointed to Rodi and slowly said with a calm tone, he is the leader of the famous black mercenaries, Lone Wolf Rodi. It was not just Yukinari. Even Rodi and Sith's mouths were hung open. This woman was too frightening. She said so many lies without even blinking. Nides gently coughed. Rodi and Sith immediately closed their mouth and kept quiet. Although they did not understand her intentions, they did not refute her words. If there was anything, they could ask her later. Yukinari had a complicated expression but he quickly pretended to look respectful. He then said words like I have heard about you and so on. Nides was calm as she continued, we came to you, naturally it is from your brother's instructions. Do you know why your brother wants us to kidnap you but not kill you? Yukinari shook his head and replied, I do not know. Rodi laughed bitterly in his heart. It is not just you. I also do not know. Nidi's eyes flickered with wisdom as she said, your brother wants us to kidnap you and pretend to be your follower. After that, we will assassinate your father, the shogun. Ha! Yukinari and the old sorcerer exclaimed. When the old sorcerer exclaimed, he immediately and instinctively covered his mouth. Nides secretly glared at Sith. She then casually looked back at Yukinari. Yukinari had an angry expression and did not notice the old sorcerer losing control of himself. He hatefully said, He is actually doing such things. Is he not afraid? Does he think he can escape from the criminal charge? Nidi showed a compassionate expression and said, Sigh, young master. You still have not understood it. We are ordered to pretend as your followers. After killing the shogun, we would naturally run away. Who do you think would take the blame? When your father is dead, you would be accused of killing him and you could no longer compete for the inheritance then. She then purposely looked at him with thoughtful eyes. Yukinari broke out in cold sweat. He was silent for some time before saying, too despicable. Too shameless. Rodi glared at Nides. His eyes seemed to say, you are also despicable and shameless. Nides quickly shot Rodi a disdainful look. She looked at the distracted Yukinari and asked, what are you going to do next? Yukinari suddenly stood up forgetting he was inside a carriage. His head slammed into the ceiling of the carriage causing him to cry out in pain. He then grasped his head and sat down. He then angrily said, I want to immediately return to the capital and tell my father. I want to expose my brother's trick. Humph. He is not my brother. He is just a bastard. Nides shook her head. She sighed and said, your thoughts are too simple. Koichi has planned this for a long time. What makes you think you can just report it? Think for a moment. He would deny it, and you have no evidence. Yukinari looked into Nidi's eyes. She immediately said, we obviously cannot testify for you. Even if we went, he can completely feign ignorance. At that time, will you be able to explain things clearly when he accuses you of defaming him? When Yukinari looked as though he does not believe it, Nides rolled his eyes and coldly said, "You don't believe me? All right. Then let me ask you. Do you know about the war in the south?" "I know." Yukinari replied, "I went to the river home to." Nides waved her hand, indicating that Yukinari did not need to continue. She coldly asked, "The rolling continent has not fought against the Hakone kingdom for many years. Do you know why they chose to attack now?" Nides deliberately stared at Yukinari. Without waiting for him to reply, she said, "The Roland army has invaded the territory and now they have easily conquered the south." "Do you know why?" Yukinari's expression changed a few times. He then asked, "What does this have to do with my brother?" Nides coldly grunted and then said, "I am asking you what benefits your brother will gain in this war. Is he assigned with military powers?" "Yes." Yukinari nodded. "My father has appointed him." "Good," Nides replied as she once again stopped Yukinari. She then quickly said, "During peacetime, your father would naturally not give the military power to others so easily. However, when the war begins, even if he has to give away military power, he would prioritize his son. That is the only way he could be assured. So, let me ask you again. Does this really have nothing to do with your brother?" Yukinari's mouth opened wide. He took a deep breath and asked, "Could it be that my brother is colluding with the enemy?" "Yes." Nides nodded and also looked at Yukinari with eyes of sympathy. "I know you don't believe it, but the truth is right in front of you," the woman said as if she was presenting conclusive evidence. "Your brother gains the most benefits. He is not only taking this opportunity to obtain military power. Poof. On top of that, the war right now is unfavorable to you as your brother sold the military intelligence. Let me tell you. In a few days, your brother will ask to take the initiative and lead on the front lines. At that time, the enemy would deliberately lose according to the agreement and withdraw the troops. As a result, your brother would not only obtain military power but also gain prestige. At that time, no matter what your father does, he would already be the successor." Yukinari became dejected and became weak in his chair. His dispiritedly and helplessly said, "Then, I have no way left?" Nides immediately showed a gentle smile. It was the smile of a big bad wolf looking at a little rabbit. She said, "Young Master Yukinari, since I have told you about this, it naturally means that I have decided to help you. I also think that your brother's way of doing things is too ruthless. Working with him makes me feel worried. We work for profit. I can see you are not so bad, which is why I told you about this. If you want to challenge your brother, we must first see how you are superior to your brother." Without batting an eyelid, Nides said we and thus had made themselves the same side as Yukinari's. Yukinari was not a complete idiot. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Yes. My brother is more superior than me in many places. He also has the support of the shogunate. The commanders all like him. With their support, he is definitely very influential in the military. His fighting skills are also superior." When Nides saw Yukinari becoming even more depressed, she quickly waved and hurriedly said, "We already know about this. It is better to think about places where you have an advantage." Yukinari became more spirited and quickly said, "This? My mother is still alive. Because of this, my brother rarely appears at home and as a result, he is not too close to father. Father likes me more. What else?" Nides continued to ask. "There is even more, His face suddenly turned red as he said, "My relationship with the imperial family is also good. Although the shogunate is independent of the imperial family, it is still necessary to have a good relationship with them. My brother is too arrogant, so his relationship with the imperial family is not harmonious. The emperor's young daughter is my lover." "Oh?" Nides glanced at Rodi and immediately asked, "The imperial family? This is a very favorable condition. Do you know much about the imperial family?" Yukinari sighed and closed his eyes. He had an expression as if he recalled some tender memories. "Her Imperial Highness and I met during childhood. We have strong feelings for each other. In fact, my desire to become shogun, half of it is because of her." Yukinari sighed again. He opened his eyes and gave a wry smile as he said, "I know my own ability. I am definitely not shogun material. My ability is far worse than my brother. I admit that if he is a shogun, he would be much stronger than I would be. But, I have no choice but to fight against him." Yukinari clenched his fist and hatefully said, "I heard my father said that he wants to tie a marriage with the imperial family. He had reached an agreement with His Majesty to marry the successor to the emperor's daughter. If my brother becomes the successor, then he. Needy showed a rare expression of sincerity in her eyes. She now felt bad for cheating him. She sighed and said, "Are you sure you want to fight against your brother for this? With your current situation, is the emperor willing to marry off his daughter to you?" Yukinari shook his head and said, "At first he was willing. His Majesty seemed to prefer me as my brother is arrogant. He was once rude to the emperor at a wine reception. Although he was later scolded by my father, his relationship with the imperial family did not improve. I believe that if we really competed, His Majesty would support me." Rodi sighed in his heart. With a shogun, the seat of emperor is just an empty position. His support would not have meant much. Besides that, the emperor would have a motive for giving you support. As opposed to having a strong shogun, the royal family would prefer an incompetent shogun so that they would have an easier time. But Yukinari suddenly frowned and his eyebrows wrinkled. His Majesty's attitude became weird. Initially, he consented to my relationship with the princess. That was until last month. At first, Rodi and the others had no interest in Yukinari's private life. But his next words suddenly made their ears perk up. "Last month, I secretly met up with the princess. Our private place was a very secret place. It was truly hard for her to follow me for the past few years. There was a forbidden place in the palace where nobody is allowed to approach. However, nobody knew that we rendezvous near that place. Following His Majesty's orders, nobody is allowed to go there, and so that place has very little visitors. That was where we could meet." Needy's heart seemed to jump. She could not help but ask, "A forbidden place? You all went in?" "Of course not." Yukinari shook his head. "Even if we want to go in, we would not be able to. It is a cave with a lot of warriors guarding the entrance. There are even royal mages. It is not possible for anyone to go in there. I and the princess only dared to stroll around the back of the nearby mountain. The cave was guarded, but because His Majesty did not allow anyone to approach, there was nobody even around the neighborhood. It was a good spot for us to have secret rendezvous." Sigh. Yukinari sighed again. "Unfortunately, His Majesty found out last month. He scolded us bitterly and no longer allowed us to meet." Yukinari grumbled in regret. The other three could no longer listen anymore. Needy's was pleased with herself and looked at Rodi. She seemed to say, "How's that? Didn't I get that information?" Translator's note. 1. Although the word used Jiangjun is general, they also have Qianlin, which stands for high-ranking military officer/general. In ancient Japan, the shoguns are the true military rulers. Their rankings are the equivalent of generalissimo, Italian word, the highest-ranking general. Meanwhile, the Jiangling here seems to serve as a simple general like General Ruben that got sacked. As the dwarves are obviously Japanese, the Jiangjun referring to dwarves are shoguns while the Jiangling are just generals. The reason why these generals are not daimyo or samurais is because they are not given provinces or not elite warriors in a literal sense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Thousand Rider General. Chapter 269, Thousand Rider General. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After a few days, a legendary day in the history of the Hakone Kingdom would arrive. On this day, the kingdom's most famous shogun would work together with his competent aides, the mysterious visitors from the Roland continent. They were Blood Fox Needies, Evil Star Sith, and Lone Wolf Rodi. They would have had all journey to the capital. There would be a lot of dispute about the origins of the three visitors amongst the scholars studying this in the later generations. This was because the shogun Yukinari would reveal that these three people had come from the Roland continent's famous dark mercenaries. Besides that, the beautiful Blood Fox Needies had said that the dark mercenaries had many masters spread all over the Roland and Radiant continents. It could be regarded as a great power in the underground world. However, the countless scholars that would be studying this would all feel like pulling out their hairs as they would be unable to find out anything about the dark mercenaries. At present time, Needies was currently dozing off in the carriage. She leaned on the back of the chair and her head tilted onto Rodi's shoulders. She had an expression of a lazy kitten. The Blood Fox Needies absolutely did not know that her nonsensical words would create a difficult problem for the scholars in the future. Rodi pulled back the curtains of the carriage and looked into the distance. After a few days of rushing, they were already in front of the capital of the Hakone Kingdom. The architectural style of the city was similar to Home River. However, the buildings were taller. The buildings at the roadside were low-rise buildings. There were more army patrols. A heavily armed group of soldiers was walking towards the south. The main road at the capital was very wide. The trees on the road were not the well-known ironwood but willow trees that were grown with effort. At the moment under the breeze, the willow trees and the golden armored warriors enhanced each other's beauty. It showed a somewhat tender feeling. Looks like the war at the south is reaching a critical point. Sith was sitting opposite Rhodey. He was also looking out the window and could not help but whisper these words. Rhodey smiled and nodded. Looks like the king is giving the dwarfs a lot of pressure. Once they entered the capital, Rhodey found out that there was an inner city with another city wall. Most of the people living in the area after entering the outer city walls were civilians and merchants. The streets appeared to be in a disorderly mess. The inner city walls were taller than the outer city walls. A number of armored warriors were stationed on the walls. They wore a strange helmet with two horns and a long and narrow katana on their waists. Evidently, they had a military air. Yukinari had already become clear-headed at that moment. Although tired from the hurried journey, he became enthusiastic when he returned to the capital and introduced it to Rhodey and the others. Only people with status or the rich and powerful lived in the inner city. The streets were also wider compared to the outer city. People were coming and going quietly. Their heads hung down with a serious demeanor. There were even more carriages coming and going. We are now taking this road that is known as the Cherry Blossom Road. On the left are the homes and territories of the officers, generals, and henchmen. On the right are homes of members of the royalty. Yukinari smiled and said, going along this road, you would be able to see the distant mountains. Yukinari then became serious and said, that is our Hakone Kingdom's tallest mountain, the Sacred Mountain. Some people also call it the Rich Mountain. This is the symbol of our race's Hakone Kingdom. From a distance, you can see the heavy snow. However, this is the Sacred Mountain. Every 100 years or so, the mountain will start shooting out fire. Rhodey's mind stirred. A mountain that shoots out fire? Isn't that a volcano described in the sunflower treasure left behind by the Grand Master Dondong? Needy sighed as if she already knew about this. She showed a fascinated expression and laughed. That mountain seems to be the restricted area of the royal family. Outsiders are not allowed to go in. I really want to go in and see what kind of mystical place it is. Sith also seemed fascinated inside. Will it really spit out fire? How does the capital get through this all these years as it is so close to the mountain? Well, in fact, the territory around the mountain belongs to the royal family. Their palace is underneath the mountain. Although flames will erupt very 100 years, there is a large lake about 10 meters in the vicinity of the mountain. Every time the mountain erupts, the flames would flow down the mountain into the lake where it is blocked. As a result, it would not endanger the capital or the palace at the foot of the mountain. Yukinari then laughed and said, the last time it erupted was 50 years ago, so for the time being, there is no need to worry about this. Ah, if you are interested, we can go and take a look another day. Although the mountain is the royal family's territory and you are not allowed there, the lake at the foot of the mountain should still be close enough. Rhodey hung his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he said, you said the mountain would erupt into flames. So presumably the earth shakes every time it happens? Yukinari exclaimed in surprise. He then asked, Mr. Rhodey, how did you know this? The earth shakes every time the mountain spits out fire. Supposedly it is because God is enraged. However, this is something only we dwarves know. How do you know about this? Rhodey shook his head and did not answer. He looked at the tall mountain at the distance in a trance. Suddenly, they heard loud sounds of gongs outside. Yukinari raised his eyebrows and loudly said, this is my father's order to gather and discuss official business. Let us go to the shogunate so that I can report the matters at Home River to my father. He then looked at the three with inquiring eyes. Needies laughed and replied, young Master Yukinari, you do not need to worry. We will naturally accompany you. You just need to pretend like nothing has happened. We will naturally help you according to the way we discussed earlier. Yukinari became happy and he emphatically nodded his head. The shogunate on the left side of the Cherry Blossom Road was different from what Rhodey had imagined. In his imagination, the places with supreme power in the Hakone Kingdom should be filled with glorious golden walls and huge but heavily guarded buildings. However, when he arrived, all he saw was a large area of dwarven buildings. The place was surrounded by rows of lush green trees except for the entrance, which was guarded by warriors. They did not see the soldiers coming back from inspection. The door in front had a very simple and elegant style of architecture. It looked less like a general's residence and more like a scholar's library. Outside, Hideyoshi and the few other warriors had stopped the carriage. They then stood on both sides. Hideyoshi was nervous as he pulled the door open for the few people to get down the carriage. The guards at the entrance saw that the carriage belonged to Kikukawa Yukinari, and one of them immediately ran in to notify the others. The remaining ones stood on both sides and greeted. Yukinari returned to his territory looking arrogant. He wanted to loudly say a few words when the rapid steps of the horses could be heard from behind him. Several horses sped through the streets like a whirlwind. They rode quickly until they were near Yukinari's carriage and then stopped suddenly. One of the horses stood up and neighed, but the knight remained calm and steady. Yukinari had a fright when the charging horse had almost crashed into him. The knight on the horse immediately showed a smile of disdain. He turned and jumped off the horse. He then stood in front of Yukinari and said, "Yukinari, you have returned." Rodi carefully looked at this person. This person was taller than the average dwarf. He had a sturdy figure and wore warrior's clothes made from cloth. The coarse cloth he wore over his body did not make him look unrefined. On the contrary, it even highlighted his magnificent appearance. He looked as though he was about 30. His long hair was tied up behind his back. On top of that, his eyes seemed to show how refined he looked. Could this be Kikukawa Koichi, the other son? Rodi and the others did not recognize Koichi. At that moment, they hesitated to walk up and put on an act. The young warrior then looked at Rodi and the others. When he saw Nides, his eyes turned aggressive. He looked all over Nides and licked his lips. When he looked at Rodi, his eyes flashed and then he looked back at Yukinari. He then laughed. Looks like Yukinari brought back a few masters with him this time. Yukinari suppressed his anger and calmly replied, "Nobunaga, you jest. These are my new retainers." He then looked at Rodi and the others and said, "This is the #1 warrior under my father's command. He is the 1,000-rider general, Oda Nobunaga. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 270, Sudden Change, 1. Chapter 270, Sudden Change, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 1,000-rider general? Rodi might not understand the official posts of the dwarfs, but when he heard the name, he could understand that Nobunaga was a commander of the cavalry. The dwarfs did not have many horses. They did not raise horses as the region was too small. As a result, most of the army were infantries. Cavalries were extremely precious. As a person who commanded the rare and precious cavalry, this person must have a high position in the shogunate. Yukinari's comment of Nobunaga being the #1 warrior of the shogun was definitely credible. Nides had different thoughts. She felt relieved that she had not mistaken this person as Koichi. If she had recognized the wrong person, Yukinari would become suspicious even if he was a fool. It would be a joke to mistake the wrong guy to be Koichi after claiming to be following Koichi's instructions. Besides that, Nides also had deeper thoughts. Oda Nobunaga was a powerful figure. Nides had not expected the shogunate to have such people. Could Koichi be more powerful than Nobunaga? Nobunaga glanced at the others and coldly said, "The shogun has rung the bell to summon us. I will go on ahead." After that, he walked in with large strides without even turning his head around. The others that came with him on horses also followed as they walked in orderly. They had an arrogant demeanor and did not even look at the shogun's son. Yukinari secretly clenched his fist. His eyes revealed a little bit of hatred. Rodi patted his shoulder and said, "This Nobunaga is not on good terms with you." Yukinari nodded as he gritted his teeth. He is father's 1,000-rider general. Our Hakone Kingdom's cavalry is all under his command. He is always haughty. He also flies his own colors in the army and does not listen to anyone except my father. He does not even listen to my brother. Rodi laughed and secretly thought to himself. A commander of the cavalry? Ha ha. Rodi himself was a commander of a cavalry. His lightning god's whip was the invincible cavalry. Even the holy knights were inferior to the lightning god's whip. Although Oda Nobunaga had quite an imposing momentum and his cavalrymen were strong and vigorous, their level was only normal to Rodi. He had too many of such people in the lightning god's whip, so he was not impressed. Nides sighed and lightly said, "Young Master Yukinari, since Nobunaga and your brother are at odds, you should not be hostile to him. If you want to be successful, you must remember that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. If I were you, I would try and win him over instead of being hostile to him." Yukinari showed a surprised expression. He then bowed his head and said, "Yukinari has received your teachings." He cheered up and followed everybody into the shogunate. Rodi was interested in the 1,000-rider general and asked a lot of questions along the way. Yukinari was very dependent on the three at that point in time and told them everything. Originally, there was a geographical problem. The dwarfs were also short and not good at riding horses. As a result, there were not many cavalrymen. In the entire army, there was only a single cavalry group. There were only 10,000 cavaliers. Nobunaga was known as the Thousand-Rider General because he commanded a cavalry with 10,000 people. If he was not included, there would be 9,999. As it was still in the thousands, he became the Thousand-Rider General. They originally thought that the shogunate meeting would be very strict. Rodi and the other two were just Yukinari's retainers and therefore could not participate. However, the old shogun was very fond of his son, so he allowed Rodi and the others to enter. It was a spacious room. A dozen people, both old and young, sat on both sides. It was a dwarven custom that there were no chairs in the room. Instead, there was a soft footrest. The dwarfs kneeled and sat on their heels on the footrest. This habit made Rodi feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, as there were not enough places, Rodi and the other two simply stood behind Yukinari. There was a platform in the middle. Naturally, it was the shogun's seat. The first seat on the left was occupied by a youth that seemed keen-witted and capable. He wore a warrior's armor and seemed to be in high spirits. He also looked proud. His lips were tightly curled and the lines on his face were clear. He was obviously resolute and steadfast person. This person was larger than Yukinari and looked somewhat similar. The youth was naturally Yukinari's older brother, Kikukawa Koichi. After Koichi was a middle-aged man in a warrior's clothes. He looked fierce and had a thin scar on his face. His eyes had the ferocity of a beast but looked respectful and deferential when looking at Koichi. On the other hand, Yukinari seemed to sit far away. It was clear that the shogun's youngest son did not have a high position. The people by his side also did not speak with him much and looked isolated. Everyone had arrived before the shogun appeared and whispered to each other. Koichi really looked popular. He seemed really intimate with the old officials of the shogunate. Yukinari saw this and his expression became even more unsightly. Needy stood behind him and whispered, "Don't talk. Watch and listen more. Speak less." Rodi looked around and saw that the Thousand-Rider General, Nobunaga, was not in the room. A sliding door behind the room was pulled open. A majestic voice coughed lightly, and the room immediately became quiet. Two people then came out from the back. The first one was an old man with gray hair. He looked similar to Koichi. His eyes were slightly closed but turned sharp when he looked around occasionally. He wore a bright and beautiful robe that was wrapped around his body in a simple manner. This person was the shogun, the old Kikukawa. Following this person was the Thousand-Rider General, Nobunaga. With a respectful expression, he nodded at the crowd. He then walked over and sat on the first seat at the right. When the shogun sat down, everybody raised their heads to look at the real ruler of the Hakone Kingdom. Only Rodi continued to be interested in the Thousand-Rider General. But he then found that Nobunaga and Koichi had looked meaningfully at each other. Koichi looked at Nobunaga for a while. Nobunaga then nodded slightly. Are the rumors of them not getting along fake? The shogun gently coughed and said, "Today, I have gathered you here because the front line is hard-pressed. Kumuyu has continuously asked for emergency help. I am afraid that the enemies would reach Home River in less than 5 days." Koichi responded quickly. While the others cried out in alarm, he loudly shouted, "Father, please allow me to take the men out to battle. I shall take the demon circle with me to drive the Roland people out of our territory." He already stood up and held his katana in front of him on the tabletop. He had a resolute expression. On the other hand, Yukinari had a complicated expression. He seemed to hesitate and lowered his head. Rodi sighed. This young master is so weak. Even I would not have chosen him to be the successor. Sure enough, the moment Koichi had finished speaking, the generals sitting in the lower priority seats at his row gave their support. 1. Humph. There was a cold and impassionate groan that sounded extremely unconventional. Nobunaga had groaned. He then stood up and shouted, "Shogun, I think we first need to pursue Kumuyu's dereliction of duty for being defeated. He had fought headlong with 50,000 soldiers, yet he lost 4 military fortresses. It allowed the enemy to go straight in. If he is not punished, the warriors may not be satisfied." The shogun nodded and said, "I have decided to choose someone to bring the Demon Circle and the Thousand Rider to the south as reinforcements. But, I want to hear everyone's opinion on who to send. I will also not pardon Kumuyu. Once I have sent reinforcements and incorporated them with Kumuyu's troops, I will have him commit seppuku. Everybody, who is the one going south?" Koichi responded the fastest. He walked forward in large strides and then threw himself onto the ground. He loudly said, "I am willing to go for father." Nobunaga laughed coldly. He then stood up and loudly said, "The older prince is more suitable for the capital's defense. Leave the south to me." Both of them knelt in the middle but fiercely glared at each other. They looked angrily at each other. This made Rody feel suspicious. It was as if these two had an agreement. The Thousand Rider General also seemed to have popular trust. When he started to compete, Koichi's supporters immediately became quieter and many of them immediately kept quiet. They carefully observed the direction of the wind. Nides, who was standing behind Yukinari, poked him. She said, "You should say something." Yukinari was stunned for a moment. He then whispered back, "Say what? Idiot." Nides scolded and gnashed her teeth. "If you want an accomplishment, this is a good opportunity to be in the limelight." "But..." Yukinari seemed awkward. Nides laughed and said, "No need to panic. We will support you at the back. Aren't you supposed to be skilled at poetry? Just think of this as poetry instead of an official meeting." "But I..." Yukinari still wanted to say something, but Nides became impatient and forcefully pushed Yukinari out. While the two in front were arguing, they heard a sharp voice. "Ah!" Yukinari felt the back of his body ache as he staggered out. He fell down just behind the two in front. Yukinari?" The shogun saw the person kneeling in front and was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his favorite youngest son to finally start moving. He gently coughed and said, "Yukinari, why did you come out? Have you managed the things at home river properly?" Sweat flowed out of Yukinari's forehead as he replied, "Yes, it has been properly handled." The shogun suppressed his inner surprise. However, he pretended to lower his face and said, "Since it has been properly handled, why have you not come back and tell me? You have dawdled until now. Don't you know how urgent this is right now?" Yukinari became nervous. However, he suddenly remembered Nidi's words and calmed down. He slowly raised his head and smiled calmly. His demeanor looked as though he had a plan and was perfectly calm. "Father, I apologize for being late." Yukinari's eyes glinted with wisdom. He gently exhaled and said, "That is because I have lost my way in life." There was silence. They had initially thought that the mentally deranged young master had finally straightened out. However, he unexpectedly and deliberately said such philosophical words in a serious discussion. Everyone looked at each other dumbfounded. Even Koichi could not help but think to himself, "Has my little brother really gone mad?" Although this is good news, Yukinari was no longer nervous at all. With amazing eloquence, he calmly said, "Father, I went to Home River and felt surprised about the Hakone Kingdom's situation. In the face of such situation, I can no longer tolerate my previous conduct." The shogun was silent for a moment and then he nodded and said, "Ah, you have finally straightened out. That is a good thing. However, this is not the time to discuss this. Let me ask you. Do you have any opinion on who to send to the south?" Yukinari gave a cough and showed an even more respectful expression. He replied, "I have no right to speak about such important military matters." The moment he said these words, everybody thought that although the young master was not much, he still had self-awareness. However, Yukinari's speech changed as he said, "But I believe that no matter who is in command, we must first fully understand the situation at the south. I have a few questions in my mind. I believe that whoever can answer these questions would seize victory." Translator's note. 1. The one sitting nearer the shogun is higher rank/higher priority. In this case, the two people in front were Koichi and Nobunaga. They both sat in different rows. The generals in Koichi's row gave their support. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, Sudden Change, 2. Chapter 271, Sudden Change, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rody sighed and looked towards Nides. "Did you teach him that?" Nides gave Rody a stare and replied, "Of course. Look, the Thousand Rider General and Koichi are arguing endlessly. If Yukinari can help the Thousand Rider General get the rights to command, he could definitely win him over and earn his respect. How could he let go of such an opportunity to win favors?" Rody was silent for a few seconds. He then said, "Not necessarily." Yukinari said in a clear and loud voice, "My questions are very simple. First of all, the people on the Roland continent may not be harmonious with us. However, we have had peace for hundreds of years. Why did they suddenly attack us? If we do not even know their purpose, the war is simply not worthwhile. Everybody nodded. Second. Yukinari became calmer and his voice became louder. We have 50,000 soldiers stationed in the south. Kumuyu is also one of father's generals that are experienced in war. Why did he keep losing to the Roland people? From the start of the battle until now, his troops were almost utterly routed. It was as if the Roland people know our military situations. Father. Don't you find this strange? These two problems were the words Needies used to bluff him a few days ago. However, at that moment, these same questions made everyone fall into deep thought. Koichi looked at his little brother with a complicated gaze. He could not figure out how his brother completely changed after going to Home River. Although Yukinari's words were said in general terms, it was not groundless. In fact, these thoughts had long since existed in everyone's minds. Young Master Yukinari's words truly make sense. Nobunaga suddenly said in a loud voice. He gave Yukinari a glance. His tone suddenly changed as he said, however, these two questions are too complicated. A lot of time may be needed to investigate these one by one. Right now, the situation is tense. The troops need to be dispatched immediately. The more time we spend discussing these, the more hard-pressed the situation in the south would become. He looked steadfast at the shogun then said, Shogun, please transmit your order. Koichi then loudly said, Father, I think it is necessary to take a good consideration of younger brother's words. He turned to look at Yukinari and then said, in particular, the reason why the Roland army could defeat our troops so easily. If we cannot understand this, I believe that even if we changed the person in charge, we would still meet with failure. As soon as he said that, he suddenly clapped his hands without waiting for Nobunaga to speak. There were loud footsteps from outside. The door to the meeting room was then opened as two guards from the shogunate brought in a bloody soldier. The soldier's armor was broken. His blood-stained face blurred his facial features. His wounds were already treated, but without the two guards supporting him, he would not be able to walk and would have already fallen down. Everyone. Koichi stood up and spoke in a loud voice, this is a soldier that has returned from the front lines. He can explain to you why Kumuyu is in such a miserable state. Needies sighed. Looks like I have made a wrong guess. Yukinari's move is now entirely in vain. Koichi had unexpectedly already prepared a defeated soldier from the front lines. If one were to think deeper, the shogun had earlier already made up his mind of selecting Koichi as the commander for the soldiers. Otherwise, there would have been no need to prepare a wounded soldier to wait at the door. After all, they were at the meeting hall of the shogunate. Nobody could just wait there without the shogun's permission. The father and son had already arranged this in advance. Their act was complete. The wounded soldier's disguise was also at a professional level. But, if it was a real wounded soldier, they would have changed their clothes and cleaned themselves before coming. You. Koichi pointed at the wounded soldier and said, tell us the situation at the front lines. Yes. The wounded man knelt and started to narrate in a loud voice. 6 days ago, the Roland army came from the ocean. They captured 2 military towns at the southern coast, Divine River and Longwood. As we did not receive a warning from the Navy, our garrison was attacked and defeated. Kumuyu had hastily organized a resistance, but the enemy seemed to know our gathering location in time. We were defeated before we had the chance to regroup. Kumuyu could only withdraw and lead us back to the mouth of the mountains south of Home River to block the enemy. The soldier said all that in one breath. He took some time to breathe and then continued, on the first day of the war, we stubbornly held our ground. However, the next day, the Roland army suddenly sent out a strange unit. What kind of unit is it? Let everyone hear it. Nobunaga suddenly coldly said. Chariots. The soldier showed an expression of fear. It was a monster. Our bows, arrows and shields could not stop them. Rodi sighed. He had already experienced how formidable the chariots were at the Sauron kingdom. A common soldier was definitely not a match for the monstrous chariot. It was no wonder the dwarfs were defeated so miserably. There was no suspense after that. Koichi already had a plan. After the soldier had described how they were defeated, he then demonstrated how he now fully comprehended the situation in the south. He no longer needed to speak. Everybody already knew that the commanding position would go to him. Besides that, these people were not stupid. How could there be a wounded soldier waiting without the shogun's permission? Since this was the shogun's intentions, the rest no longer needed to say anything. Rodi suddenly narrowed his eyes as he noticed something wrong. Nobunaga loudly said, young Master Koichi may have thought this thoroughly. But do you have a plan for winning the South? Percent. Koichi nodded and replied, of course there is. But... He looked at the Thousand Rider General and said, to win, I need the cooperation of the Thousand Rider General. As soon as he said that, Yukinari turned pale. He was sure that his brother wanted to take this opportunity to obtain military power. If the brother obtained the cavalry, Yukinari would no longer have any more ideas. Needy suddenly pulled Rodi and said, looks like we have wasted our effort to help this guy. Rodi glanced at Needy's and replied, let us wait and see first. Nobunaga gave Koichi a glance. He suddenly and loudly said, Shogun, I strongly request that you dispatch me to the south. Everybody felt as though the Thousand Rider General lacked judgment. Koichi turned to Nobunaga and coldly asked, what makes you worthy of raising such a rude request? Nobunaga pulled out his katana halfway and shouted, based on my Morrisame 1 and my Windcross slash. His eyes glinted as he looked around and loudly said, I am the eternal warrior of the Hakone Kingdom. The battlefield requires military skills, courage, and resolution. Can the young Master Koichi admit that he can defeat my sword? If not, can you confidently request for the enemy to leave in comfort? On the battlefield, only the sword speaks. He then pulled out a thin katana and held it with both hands as he said, may God bless the Hakone warriors. The shogun's expression sank, and he looked unhappy. He was about to speak when Koichi stood up with his chest held high. Koichi looked at the Thousand Rider General's face and said, Nobunaga, do you truly insist on doing this? Nobunaga remained silent and solemnly nodded. Good. Koichi loudly shouted. He turned around to look at the shogun and said, Father, since the Thousand Rider General has said this, I am willing to accept this condition. We will duel. The winner will go to the south. The audience was in an uproar. Rodi saw everyone's reaction and was certain that Koichi was definitely not at Nobunaga's level. Everybody's astonished reaction has already demonstrated this point. Needy's also frowned, I am a bit confused. Isn't Koichi already the commander? Rodi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Koichi. He then looked at Nobunaga. He had always felt like the two of them had a secret agreement. He then moved over to Needy's ears and whispered, quiet. Looks like we are going to see a good show here today. He paused and then looked at Yukinari. He then quietly said, if something happens, protect the younger Kikukawa. Make sure he is safe. What about you? Needy's could not comprehend. Rodi shook his head and no longer said anything. Nobunaga looked at Koichi and loudly said, young Master Koichi, I am not bullying you. Your military might is weaker compared to mine. This is something everybody here knows. Even if I win, there is no glory. He had a hideous expression as he coldly said, why don't you pick someone in your command to fight against me? If one of your people can defeat me, I will absolutely no longer compete for the position of commander with you. Rodi gently smiled, look, the play has started. Needy secretly pulled Yukinari to her side feeling puzzled. What kind of trick were Koichi and Nobunaga doing? Koichi had seemingly not wanted the position of commander. He insistently promised Nobunaga a duel. However, Nobunaga had acted even stranger. He would have obviously won, but he rejected his advantage and insisted for Koichi to send out a warrior to fight him. The shogun frowned. It was obvious that things were out of his control. It had also gone far beyond his expectations. In that case, let me replace young Master Koichi to duel with the Thousand Rider General. A majestic voice suddenly came from the side. It was the middle-aged warrior that sat one position below Koichi. This person looked sturdy and valiant. There was also a faintly discernible scar on his face. He has large arms with bulky joints. One look was enough to tell that he was a strong person. Nobunaga looked at him. His eyes became stern as he ferociously said, good. You are strong enough to be my opponent. He then looked at Koichi and asked, what is your decision? Koichi stood there perfectly calm and lightly said, I approve. The shogun looked imposing and loudly said, have you really decided to gamble the position of commander? The three of them nodded at the same time. The shogun grunted, apparently feeling dissatisfied. However, everybody was looking at him. He could only grit his teeth and said, then, I shall promise to grant your request. May God bless the Hakone warriors. Everybody then left their seats and moved back. A large space was opened up in the middle. Koichi calmly leaned against the door. His expression was unreadable. In the middle, the middle-aged warrior and Nobunaga stood against each other. They slowly drew out their katanas. Nobunaga gently stroked his blade and said, "My Murasame is a gift from His Majesty. It has drunk the blood of countless warriors. You'd best be careful." The other warrior looked indifferent and clenched his own weapon. However, when Rody looked at his frozen expression, it was as if he could feel a solemn and stirring implication. A thought suddenly flashed through Rody's mind. Could it be? The Thousand Rider General raised his weapon and shouted, "I, Oda Nobunaga, will have no regrets if I were to die by your blade today." "I am the same." The middle-aged warrior coldly said, "I am Shinyu. As for the rest, please." With a sudden and violent shout, the two warriors rushed at each other. Their katanas clashed, causing sparks to appear. Translator's note. 1. Rain Village. Turn it around and you get Village Rain, the literal name for Murasame. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Guileless Manipulator, 1. Chapter 272, Guileless Manipulator, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle was fierce. The two well-known dwarven warriors continued to fight. Their blades flew and clashed endlessly. Both of them were at the level of a higher-ranked knight from the Roland continent. Nobunaga was slightly stronger, but he was only at the rank of a great knight at most. Rody was not interested in a battle of that level. However, he looked at the two fighting warriors with a complicated gaze. After clashing for the 14th time, their real levels were revealed. Nobunaga's blade started to faintly emit a cold blue air. Shinyu's katana seemed to whistle like the wind. It carried a wild white air. The people nearby felt the pain when the strong wind blew at their faces. "Die!" Shinyu suddenly roared loudly. He grabbed his katana and suddenly slashed horizontally. Nobunaga dodged to the side. To Rody, Nobunaga's dodge was subtle. If he had dodged and struck back, he would have been able to injure his opponent. Nobunaga was stronger than Shinyu, but they had fought for so long and neither of them seemed to have the advantage. It was as if Nobunaga was just accompanying his opponent. As the battle progressed, Shinyu's fighting energy gradually rose to its peak. The change was here. Nobunaga suddenly stepped sideways to avoid Shinyu's blade but did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he pretended to be unable to withstand the attack and staggered backwards. Shinyu then showed a swift and fierce killing intent. The killing intent flashed in his eyes, and was noticed by Rody's sharp eyes. Besides that, the killing intent was not directed at Nobunaga. Instead, it was directed at the shogun. Irritate a village, kill a tiger. A phrase stated in Dondon's notes crossed Rody's mind. He saw Shinyu reach in front of the shogun. While the shogun was still surprised, Shinyu had already slashed downwards with his wild fighting energy. Nobody cried out in alarm. It had happened so suddenly that nobody even had the time to cry out in alarm. Shinyu also felt as though his attack would not be fruitless. He could already imagine the shogun's head rolling on the floor and spraying out blood. At this moment, Rody moved. The entire space in the room distorted as if everything stopped for a moment. That one moment was enough. While everything stopped moving, Rody did not stop. His body flashed and immediately appeared by Shinyu's side. Like a ghost, his dragon spell scimitar was swung without any aura. Clang! A clear sound resounded. It was not a loud sound, but it caused a sharp and piercing pain in the ears of those that heard it. Shinyu roared loudly as his body flew away sideways and fell to the ground. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and nose. The katana in his hand had broken into fragments. Rody's sword was drawn as he coldly looked at Nobunaga. The shogun had finally become aware and shouted loudly, "Bastard! Seize him!" Koichi's expression had instantly changed. His originally gloomy expression crumbled and looked inconceivably at Rody. It was as though he could not believe the reality in front of him. This had all been properly planned by Koichi. With the cooperation of Nobunaga, they would both fake a duel. Shinyu was the sacrifice. Koichi had promised to take care of Shinyu's family and convinced Shinyu to pledge allegiance and act as an assassin. Koichi himself would stand at the door. Once Shinyu succeeded, Koichi would personally kill him and justifiably take over the position as shogun. However, things had suddenly changed instantly. Shinyu's foolproof attack was actually knocked down by a strange guy. In a panic-stricken state, Koichi instinctively looked at Nobunaga. His own ally also seemed astonished. However, Nobunaga's bearings immediately recovered. He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Kikukawa Koichi is conspiring with his subordinates to assassinate the shogun. Arrest them all." Koichi's heart sank to the bottom the moment he heard Nobunaga's roar. Nobunaga pointed at Koichi and shouted, "What are you guys dumbfounded for? Arrest him." Before the shogun spoke, Koichi's heart was a mess. If he had calmed down and pushed all the responsibility to Shinyu, he might have had the chance to stand back up. However, the situation had changed. His allies suddenly betrayed him. He had already stopped thinking. He could not help but roar loudly as he suddenly pulled out his katana. He pushed the guy at his side away and ran out. The moment he started running was the moment it ended. The shogun finally reacted and shouted, "Grab him!" Rody had already grabbed Shinyu and threw him to Yukinari's feet. He then coldly told Needes, "Watch this guy carefully. Be careful of people silencing him." As if by accident, Rody then looked at Nobunaga. Rody no longer spoke after that and ran out to chase Koichi. Although there were bodyguards surrounding him outside, how could they stop Rody? He easily rushed out and chased Koichi. After all, Koichi was the shogun's son and a warrior. Although the room was in chaos, the news had not yet spread outside. Although there were many guards, they did not dare to stop the young master that looked as though he was in a hurry. They only heard the racket in the meeting room and ran towards it. Just like this, Koichi had taken the opportunity to run far away. He would already be very far away by the time the other warriors received the order from the shogun to chase him. Koichi was someone with some skill. Although he panicked, he knew to first get his horse the moment he left the shogunate. He understood that he would not be able to escape on foot. The most important thing right now was to leave the capital while the news had not spread. The only way to live was to run south. Rody had already caught up with him earlier, but he was not in a hurry to get to work. He simply stayed at the back of Koichi and followed him out of the capital. Koichi rushed out of the city in a frightened state. He slowly calmed down when he did not hear any pursuing troops. He held the reins as he thought about the current situation when he suddenly heard a cold voice that shouted, "Dismount the horse." Koichi broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around to see the youth that knocked away Shinyu behind him. His eyes turned blood red. He suddenly roared loudly and slashed at Rody. Rody's body seemed to flash and left behind a blur. As Koichi's blade was swung down, the blur split into two. He then suddenly heard the horse neigh. A huge force had struck the horse's legs. The horse suddenly fell to its knees, causing Koichi to fall off and roll on the ground. His face was covered in dust and looked inconsolably frightened. He spat out the dust mixed with his saliva. Just as he was about to stand, he saw the two legs of the person standing in front of him. He looked up to see a young man coldly standing in front of him, looking at him condescendingly. "I told you to dismount. Did you not hear me?" Rody coldly said, "Remember, you better listen to my words. Do not let me repeat myself." Koichi got up from the ground, but his weapon had dropped to the side. He trembled and asked, "Who are you? Are you one of Yukinari's men?" Rody shook his head and grabbed Koichi's collar as he moved. Koichi felt as though he was flying backwards with trees passing him on both sides. As he was being manhandled, he had no choice but to speak. After some time, Rody stopped and threw Koichi heavily onto the ground. "Get up! I have things to ask you." After this immediate experience, Koichi understood that he had no way of resisting. He obediently got up feeling pain all over his body. He then asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Rody looked at the young man in front of him and felt an indiscernible sense of disgust. He then asked in an even more indifferent tone, "I am the one asking questions right now. You are going to answer all my questions." He paused for a moment and then lightly asked, "Just now in the meeting hall. Was that planned by you and Nobunaga?" Koichi grunted and angrily replied, "You know about it already? Then why are you asking me? If you want to drag me back, go ahead." Rody laughed coldly and replied, "If I wanted to drag you back, I would not have waited until now." Koichi heard this and immediately felt a glimmer of hope. He could not help but ask, "Who are you? Are you Yukinari's henchman? How much did he give you?" "I will give you 10 times more." Rody shook his head and replied, "I am not your little brother's subordinate. In fact, your plan today has got nothing to do with me." "Ha ha ha." Koichi laughed bitterly. He pointed to Rody and shouted, "But you have personally destroyed my plan." He suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Rody vigilantly. He asked, "Why did you come and chase me then? You want to use me and threaten Nobunaga? I know. You want to help my brother become the successor. Rhodey looked at the crazy fellow in pity and lightly said, "If I really want your brother to become the successor, I wouldn't be wasting time here. With my ability, killing all of you is not much effort." "Then why did you intervene?" Koichi was going mad. Rhodey coldly looked at the person in front of him with an indescribable disgust. To even kill the father for personal gain. "You dwarfs really are animals." He suddenly heard a looming voice. "Well said." The voice sounded light but could not conceal its hoarseness. The voice seemed to come from thin air. Rhodey was not able to find out where the voice came from. Rhodey's expression changed as he held the dragon spell scimitar at his waist and shouted, "Who?" For Rhodey, it was unthinkable to have someone undetected near his side. The voice seemed to sigh and replied, "I also thought it was strange. Why did you intervene in dwarven matters?" "I followed you out of the city to see how miraculous a person with strong domain power is." The voice seemed to come from all directions at the same time. Rhodey had an imposing expression and closed his eyes to listen. When the voice stopped, Rhodey calmed down and slowly said, "Whoever it is, I am sure this matter must have something to do with you." There was a sigh and then a white light flashed. A sharp blade of wind flew towards the dim-witted Koichi. Rhodey's eyes flashed a stern countenance and swung his sword. His golden fighting energy caused the wind blade flying towards Koichi to disperse. He coldly asked, "Why? Are you trying to silence the witness?" "Eh?" The voice seemed confused and replied, "Didn't you call the dwarfs animals? In that case, why did you save him? Do you want to use him to threaten Nobunaga?" Rhodey laughed coldly and slowly said, "I do not need him to deal with Nobunaga. But I felt that something is suspicious. With his current position, he did not need to execute such a plan. If he were to do things conventionally, the weak Yukinari would not have surpassed him. He would naturally become the shogun in the future. Why would he need to do such things? In that case, it means that someone is instructing or forcing him to do such actions from behind the scenes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Guileless Manipulator, 2. Chapter 273, Guileless Manipulator, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The air was calm and peaceful. It was as if the other person did not refute those words. Rhodey was on alert and taking precautions. He could tell that the other person was using a high-ranked stealth sorcery that was similar to the vampire's blood escape. It was something that even Sky, who was a powerful domain master, was unable to analyze. It was also like the stealth technique used by Diane. Rhodey remained motionless and slowly expanded his domain. He held the handle of his sword and coldly laughed. "Why have you stopped speaking? Am I right? You don't want me to speak anymore?" His tone changed and he started to speak faster. "I was wondering why the dwarfs became everybody's target. Right now, the Roland continent is in a state of unrest. However, everybody is so anxious in fighting the dwarfs. Naturally, it must be for that thing that could threaten the temple. Am I right? The Sauron kingdom wants it. The temple also wants it. So..." Before Rhodey finished, the voice finally replied, "So you believe the temple is secretly manipulating this fool?" Rhodey coldly said, "It feels like this is the only explanation. The reason is simple. After all, the temple wants this thing. I don't think the temple doesn't want it." The voice sighed and lightly said, "Not bad. Sounds reasonable. If it was on normal days, that thing could be left with the dwarfs. But the situation right now is tense. It is not reassuring to leave such things in someone else's hands." Rhodey laughed and replied, "Yes. When I came to the Hakone kingdom and found out about the existence of this thing, I have already started to feel puzzled. I felt like this is a matter the temple would not ignore. When I saw Nobunaga and Koichi at the shogunate's meeting hall, I understood this." The voice sounded surprised. "You understood at that moment? How did you find out at that point in time?" "Murderous aura." Rhodey lightly replied, "Only those experienced on the battlefield has this kind of murderous aura. A warrior's body cannot control their aura emanating when preparing to kill." "Oof. It is a gathering for a discussion, but they carried murderous aura with them. I would obviously feel skeptical." After a long silence, the voice sighed, "I have learned a lot. The next time I do this, I will remember your warning." The voice laughed and said, "It is best to just avoid you." Rhodey moved to Koichi's side and vigilantly looked around. He said, "I am done speaking nonsense. I am going to take this person back with me. If you have any ability, you better come out." The voice still sounded very gentle and somewhat regretful. "How unfortunate. You are the strongest human I have ever met. I do not want to be enemies with you right now, however, since I know you are taking him back, I will not let him open his mouth for you. No matter what, the temple is a symbol of light. I cannot allow this animal tarnish that light. Rodi slashed an empty space as he sternly said, What do you mean light? If you keep doing such dark things, no matter how much you flaunt the light, it is just a lie. There was silence. Rodi suddenly raised his sword and knocked Koichi on the head. Koichi fainted without even groaning. Rodi then gritted his teeth and carried him up. He then rushed towards the capital. At that moment, the air changed. A large spiral blade of light appeared and flew towards Rodi. It whistled as it moved towards Rodi's chest. Rodi sneered. He did not bother to raise his sword and coldly said, Break. The space around Rodi suddenly distorted and the large spiral blade of light dissipated. However, a net made out of light suddenly appeared from the sky. As the strange net fell onto Rodi, he quickly slashed out across. A vertical and a horizontal light were shot towards the sky. With a loud noise, the net also disappeared. Still being sneaky, Rodi shouted. The domain shrank vigorously, forming a cyclone. As expected, a groan came from within the cyclone. Rodi raised his eyebrow and slashed. A rainbow half-moon slash flew out whistling. It created a white wall, guardian boundary, cast from the Light Series sorcery. You won't be able to stop it. Rodi sneered and slashed several more times. Like lightning, the blades of light struck the guardian boundary at the same time. The space distorted again and Rodi's blades of light vanished at the same time. Rodi was startled. How is this possible? Of course it is possible. The voice appeared beside Rodi and quickly said, This is because I am also a domain master. Rodi felt an ice-cold palm on his back behind his heart. A cold force then pierced through him. Rodi did not have the chance to groan as his body violently shook and flew away. Koichi had also been grabbed away by his opponent. Although Rodi flew away after he was hit, he managed to restore his balance in the air. His knees fell to the ground and he spat out blood. This was the first injury Rodi had received since getting domain powers. His eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light as he swung his sword horizontally. Fast. This was the only word that could be used to describe it. When looked at, the bright light did not look dazzling as if it was not there. However, at that moment, the entire space was locked by Rodi's aura. A circular slash flew towards the opponent. After that, there was a groan. For a split second, Rodi saw the figure of his opponent. A slender figure had flashed at a distance. From a distance, it could be seen that he was tall and he wore an ordinary white robe from the temple. The white robe looked old, but on him, it looked luxurious, sacred, and impressive. His long black hair was tied behind his head with a silk sash. The thing that gave Rodi a profound impression was his face. He wore a silver mask that covered his face and his nose, exposing only his mouth. His lips seemed to be raised as if he was always smiling. In that split second, that figure was forever engraved in Rodi's mind. That person's expression did not change, but blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. After that, Rodi's blade of light dispersed and the figure disappeared. Rodi vigilantly stood up. He carefully determined that there were no enemies around him before walking over. There were bloodstains on the ground where the figure was standing earlier. His blood had already mixed with the dust. It seemed that mysterious person had not done well either and was even injured by Rodi. The voice appeared again. But this time, the voice sounded far away and barely audible. Domain Master, if you want to get that thing, you better think twice. It cannot meet the sky, it cannot meet the earth, and it cannot meet people. These words, cough, cough. After the voice coughed a little, it disappeared. It would seem that the injury caused by Rodi was not light. Once Rodi had determined that the other person was gone, he staggered and almost fell. He could feel a burning pain in his back. A strange power in his body surged back and forth. His stomach boiled as if it was about to explode. Half of his body felt cold, the other half felt hot. He bit his lip and tried to manage the pain. At the same time, when he looked at Koichi slumped on the ground, he found Koichi already dead. Koichi's eyes were wide open. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Rodi sighed and used hellfire to burn the body, not even leaving dust behind. Rodi wiped the blood from his mouth. He had exerted too much energy earlier and spat out another mouthful of blood. Rodi then sat on the ground and bitterly laughed. This is a huge tumble. I don't even know what he did and I received such a serious injury. Oof, looks like having domain powers doesn't make a person invincible. He then lay down. His hands held his head as he looked up. It seems like that guy's injuries are as bad as mine. However, I did not expect that there was someone in the temple more powerful than the paladins. Then who could it be? A name immediately appeared in Rhodey's mind. Prometheus. Cannot meet the sky, earth, and people. What does it mean? Rhodey lied down for a while until his body recovered a little. He then cursed softly and, with difficulty, returned to the capital. It was already dark by the time Rhodey reached the capital. After all, he was still healthy and powerful when he left the capital and had run very far away from the capital. However, when he returned he was severely injured and walked slowly without hurrying. If it was not because he could still manage to jump over walls, he would not even be able to enter the capital. He would definitely not need to return to the shogunate's meeting hall. By that time, it was likely that the discussions had ended. Rhodey casually asked someone for the location of Kikukawa Yukinari's residence. However, that person only looked at him coldly and ignored him. Rhodey became angry. He made a vicious expression and pulled a person over. That person saw his ferocious expression and honestly answered. It did seem that the dwarfs really only respected fierce people. It was a preposterous nation. Yukinari's residence was far away from the shogunate. It could be seen from afar and was an elegant place. It occupied quite a large place. The green walls were also surrounded by rows of trees. At that moment, there was a group of soldiers walking back and forth outside, looking extremely busy. From afar, Rhodey could see Needies waiting and he immediately walked over. Needies was feeling anxious. When she saw Rhodey finally return, Rhodey had an awkward expression. Rhodey was staggering and his body was unstable. His body was also covered in dust, his face was pale, and traces of blood could be seen at the corners of his mouth. Needies had always considered Rhodey invincible since she knew him. She had never seen him in a difficult position before. She walked over and supported Rhodey. She asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Rhodey sighed and replied, "Let's speak after going in." Needies nodded and whispered, "After you left, at the shogunate, the shogun announced that the reason for these events is to be investigated by Yukinari. Yukinari has never received such an important position before. The shogun also gave the command of the capital's guards to Yukinari. Look at all the soldiers going in and out. Yukinari has already dispatched people to check Koichi's residence." When she saw Rhodey's inquiring eyes, Needies hurried added, "The old sorcerer is following him. You do not need to worry." After that, Needies whispered, "They are expected to return soon. Let me help you into rest. The shogun will summon us later." When she saw Rhodey's expression, she continued, "You have warded off an attack earlier. It is possible that he wants to thank you for saving him." Rhodey was escorted by Needies into Yukinari's residence. The arrangement in the residence was very refined. It was obvious the owner was a refined man of letters. However, Rhodey was not interested in that right now. He was helped into a clean room and immediately fell onto a soft couch. He took a while to catch his breath and then laughed bitterly. "We lost big today. I ended up fighting with someone and was not able to capture Koichi." Needies made sure there was nobody and then closed the doors. She then asked, "So what happened? How did you get so severely injured? Is there anyone who could harm you in the Hakone Kingdom? Even if the Hakone Kingdom does not have anyone that could, there is always someone in the world that could." Rhodey laughed and then softly said, "If I am not wrong, the person who injured me was Prometheus." "Ah." Needies turned pale. Rhodey waved his hand and lightly said, "Things are not so simple. If the person who injured me was Prometheus, I am more worried about the safety of another person." "Who?" Rhodey showed a strange expression and lightly said, "One of my friends, Paladin Fielding. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 274, Treasure Hunter's Eye. Chapter 274, Treasure Hunter's Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yukinari returned very late. He looked very excited. This was presumably because Koichi, who had suppressed him for many years, had finally fallen from power. One of the biggest worries in his heart had disappeared. He could even personally make a show of his strength by having people investigate Koichi's residence. His many years of frustration had been vented off. He was so proud of himself that even Rhodey and the other two could not see the former Yukinari in this man. Rhodey did not let on that he was injured. However, Needies was unhappy at Yukinari feeling proud. She could not help but sneer, "Young master, do you think you can feel proud now? Did you think you have already obtained your succession rights? Do you think you are a shogun now?" Yukinari was stunned and replied, "Even if I am not right now, I am already almost one. right? He moved his eyes and said, "You all said that my brother is colluding with the people from the Roland continent, but now my brother has fallen from power. Wouldn't the people from the Roland continent retreat?" Needies coldly said, "What are you getting excited for? Do you think you can sleep without worry now?" She saw that Yukinari was at a loss and sighed. "Have you not thought about why your brother did such a stupid thing today?" Yukinari finally calmed down and thought about it. He then asked, "Isn't it for the right of succession?" He then shook his head. "That can't be right. If it was for that, he would just need to wait for a few years. In his eyes, I am not something to worry about." Needy snorted at him and coldly said, "There is more. Have you not understood after you saw what happened earlier? Do you think your brother would dare to do this on his own? Besides that, why did the shogun give you the responsibility of investigating this instead of Nobunaga? Are you saying that the Thousand-Rider General?" Yukinari's expression changed as he exclaimed. Needy saw his expression change and patted Yukinari's shoulder. She warmly said, "Well, you just need to obediently listen to me. I promise that you will become shogun." After sending off the fidgety Yukinari, Needies also told him not to reveal his suspicion to Nobunaga. Rody, who had a gloomy expression, said, "You still want to help this person gain his position?" Needy shrugged and gave a cunning smile, "Of course. He promised to give me the managerial authority for Ironwood. If he doesn't become shogun, who am I going to ask for payment?" Rody sighed and ignored Needy's nonsense. He closed his eyes and carefully checked his body. The attack used by that guy from the temple had a strange energy. Rody could feel the strange energy in his body. Besides that, this energy seemed to be incompatible with his own. It was fine if Rody just lay down. However, if he tried to use his fighting energy, he could feel the strange energy stirring together like boiling water. It felt like a violent energy was going to burst out of his body. Strange. Rody sighed. However, he was pressed for time. Rody then said, "Get ready. Tonight, we will go and look at the forbidden area of the palace." "What? We are going now?" Needies disapproved as she looked at Rody with doubt. She frowned and said, "But right now, you..." "Poof. I won't die," Rody proudly replied. His face then showed a frustrated expression as he said, "That guy from the temple is also looking for that thing. We have to act early if we do not want to return empty-handed." Needies suddenly laughed. "You are exaggerating again. I am not going to follow you. Obediently stay here for the night. When you recover tomorrow, you can go wherever you want." Rody replied with a wry smile. "It is your choice if you do not want to go. However, I will go." He got off the couch and stretched his body. He then walked in large strides to depart. Needy stopped him by leaning in front of the door and softly said, "Stop." She lifted her head and looked at Rody with concern. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are really a crazy person. You got yourself seriously injured today. If it was anyone else, they would save their strength and find their opponent's weakness. They would then go and find a way to take revenge. However, you keep hurrying onward. Are you trying to court death?" Rody pushed her away and lightly said, "It is not necessarily courting death. There may not be anybody in this world who can kill me." As Rody walked out, Needies bitterly stomped her feet and followed. Rody then went to Sith, who was lying down. Although he did not like to be used by Sith to obtain that thing, his strength was compromised. On the other hand, his opponent was a person with strong domain powers. Having a master following him would be more reassuring. Sith heard about going into the forbidden area of the royal palace and obviously did not decline. He had already prepared a lot of things for this. He took out 2 blue gems like a magic trick and gave it to Rody and Needies. He then whispered, "Take this. During a crucial moment, you can hide yourselves using this." Needies looked at the sorcerer with disdain. Without a word, she returned the gem to Sith and walked towards the mountain. Although the 3 of them had never been to the palace, it was easy to find the palace in the Hakone Kingdom. They simply needed to go towards the mountain. The 3 of them were very skilled. Although Needies was the weakest, she had the vampire's blood escape and was the most skilled in hiding. They easily sneaked into the palace. The palace was not too big. Perhaps this was because the Hakone Kingdom's royal family did not have too much power and influence. It was just a small building with a simple yet elegant feeling. Around it was pavilion-like structures that Rody had never seen or heard of before. There were a few attendants carrying silk lanterns. They were all solemn and dressed in black clothing. They walked cautiously as if they were afraid of trampling over ants. Rodi held the old sorcerer's stealth gem in his hand and they progressed until they arrived at the lake of the palace. Looking up at the snow on the mountain, they could feel the cold in their faces despite standing at the foot of the mountain. The cave Yukinari spoke of should be right ahead. We just need to cross this lake. Needy sighed as she looked at the lake that was a dozen meters in radius. She could not help but laugh bitterly and say, "This Yukinari is really a strange person. I listened about his rendezvous with the princess and thought that the forbidden area was in their palace's backyard. I did not expect it to be so far away." There were a few boats on the lake that were small and exquisite. The ends of the boats curved up like a crescent moon on the surface of the water. Rodi pointed to the boats and whispered, "Looks like we can only row ourselves across." Needy's raised her eyebrow and said, "Why do you need a boat? Can't you?" Rodi stared at Needy's, stopping her from speaking, and lightly said, "Look around carefully. We may have the stealth spell. However, when people see an empty boat moving at night, they would be frightened to death." Needy's obediently untied the ropes to a boat with Rodi. The three of them then jumped onto a boat and left the shore. However, the clever woman had different thoughts. "Looks like he does not want others to know he could walk underwater. This is something I can exploit. Since I know the secret, he must give me something for keeping it secret." It was late at night when an empty boat could be seen on the lake. The sky had no moon that night and only had dim stars. The cold wind from the distant mountain made Needy shiver. The quiet surroundings made people uneasy. It was reasonable to say that small creatures would come out at that location during that time. However, when Needy's listened carefully, she could not hear any movement. Even the cries of the birds at night were missing. They could only hear the sound of rowing. Rodi also felt that something was not right, but at the same time, he felt that it was alright. Suddenly, he remembered that the lake at the Tulip family's hunting grounds and the lake monster there. At that time, there was also nobody there besides Dark, Diane, and himself. The atmosphere here was similar to that day. Rodi became vigilant as he remembered that night. When the boat reached the middle, they heard a splashing sound. A few black figures appeared from the water on both sides of the boat. The figures came out without warning. Their bodies flew about 4 meters into the sky and they waved their arms. Rodi heard the whistling sound of the wind and responded quickly. He raised the oar in his hand and waved it around like a whirlwind. There were many clashing sounds as countless metal objects struck the oar. The figures retreated after their attacks failed. Before the three of them could speak, they heard an ear-piercing sound. Needy's exclaimed and jumped up as she hugged Rodi's neck. A sharp blade emerged from the bottom of the boat. The blade was fiercely thrust through the bottom of the boat. After that, several more blades struck as well. Rodi grunted and loudly shouted, "Continue with the plan. Do not stop." He then gently bent his body over and lightly touched the surface of the water. He lightly said, "Break." Large waves appeared at the water and the people in the water were revealed. Rodi used his domain powers to control the water and made it fluctuate rapidly. Although the water looked calm on the surface, he had created several whirlpools underneath. The attackers hidden in the water were immediately sucked in. By the time Rodi's boat had moved some distance, several still figures could be seen floating on the water. They had all died. Rodi's expression remained unchanged. He was aware that with his power, the formation of such a whirlpool would create a strong pressure that could even deform steel. It was not something a mortal body could endure. There were another 2 splashes as 2 more figures jumped out of the water. However, these guys were different from the black figures earlier. These 2 wore white clothing. They somersaulted and landed firmly on the boat. Rodi looked at the appearance of the attackers. The attackers wore white clothes that looked similar to a warrior's clothes. However, they wrapped the clothes around their body without exposing any skin. They even wore leather gloves. They wrapped a white scarf tightly around their head to cover their face. Only their eyes were exposed. Both of them took out their long and thin katanas at the same time. Without making a single sound, both of them attacked Rodi at the same time. What made Rodi surprised was that these 2 were extremely quick. Their movements seemed inhuman and quick like cats. At that moment, Rodi's chest was still boiling and he did not dare to use fighting energy. Instead, he skillfully caught his opponent's sword. His movements were faster than his opponent's. Like lightning, he seized one of their swords and twisted to take the sword. Taking advantage of that moment, he kicked behind him without even looking. The person attacking from behind could not dodge and was kicked in the chest. There was a cracking sound, signifying that the attacker's bones were broken. The attacker's body flew away and into the water. Rodi did not let go of the blade he caught. He held the bladed end of the katana and then hit the head of the other attacker. The attackers had never seen a person fight like that before. They cried out in alarm and retreated. After that, they disappeared into a mass of white smoke. Rhodey could not help but comment, "Strange warriors." Needies gritted her teeth and said, "These people are ninjas. They are a group of mysterious soldiers that protect the royal family." Sith was sweating. Sorcerers were not known for their physical strength. Sith had been rowing the boat for a while and was now already tired. He then said, "All right, come and row the boat. I will deal with them." Rhodey and Needies took the oars in their hands. He then saw the sorcerer raising up his hands and chanting silently. The moment Sith chanted the first part of the spell, Rhodey gave a surprised cry. Evidently, Rhodey could understand what kind of spell Sith was about to use. "Do you know what he is doing?" Needies asked. "Yes," Rhodey replied. "It is a summoning spell." Sith condensed 2 black balls into his hands. The 2 black balls squirmed in his hands. It suddenly transformed into a black liquid and flowed into the lake on both sides of the boat. The waves started to surge. There were 2 sharp roars as 2 large pythons appeared. The large bodies of the pythons on both sides of the lake caused the waves to surge back and forth. Many hidden ninjas surfaced and swam away. A few unlucky ones were bitten and swung a few times before flung away. The 2 pythons were like pathbreakers. One stayed at the right and one stayed at the left of the boat, escorting it. Sith stood at the bow of the boat with his hands raised as he mumbled something to control the pythons. Suddenly, the python on the left violently tossed about. Its large action caused a huge wave that almost overturned Rhodey's boat. After that, a rainbow-like blade flashed. There was a slash and a dark burst of blood splashed out. The python's head was cut off. The rest of its body weakly twisted a bit and finally sank to the bottom of the lake. A dazzling ninja in golden skin-tight clothes sprang out from the water. He slowly floated down like a feather and pointed his katana at Rhodey. "Stop immediately." Rhodey coldly grunted and swung the oar. The oar struck the man, but Rhodey felt as though he did not hit anything. "It is just an image," Rhodey immediately thought to himself. Sure enough, Rhodey immediately felt a cold chill as his clothes were cut. The Hakone Kingdom's ninjas were strange. They were not powerful, but they were very skillful at sneak attacks. Rhodey was also unable to see through his earlier deception. Of course, Rhodey was also preserving his strength and did not expand his domain. Rhodey felt strange, but the golden ninja felt even more strange. The ninja had slashed his opponent, but the blade only cut the clothes. It could not cut the person at all. Is that person's body invulnerable? The golden ninja was already a master ninja. However, he had never met an opponent whose body could directly endure his attack. Rhodey recovered and grabbed the ninja's neck as he coldly said, "You want to kill me? Then I will kill you." Pressing hard with his hands, he stopped the ninja's breathing. Rhodey looked into the man's eyes, but he did not see a single trace of fear. The person's eyes looked dead and gloomy. "Let me ask you. Is the forbidden area in front?" The golden ninja remained silent. He did not even look at Rhodey. His hands continued to struggle. Rhodey loosened his grip and then asked again. The ninja suddenly bit down hard. He then tilted his head and stopped breathing. Rhodey froze for a moment as he saw blood float out from the mouth and ears of the ninja. He frowned and then threw the ninja's body into the lake. The journey after that became quiet. Nobody jumped out of the lake to attack anymore. Sith also retrieved and put away his python. He then slowly sat down to meditate and restore his magic power. When the boat docked, Rhodey pulled Needies and jumped off. Sith then took out a boundary talisman into his hand and said, "There is something strange here. Do not stray too far from me." "What?" Rhodey and Needies asked. Sith gave an extremely solemn expression and said, "I know I cannot be compared to you in strength. However, I am definitely more sensitive to sorcery to you." Sith took out a chain and tied it around his neck. There was a small silver cross under it, and in the middle of the cross was a strange gem. The gem was very strange. Its light kept fluctuating, emitting a colorful luster. "This is my sorcery appraisal gem," Sith said. "This is something I have carefully made. It is able to detect the fluctuation of magic." He then spoke slowly and said, "If it is bluish, it would mean the fluctuation of magic is weak. If it is yellow, the fluctuation is slightly stronger. If it is red, the fluctuation is strong." Rhodey looked at the gem in Sith's hands. It glowed in a variety of colors. Rhodey then asked, It has become like that. What does it mean?" Sith showed an uneasy expression but smiled, "I don't know. This is the first time I have seen this strange reaction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Treasure Hunters, 2. Chapter 275, Treasure Hunters, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Strange. Sith felt something strange and smiled wryly. According to this gem, there is magic fluctuating from all over. The strong and weak fluctuation is mixing. Rhodey then said, "Let us go in first before bothering with all that." After distinguishing the circumstances, the three of them walked towards the foot of the mountain from the shore. The strange thing was that the journey was smooth and nobody appeared to stop them. It was as if the ninjas at the lake were the only guards. The rumored forbidden area was not difficult to find. The trees separated on both sides, forming a passage in the middle. The passage went all the way until the cave at the foot of the mountain. Why are there no guards? Needies frowned. The night was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. This is the place. Sith was extremely excited. He held the magic appraisal gem and excitedly exclaimed, "The magic is fluctuating here the most." The magic gem in his hands became more and more dazzling. The red light from the gem suddenly burst out. Gradually, the strong light made the others unable to look at it directly. The three could not help but look away from the cross. "Let's go in," Needies exclaimed and took a large step forward. Rhodey then pulled her hand and laughed. "Don't you find it strange?" "Strange?" Needies was stunned for a moment. Rhodey replied, "This is probably the royal family's forbidden area. How could such a secret and important place have no guards? Do you think they only relied on the ninjas to stop everyone from entering? If it was so simple." Rhodey suddenly went to the side of the road and held a thick tree. Using brute force, he managed to uproot the tree. He carried the tree as easily as he carried a chopstick. He then signaled Needies and Sith to step back. Rhodey lightly spat and then threw the tree into the cave. There was a sudden change. The entrance of the dark cave seemed to twist. As if a vegetable was being blended, a frightening rustling sound continued endlessly. The tree was crushed by an invincible force at the entrance, leaving only debris. Needies turned pale. The tree that Rhodey threw was the ironwood that belonged to the dwarves. Yet, it was instantly crushed. If she had really rushed in front earlier, the same would have happened to her. Needies became more frightened the more she thought about it and shuddered. Rhodey did not seem surprised and sighed. "I knew it was not that simple." He patted and comforted the frightened Needies and then said, "That thing that the dwarves hid here is a thorn to the temple. The temple had so many masters in the past few hundred years and even paladins. How could they stop the paladins just based on those ninjas earlier?" Sith sighed and said, "If we can't even get past this, there is nothing left to discuss. Let us try it." He then started to cast a spell. Black fireballs appeared and revolved around him, suspended in mid-air. The air faintly fluttered. Sith finally opened his eyes and shouted, "Go!" A dozen black fireballs shot towards the entrance of the cave. However, the fireballs simply exploded and disappeared before it reached the entrance. It was as if a strange unseen force caused the fireballs to explode and scatter as sparks. If fire does not work, how about water? Sith waved his hands to summon water. As they were near a lake, there was an abundance of water elements. The sorcerer lifted his hand a little and water balls of different sizes came out from the lake. The dozen water balls floated in the air and coalesced. It squirmed as if it had a life of its own and finally transformed into a white dragon. The water dragon was lifelike. It roared earth-shakingly loud into the sky a few times, and shot towards the entrance. Rhodey was watching at the side when he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Not good." Without having any time to explain, he grabbed Needies and moved to her front. He then shielded her with his large body. There was a loud roar along with a sound similar to beans being fried. The water dragon disintegrated the moment it got near the entrance. It transformed into a storm that shot back towards the three people. The water that was reflected was extremely fast. The water droplets cut through the air like arrows. Sith had already begun setting up a protective enhancement. The water droplet struck his protective enhancement with loud and crisp sounds, causing the enhancement to tremble. The trees on both sides of the road were also damaged. Countless leaves and branches were pierced by the powerful water droplets. Even the tree trunks were pierced by the water droplets. It went to show how powerful the water was. Rhodey held Needies to his chest and felt as though his back was slashed by hundreds and thousands of warriors. Fortunately, his body was strengthened by the mystic dragon's blood. Otherwise, the powerful attack would have torn his body apart. After that was over, the expression of the three changed. Rhodey let go of the frightened Needies. Needies lifelessly looked at the surrounding trees. She was speechless. Rhodey took off his shirt and saw that the back of his shirt had hundreds of small holes. It was already extremely tattered. He laughed bitterly and looked at Sith as he said, "You better not try any other spells. It does not seem to be effective. I guess that there is a sorcery array here that stops people from entering. It would be useless no matter what spell you use." Sith looked bitter as Rhodey's eyes suddenly gave a swift and sharp gaze. He then said, "Let me try." He paused for a moment and added, "It is best for the rest of you to stand further away." This time, Needies did not bother arguing with him. She and Sith retreated a few dozen steps away. Rhodey frowned and shouted, "Go further." Rhodey saw Needies and Sith retreat back to the lake. He then took a deep breath. Although he could feel a burning pain in his stomach when he used his energy, Rhodey could only grit his teeth and endure it. He slowly opened and expanded his domain. His aura spread out and wrapped the space around him. Rhodey's eyes flashed with a golden light. He slowly exhaled and said, "Appear." Everything within Rhodey's domain, such as the trees, flowers and stones, started to become transparent. They turned into an illusory image as if they had never existed. It was seemingly made by all the energies in the world. Rhodey looked into the cave and saw that the entrance of the cave looked different. There were dark rotating discs at the entrance of the cave like cyclones. It blocked the entire cave behind it. The rotating discs was not joined together. It rotates quickly at different directions. Some of it spin clockwise while others spin counterclockwise. The discs rotated quickly like gears. The ironwood Rhodey threw had been crushed from the friction caused by the principles of these force. On the other hand, Sith's water dragon was created from condensing the water. As water did not have a fixed shape, it was broken apart before it was reflected. Needies and Sith looked at the wonders in front of them with surprise. They had opened their eyes so wide that their eyes could fall out. Rhodey lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then had an idea. He waved his hand and fighting energy emerged from his palms. The golden fighting energy condensed into a large disc. It was larger than the other discs. However, the disc created by the fighting energy also glowed with a golden light like a smooth reflection. It was as if it was a mirror. With two hands, Rhodey moved the huge disc towards the entrance of the cave. As he continued to step forward, he could feel the air in front resisting. It was as if he was walking into an invisible wall. A lot of strength was needed for each step. Gradually, his footsteps became slow and made a chattering sound when it stepped onto the ground. That was how strong the resistance Rhodey felt as he walked. The disc continued to spin and there was a cyclone in front of him. Rhodey suddenly exhaled his breath. To Needies and Sith, it was as if the entire place instantly shined. They could then hear Rhodey shout, "Stop!" Sith's eyes lit. This was a power to stop space. Only a person with strong domain powers could do this. Inside Rhodey's domain, the wind stopped. The branches no longer moved. The clothes no longer fluttered and the tree leaves no longer swayed. It was as if he was the only person left in that space. Everything else became motionless. The only exception was the rotating cyclone. However, the cyclone seemed to have slowed down. Earlier, it had rotated so quickly that a person could not feel anything. However, it had slowed down and now, a faint humming could be heard from the friction in the air. Rhodey looked at the slow cyclone and did not dare to hesitate. Although he had strong domain power and could stop space, he was not able to maintain it forever. Rhodey then covered the cyclone with the disc in his hand. There was a loud screeching sound. It was similar to the ear-grating sound of a person scratching the bottom of a plate with a knife during mealtime. However, this sound was 10 times louder and 100 times even more ear-grating. Even though Needies and Sith stood far away, they were not able to endure it. They screamed painfully and covered their ears. Their bodies were coiled up like shrimps. Sith's expression changed. He bit his lips and stopped covering his ears for a moment. In that moment, he suddenly crushed the gem on the cross at his chest. A milky white and pure light covered Needies and Sith, making the two of them feel much better. If there was someone else present, that person would have been surprised. The leader of the sorcerers was forced to use the most powerful guardian boundary. Naturally, Sith's actions were sensible. The harsh sound became even more terrifying and eventually took shape as a sound wave. Only Rhodey was able to withstand the sound wave. The branches and leaves broke apart and even the rocks started to crack from the sound wave. Rhodey felt that the disc he was holding was unable to endure much longer. A faint creaking sound could be heard. It rotates powerfully as though it wanted to place pressure on the cyclone. Rhodey growled. The flames from his fighting energy suddenly rose, making him shine like the sun. The rotating cyclone and the disc caused friction, making the disc even more fiery. Red flames started to appear at the edge of the disc. Even the air could not withstand the violent friction and started to burn. Rhodey's eyes flashed, and then he roared. He suddenly grew to several times his normal size. The shape-shifting sorcery spell that he had used to disguise himself broke down. His body then reassumed his real physique. His muscular arms held on desperately to the faintly screeching light disc. If there was a top spinning extremely quickly on the ground, it could easily be stopped by gently pressing the head of the top with a finger. However, the thing that was spinning quickly was not a top but a disc. More than 10 times the strength is needed if a person wants to stop it. Best is that, the cyclone could easily mince ironwood. It was much more powerful than a millstone. That was why Rhodey still needed to use all his strength despite having strong domain powers. Dust gradually built up to his heel. He stood there and persisted, moving forward one step at a time. After that, there was a loud sound. The whole mountain trembled. Rhodey felt as though the incomparably powerful force in front of him disappeared. His hands loosened as he staggered forward a little. The cyclones had vanished. There was another cracking sound. The disc made out of Rhodey's fighting energy could no longer endure it and broke into fragments like glass. It disintegrated and dispersed like golden stars. Rhodey was already sweating and his face was soaked. The hair on his forehead stuck to his face and he looked as though he was just fished out of the water. He looked extremely tired and was more exhausted than when he fought against 10 paladins. Needies and Sith were tensed. The sharp and harsh sound earlier had almost pierced their eardrums. Despite the fact that they covered their ears, the noise seemed to penetrate everything and drilled its way into their ears. If it was not because Sith had desperately used a guardian boundary, it was possible that even their bodies could have been torn apart by the sound. Needies quickly ran over to support Rhodey. She then asked, "How are you?" Rhodey sighed and released himself from Needi's arms as he replied, "I am fine." Rhodey then showed a rare lifeless smile. "However, it feels like I have aggravated my earlier injuries." Sith seemed to have recovered from the shock and gave a long sigh. "I finally understand how these dwarves keep this thing safe for hundreds of years. This sorcery array was something that could not have been broken by people. Without a strong domain power, the temple would also not be able to do anything even if they had dispatched 10 paladins." Sith gave an uneasy expression and added, "I have dabbled in sorcery for many years. Despite that, I have never even heard of such a powerful and terrifying sorcery array before." He then paused and gave a wry smile. "This is not something that could be made by mankind. Only the gods and devils in the God and Devil War could have created such a terrifying sorcery array. I just hope there is nothing else like this inside." Rhodey laughed bitterly. "Let us go in." Rhodey walked ahead and took his first step into the dark cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, Can't See Sky, Can't See Earth, Can't See People, 1. Chapter 276, Can't See Sky, Can't See Earth, Can't See People, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Every step was earth-shaking. The dark cave looked very deep from the outside. It seemed the depth was endless. However, Rhodey immediately felt something extremely strange the moment he walked into the cave. Every step was earth-shaking. The entrance of the cave was just a camouflage. It was not a mountain cave. It was a door. If it was not because Rhodey was fully aware that he was not dreaming, he would have believed that he was dreaming about going to heaven. Even though Rhodey had experienced a lot of things that were frightening to the common people, he could feel a shuddering agitation in his heart the moment he walked through the door. His normal steadfast confidence was immediately shaken. Is this an illusion? Rhodey bit his lips and looked at the unimaginable scene that appeared in front of him. At this moment, Rhodey told himself, "I just entered a mountain cave. Even though it is a really large sacred mountain, even if you emptied out this mountain, it is impossible for there to be a vast sea of clouds." When he stepped forward, the dark walls of the mountain vanished. There were clouds all around him. The clouds flashed with a golden light as if the mist curled up and appeared in front of Rhodey. What made Rhodey surprised was that he was supposed to be standing on the ground. However, when he looked down, he only saw an endless sea of clouds. It was as if they were standing and walking in the sky. This is definitely an illusion. Rhodey suddenly turned to look behind him. He saw a circular hole behind him. Ah! The person who shouted was Needy's. After all, she was a girl. The moment she saw such a strange scene when she entered the cave, she could not help but cry out. Sith was also stunned. He looked around as though his eyeballs were going to fall out. A frenzied excitement could be seen in his eyes. The three of them were speechless as they looked at each other with extremely astonished expressions. They had not expected to see something so beautiful, like in a fairy tale, after entering the cave. Needy's voice was hoarse from surprise. Are we walking on the clouds? Her voice trembled in trepidation. She did not dare to take another step, fearing that she would fall down. The sea of clouds below them looked endless. Rhodey was the first to calm down. He lowered his voice and said, "This place is weird." He looked around vigilantly and continued, "Even if you fumble around, you would not know how big this place is. If we walk around too far, we would not be able to find this exit." Sith also gradually calmed down. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Rhodey held Needy's, trying to calm her down. He pointed to the distance and said, "Do you see those clouds of light?" The light clouds seemed to fluctuate. A light mist flickering with splendor seemed to spread into a vast distant space. It looked beautiful like a silk painting, but it was actually moving. At the moment, there was nothing fixed that could be used as a reference. Some clouds moved quickly and some moved slowly. The clouds also gradually changed shape. If one were to look at it for a long time, they would become intoxicated by the sight and gradually forget where they were standing. It could be imagined that if they were to leave the entrance, they would not be able to find a way back when the cloud changed. Sith sighed. "This is a really fascinating trap." Rhodey laughed. However, his laugh seemed to have a profound meaning. He suddenly asked, "Is this trap really so simple?" He narrowed his eyes and glared at Sith. He then slowly said, "Master Sith, have you heard of this?" "What?" Rhodey looked at his eyes and said, "It cannot see the sky. It cannot see the earth. It cannot see people." Sith's expression froze. His eyes showed his surprised expression. Trembling, he asked, You know about that?" Rhodey slowly said, "You have never told me what the dwarfs are keeping here. Now that we are standing at this secret place, I believe it is time you told me the truth." Sith took a deep breath and gave a wry smile. Tell me first. Where did you hear those words? Who was the one who told you?" Rhodey did not reply. Instead, he lowered his head as if lost in thought. After a while, Rhodey raised his head and mumbled. This place is inside the mountain. Naturally, it cannot see the sky. Besides that, there is a large illusion here, surrounding the entire place with clouds. This must be referring to the cannot see earth. Poof. Now, I am wondering what cannot see people means. Rhodey looked up again and stared at Sith as he said, "This place is very scary. We do not even know what other strange things we would encounter. It may be extremely dangerous. Master Sith, do you still think you need to hide things from me?" Sith sighed. He then became resolute and said, "All right. I will tell you. The dwarfs from long ago left something at this place." "It is?" At that moment, a gentle and pleasant voice was heard from outside. "It is something that makes the temple uneasy." A single person then came in from outside the entrance. That person was slender and his white robes fluttered. The man looked dusty as he walked in. However, when one looked past him, they could feel a spring breeze. When one looked at his eyes, they would feel respectful. His gaze made him look holy and dignified. He had long black hair that was tied up with a silk sash at the back of his head. He wore a silver mask on his face. The mask covered most of his face and only exposed the mouth. His lips seemed to curve upwards as if he was always smiling. He casually walked in and ignored the surprised expression of the other three. He walked inside the mysterious illusion as if it was his own backyard. Rhodey looked at the person that just came in and narrowed his eyes. "You." The man's lips raised as if he was smiling and replied, "You don't have to glare at me like this. I did not come here to fight you." He paused for a while, then he laughed bitterly. "I am quite badly injured from the battle with you earlier today. My injury has not healed." He then casually walked in between the three of them without taking any precautions. It was as if Rhodey and the other two were his companions. He was immediately bewildered by the surroundings inside. Rhodey stared at this person. He understood that this person also has domain powers and was as powerful as him. The battle outside the day had caused both of them to suffer. "You have been following us?" Rhodey narrowed his eyes as his eyes turned cold. Needy's asked in an even more straightforward manner. "Who are you?" Sith had already begun preparing a spell. He and Needy stood on both sides with that man in the middle. That person did not seem to care. He looked at Rhodey and said, I truly did not misjudge you. You have really lived up to my expectations by removing the sorcery array outside. Rhodey coldly replied, Today, you have told me that it cannot see the sky, it cannot see the earth and it cannot see people. Did you tell me that deliberately? Or? Rhodey's tone became awe-inspiring as he added, Did you deliberately lure me here so that I could help you remove that sorcery array and act as your pioneer? Ha ha ha. The man was startled and then laughed. He lightly said, Do you really think that? Then let me tell you. First of all, I really did deliberately lure you here. However, I had no intention of using you to open the way for me. Just think for a moment. I may not be able to defeat you on my own. However, you have another 2 companions now. Do you think I would lure you here? What would the purpose be? Do you think I could even be a threat? That person seemed calm and indifferent as he continued, Second, I did not see what you did to that array. However, it is just a God-ranked lethal trap 1 array. I have already, once, destroyed that one 10 years ago. What did you say? Rhodey was surprised. That person smiled behind the mask as he looked at Rhodey. He slowly said, You did not hear me wrong. That sorcery array has been destroyed by me 10 years ago. I have also entered this dreamlike place 10 years ago. Translator's notes. 1. Jiao Sha. Individually it means twist/entangle, kill. Joined together, it means strangle. A literal translation of that trap would be God-ranked strangling array. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Can't see sky, can't see earth, can't see people, 2. Chapter 277, Can't see sky, can't see earth, can't see people, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But Needy's, unable to remain calm, could not help but exclaim. The man gently waved his hand. He had strong and slender fingers but his skin looked pale. He then faced Needy's and smiled, I did not lie. I have broken through that array before. You would not know, but after that array was broken, it would disappear, but... He deliberately paused for a moment and then continued, it would reappear at the entrance after 10 hours. His voice then turned to disdain as he lightly said, Did you really think that a God-ranked lethal trap array would be so easily broken? Sid seemed fascinated when he heard of the God-ranked lethal trap array. He frowned and silently repeated the words as if he tried to remember the name. Suddenly, he cried out in alarm and said, Could it be that sorcery array is? That person smiled a bit. He looked at the old sorcerer and gently replied, Yes, you guessed right. That is the one. What is it? Needy's could not help but ask. Sith had a complicated gaze in his eyes. He hesitated a little and then murmured in a hollow voice. The Roland continent sorcery was thriving during the God and Devil War. It was said that during the war with the Kara people in the south, God appeared and made a terrifying array. This array had destroyed the Kara race's powerful army of 260,000. This included 1/3 of their evil wizards. 1. You are wrong. That man suddenly said, they were not evil wizards. The Kara race called them white wizards. Rhodey did not care about all these and coldly said, All right. You told me those words earlier today and also followed me here. What do you want to do? That person did not seem worried at all as he replied, Don't you find anything strange? Special envoy of the Roland continent, ha ha ha. Do not be suspicious. I know your identity. He simply smiled and continued, Since I have the ability to come in here 10 years ago, why did I not take the thing here? These words made Rhodey ponder. True. This person with strong domain powers had the ability to come in here 10 years ago. Why had he not taken that thing? Rhodey's mind immediately realized something. Cannot see the sky, cannot see the earth, cannot see people. Could it be? Rhodey said, Could it be it is because it cannot see people? This time, that person did not speak immediately. He was silent for a while as if weighed down with anxiety. Finally, he sighed and nodded his head. Yes. It is because of those last few words. That man saw that the three looked like they still had questions. He raised his head and looked at the distant clouds. He then gave a mysterious smile and said, All right. If you all have questions, leave it for later. Right now, let's all sit down and appreciate the strange scene that is about to take place. He paused for a while and then added, I promise you that this would be the most interesting thing you have ever seen in your lives. That man always spoke casually without anger. It was as if he had a strange intoxicating charm. After he finished speaking, he sat crossing his legs on the clouds and no longer spoke. Rhodey and the other two looked at each other before sitting down with him. That man smiled when he saw Rhodey and the others sitting down with him. He pointed at a direction and slowly said, "Look there." That would appear when the sorcery array is broken. The three looked at the direction the man was pointing. The clouds at that location gradually changed. The clouds suddenly shook. It split and separated into 4 directions. A blood-red ray of light shined through from the clouds. It was the sun. However, the light from the sun was red and was frightening. Its blood-red color also made people feel restless. The blood-red light even made the other white clouds look red. Immediately after that, a huge golden light shined from above. The light beam illuminated the red-white clouds. There was the sound of the ocean waves. Like snow being warmed by the sun, the clouds gradually moved to both sides and disappeared. Wherever the golden light fell, the red-white clouds would suddenly dissipate. It was as if the evil atmosphere from the blood-red clouds would gradually dissipate. Needies and Sith were in a trance as they watched the magnificent sight. Only Rhodey, who had a strong domain power, felt something from the evil atmosphere of the red-white clouds. Suddenly there was a roar from under the blood-red light. It was an inhumane roar that was filled with anger and resentment. The roar was loud and endless. Finally, it was as if the sky had scattered. It was as if there was a thunderclap. That person seemed to be very relaxed and was listening attentively. He then sighed and said, "How many years have I not heard it roar? Unexpectedly, it is still pleasant to the ears." Sith turned pale and seemingly realized something. He suddenly recalled the myths and legends. He then shouted, "This world has 2 suns. The blood-red sun symbolizes evil and the golden sun symbolizes light. Is the blood-red sunlight that evil symbol? In that case, that roar must be the legendary devil watching the. As if his tongue was tied, Sith was unable to continue speaking. Needies, who was listening, could not help but ask, "The what?" "The Hakone serpent." The mysterious masked person was the one who replied Needies. He seemed to smile a little and explained, "The dwarfs worship totem gods. However, no matter what totem god they worship or what Master Sith say about the myths and legends, they are all false. The Hakone serpent is not any of these." "It is. It's coming out." The one who shouted was Rhodey. He shouted as he looked at the blood-red sun. Under the red lights, the clouds suddenly and gradually scattered and spread out. Amongst the mist of the clouds was another large and unparalleled figure. So big? Needies could not help but take in a deep breath. However, she soon found out that she was wrong. On top of that, she was extremely wrong. When the huge shadow behind the mist gradually revealed its vile visage, the terrified Needies realized that the large figure was only the head of a snake. 2 lights pierced through the mist. On both sides of the large triangular head was a pair of amber eyes. When it opened its eyes, the snake's pupils shrank into 2 fine lines. These eyes showed anger and resentment, making people tremble in fear. Needies was the first to fall. She shrank into a ball as an instinctive reaction to a frightening enemy. The snake's eyes were also peerlessly murderous and not that different from a person with domain powers. Its huge head slowly surfaced from the clouds. The snake suddenly opened its mouth. The red crown of its head split into 2. The top and bottom had sharp fangs as thick as ironwood. "Cover your ears," the masked man suddenly warned. He then waved and instantly created a guardian boundary surrounding everyone. The snake opened its mouth and roared at the golden light in the clouds. Needies felt as though her soul was almost torn apart by the monster's roar. It was like the gods in heaven caused thunder to strike in her ears. She was the weakest in the group. Even though she had prepared herself and there was the guardian boundary around her, she could not endure it and almost fainted. "All right." The mysterious person sighed. He stretched his hand to comfort Needies. He then smiled and said, he would roar once only each time. Withstanding its roar would be beneficial to your strength. He then clapped his hands and stood up. Needies was still scared out of her wits as she murmured, "I have never seen such a large snake before. Its head is so big, its body must be." Needies thought for a moment and could not imagine how long the body of the snake would be. She laughed bitterly and said, "I think it would not be a problem for it to swallow a few of us at the same time." The snake's head had retreated back into the clouds and no longer reappeared. Rhodey turned to look at the mysterious man and softly asked, "What is your objective?" The man sighed as he looked at the cloud where the snake was and whispered, "You saw it?" That was what the last words meant. "That thing has this snake as a guardian. Unless there was a person that meets that last condition, we would not be able to obtain the thing from that. This was why I left empty-handed 10 years ago, even though I managed to get past the sorcery array. Rhodey coldly said, "What does this have to do with us?" "Because you are someone that meets the conditions of those last words." The man finally said the most important words. "What?" Before Rhodey could even speak, Needies could not help but speak out. "What are you talking about?" The last word said that it cannot see people. Although Rhodey does not perform like a person sometimes, he is still just a human. The man ignored Needy's words and looked straight at Rhodey. He said, "I have a proposal. Would you be willing to accept it?" Rhodey looked at the man and sneered. "I listened to you talk so much. Naturally, I am waiting for you to finish." "Good." He pointed at the exit and said, "Have your two friends wait outside. The two of us will stay here. I will tell you something interesting." "Don't promise him that." Needies was the first to shout. "Rhodey, he is a sneaky person. He wants you to stay in here. What if he closes the exit and stops you from leaving?" Rhodey thought for a moment. He then smiled and said, "Can you give me a convincing reason?" The man laughed. Although he wore a silver mask, Rhodey could completely feel his amusement. He suddenly leaned towards Rhodey and whispered, "The Hakone serpent has a connection to the mystic dragon." Rhodey was startled and he looked at the guy in surprise. What did he mean? Did he already feel the mystic dragon's power in my body? Could it be? Rhodey thought of countless possibilities. He then gritted his teeth as he looked at the man and said, "I promise you." Needies wanted to say something else, but Rhodey waved his hand and stopped her. He did not look at Needies but at Sith. He then said, "You all leave first." He then added, "Once you are outside, if you see any changes, immediately leave this place." Sith sighed and softly replied, "You have made your decision?" "This fellow." Rhodey shook his head. "Just leave." Needies still had a terrified look. Rhodey simply said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. There is still nothing in this world that can kill me." Once Rhodey saw Sith and Needies leave, he turned back to the masked person and said, "Now, only the two of us are left. If you have anything to say, you might as well say it now." The mysterious person laughed softly. His tone was filled with mockery. "We are not in a hurry. We have been around each other for a while and yet we have not yet formally introduced ourselves. I believe you have guessed that I am Prometheus, the chief elder of the temple." Rhodey coldly replied, "That's right. I have certainly guessed that." The man shook his head and sighed. He stared at Rhodey and said something that shocked Rhodey. "I have one more identity. I believe you have heard this name before." The man said in a calm and terrifying tone, "My other name is Kara. The true god Kara." Translator's notes. 1. Wuxer refers to wizard or sorcerer. It is not sushi/mafashi. Since I already used the terms magicians and sorcerers, I am using wizards now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Divine Primordial Spirit. Chapter 278, Divine Primordial Spirit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Prometheus, or rather, Kara, stared at Rhodey's expected astonished expression. Rhodey's expression seemed as though it solidified. He continued to stare at the other person and his slow mind made him speechless. Kara? True god Kara? The original god of the Radiant Continent. The person the church calls a devil? It is the devil destroyed by God and the god and devil war thousands of years ago? According to legend, Kara was very powerful and was born from the blood from heaven. He was able to destroy heaven and earth. He could move mountains and fill up the oceans. The lightning in the sky was his servant and the flames of hell was his slave. This person stands in front of me and just told me his identity with a smile. But this person is the leader of the temple? The true god Kara became the leader of the worshippers of God? I know that you are surprised. Kara laughed. I also know of the description the church has given me. He laughed with ridicule and said, the radiant god killed the devil, turning his flesh and blood to dust. The devil's heart was confined to the flames of hell. God's teachings itself is an outright lie, but there was no point lying about this. But Rhodey gulped. He felt as though he did not have enough brain cells. The person standing in front of him was the god, Kara. Rhodey thought for a long time and then slowly said, but how come you are here? Actually, Rhodey's doubts were not just limited to this. His mind was jam-packed with a lot of questions. Are you really Kara? How could you be Kara? Why is Kara also Prometheus? Why is Kara, the enemy of God, at the temple? On top of that, why is he the leader of the temple? Kara laughed and slowly said, "You are a wise person. I reincarnated as Prometheus to hide at the temple. Naturally, it is to settle my 1,000-year hatred with those fellows in heaven." Kara pointed up as he said, "Those fellows in heaven." His tone also sounded cold when he said hatred. Even Rhodey could not help but feel cold. Those fellows destroyed my body, took my territory and killed my people. They even imprisoned my heart. Ha ha ha. Kara laughed wildly and then shouted, "We are all gods. They could not kill me and could only imprison my consciousness. This was so that they could wear off my heart after thousands of years. But how could I, Kara, die so easily?" He opened his arms and proudly stood in front of Rhodey. Rhodey could feel Kara's aura become more powerful as though he could embrace the whole world. "Those fellows did not know that I have returned." Kara raised his chin and slowly said, "I came back a few decades ago. My 1,000 years of sleep was just like a snap of the finger to me. However, the few decades I was awake was, in fact, an endless torment." Rhodey shook his head in anguish and smiled wryly. How did you come back?" Kara looked back at Rhodey. He did not answer Rhodey's question immediately. Instead, he asked something strange. "Do you know how this life was made?" Rhodey was unable to answer this question. Fortunately, Kara never meant for Rhodey to answer this question as he continued, "It is of the flesh and the spirit. When I say spirit, I also mean consciousness. I know that with your current education, it would be difficult to understand this concept. Let me simplify it." Kara slowly explained. "Thousands of years ago, I was really defeated. Perhaps it went according to what that despicable guy had planned, but I did not really die. This was because I have surpassed the rank of God. With divine primordial spirit, there is nothing in the world that can kill me. That despicable guy only destroyed my body and imprisoned my divine primordial spirit. However, my consciousness or thoughts was not destroyed alongside my body. My remaining consciousness, probably because of resentment, I drifted and slept for 1,000 years. That is until one day, an intense voice woke me up." "Woke up?" Rhodey was stunned. "Yes." Kara's voice was filled with emotion. The voice sounded weak, but it contained strong resentment and perseverance. It resonated with me, who was also full of resentment. "So, I woke up." He then looked at Rhodey and lightly said, "That person whose voice woke me up was Prometheus, a young man that was 17 years old." Kara seemed remorseful as he said, "Do you know about Prometheus' story? I believe that because we were enemies, you must have made inquiries. Mouse must have also told you this. Do you still remember what happened to the 17-year-old Prometheus?" Rhodey thought about it and remembered the story of the God's chosen one told by Mouse. The 17-year-old Prometheus. That year, there was a drought in the Gordon Kingdom. There was not a single drop of rain for 10 consecutive months. Prometheus, that had just given up knighthood, became a devout priest. According to the stories, during that year, the low-ranked Prometheus was laughed at by everyone as he kowtowed every 10 steps from the temple all the way to the Gordon Kingdom. He piously prayed to God the entire way. Rhodey had slowly said what he knew. "Yes," Kara replied mockingly. "At that time, Prometheus was a true human. He was a young fanatic who had faith in God. He gave up being a knight also because he was very kind. After seeing the brutal and bloody battlefield, he was determined to stay away from it. He wholeheartedly served the gods in his heart. He hoped for their guidance so that he could bring light to the world." Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. He can only be considered a stupid and silly boy. Although Kara was laughing, his tone was filled with sincere respect. "In other words, before the age of 17, Prometheus was not you?" Rhodey asked. "No." Kara's voice became cold again. "When he was 17, he was a devout fanatic of God. Fortunately, his fanaticism gave me the first valuable opportunity in 1,000 years. When he departed from the temple and went to the Gordon Kingdom, kowtowing and praying to God all the way, he was ridiculed by others. To ridicule a person praying to God would provoke an intense rage. To Prometheus, who treated the prayers as sacred, their actions were blasphemy." Kara slowly narrated. However, when he saw what was behind him, his resolve was shaken. "What did he see?" Rhodey frowned. "Do you want to know?" Kara looked at Rhodey. "Close your eyes. I will show it to you." Rhodey did not hesitate to close his eyes. Kara then stretched out his hand and pressed Rhodey's eyes. Rhodey's vision suddenly turned bright. Disaster victims everywhere. Rhodey saw an illusory image. Although it was just an image, Rhodey could see the starving people at the roadside and even hear their miserable cries. These people were haggard and miserable. They had looks of despair, seemingly with their arms torn apart. Rhodey could not help but sigh as his heart sank. Another image then appeared to him. Outside of the places of prayers were lean, haggard people standing opposite to clean but nauseating clergymen. The starving people gave their last copper coins away to the representatives of worship. That was the atonement tax. The sad and pitiful layman still believed that the disaster was a punishment from heaven. It was because they had sinned. After giving away their last belongings, they asked for God to bless them and protect them from suffering. The image changed again. Inside a holy and radiant temple, there was a white tablecloth with silver candlesticks. There were also golden wine cups filled with bright red wine. On silver plates were foie gras with thick sauce and fat juicy steaks. A group of people wearing clothes of high priests were sitting at the table with unbridled smiles as they engaged in casual conversation. The three scenes began to change quickly. It entangled together and then rotated quickly. It continued to change over and over again. It made Rhodey feel dizzy. However, there was a faint cry of anger. The cry was not clear, but Rhodey could understand the anger, disappointment, and distortion. The cry seemed to shout, "Why?" Rhodey could feel a powerful pressure twist in his heart. His breath quickened, and he suddenly opened his eyes as he stepped back. His chest heaved up and down and his forehead was pouring with sweat. "You understand now?" Kara's voice was gentle. It was at that moment the devout fanatic Prometheus had doubts about his faith and despaired. He completely abandoned his faith. That cry was the one that woke up my drifting soul. Prometheus was a fanatic. Otherwise, he would not have done that crazy action. It could be imagined that only someone with such strong spirit could gather that much resentment and awaken the devil Kara. So when I woke up, he carried the weight of my consciousness while I obtained his body. Kara smiled. A young man in despair had questioned his faith and his soul was filled with doubt. When he unexpectedly woke up, we had a talk. The result of the conversation was that he would exchange souls with me. I would obtain his body. Rhodey gave a long sigh and looked at Kara. Rhodey seemed as though he could not say a single word. I came back. Kara faintly said, "My first wish was naturally to take revenge on those guys up there. However, looking at this world makes me sad and in despair. The world worships those despicable fellows and has been conquered by them." A steady stream of prayers flooded the world. With the strength of a young man that was 17 years old, I am unable to do anything. Although I, the true god Kara, had revived, I was still just a young man that was 17 years old. All I had was some elementary light series spells. So you decided to hide in the temple, after that. Rhodey spoke until that, then he sighed. He slowly added, "I understand." He looked at Kara and said, "You used the identity of Prometheus to climb the ranks of the temple. You wanted to obtain the position of the leader. However, your real intention was to overturn the temple." "Yes." Kara laughed. "I often thought to myself, what kind of wonderful expressions would those guys up there make when they see their teachings overturned? I want to take my things back. All I need to do is to overturn the religious tool used by them to control the world." "What then?" Rhodey could not help asking. "Are you interested?" Kara laughed. "However, this is not the time to discuss this. We have more important things to do. In fact, I need your help." "Oh?" Kara nodded and spoke in a serious tone. "Although I have returned, I have become an ordinary mortal. Although I have a god soul, I cannot think of any method to be used in this weak body. The funny thing is that I, the true god Kara, is building up my foundation step by step. Prometheus' body is too weak." He could not help but look at Rhodey as he suddenly laughed. "If the body I took those years was your current body, I would not even need a year to master domain powers. However, with this body, I could not master domain powers until 10 years ago." He then laughed and said, "I, the true god Kara, needed to go back and train." What a joke! As I have told you earlier, I was here 10 years ago. I removed that sorcery array outside to look for this thing. Kara glanced at Rhodey and said, "I have spoken so much. I believe you are also anxious to know what this thing is? Let me tell you. The temple is afraid of the thing in here. However, there is one other thing that only I know. That is, there is another thing in this place. You all do not know about it, but this thing can give those guys up there a headache." Kara paused for a while and then slowly laughed. "That thing is my divine primordial spirit. Once I retrieve that, I would become a real god. Divine primordial spirit? Rhodey could not understand. That divine primordial spirit is the foundation of God's power. Once you can break through God rank, you will have your own divine primordial spirit. Kara felt as though he was going out of topic and then continued, when I was defeated, they deprived me of my divine primordial spirit and imprisoned me here. They wanted to slowly wear it away after thousands of years. 10 years ago, I searched here. Unfortunately, those guys were very careful despite being despicable. They would not let it be taken away so easily. Rhodey shook his head. He was silent for a moment as if he was still digesting Kara's words. He then asked, what does this have to do with me? Is there some kind of difficulty here that you need me to get back your divine primordial spirit? Kara smiled. That is the last part of those words. It cannot see people. Although I am the true god Kara, right now, I am still human. I cannot deal with the Guardian here and have no other way forward. Guardian? Rhodey laughed bitterly. You are making me confused. You already saw the Guardian, that is the Hakone serpent. Rhodey frowned. That snake appeared tough, but can't you kill it with your strength as someone with domain powers? That big snake? Kara suddenly laughed. If it was just a snake, I can deal with hundreds of them. However, let me tell you this. I tried to fight it 10 years ago. Right now, my current strength is not enough to win. All right. You want to persuade me to help you deal with that monster. Rhodey shrugged his shoulders. Then where is your divine primordial spirit? Kara laughed. Didn't you see it earlier? He suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed to the distance. He pointed at the blood-red area where the red light shined through with an evil atmosphere. It was shining down high in the clouds. That is the thing? Rhodey exclaimed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279, Not Human. Chapter 279, Not Human. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It is that. Kara sighed. Unfortunately, when I came in here 10 years ago, I did not expect those despicable guys to place such a guardian here. Rhodey had been looking blankly at the red sun high in the clouds. He breathed out and laughed bitterly. Is the Hakone serpent really so powerful? I am sure you know about the mystic dragon. Kara narrowed his eyes and looked at Rhodey. You don't have to deny it. I can feel the mystic dragon's aura in your body. There is nobody in this world that knows about the mystic dragon more than me. I have fought countless fierce battles against the mystic dragon. I am already familiar with his aura. Rhodey laughed bitterly. Looks like I can't hide anything from you. I do not want to ask why you have the mystic dragon's aura in you. Right now, I do not care about these. Kara smiled. Don't you want to know how powerful the Hakone serpent is? Let me tell you. The mystic dragon was created by the gods to deal with me. However, it was not easy to create such a creature. This despicable act was done twice. The first one was a failure. The second one was a success. The gods were not satisfied with the failure. That failure was the Hakone serpent. So it was a defective product. Rhodey smiled coldly. It was. Kara nodded. However, this defective product is not something we could deal with right now. This guy was created in the same image as the mystic dragon. It has at least half of the mystic dragon's power. I could barely deal with the mystic dragon. I believe you also know how powerful the mystic dragon was. Rhodey then glanced at Kara and said, according to you, the Hakone serpent is extremely powerful. The two of us cooperating may not even be able to defeat it. After all, the Hakone serpent has half the power of the mystic dragon. Even the two of us with domain powers are not enough to win. Kara laughed. That is why the rest depends on you. I have secretly spied on you when you were in the capital. What? Rhodey was surprised. I was the one who sent Arslan to contact you. However, I could not feel at ease with those dragons. Besides that, you killed 3 dragon paladins. Because of such skills, others only consider it rumors. They claimed that it was the result of you, Mouse, and Augustine cooperating. But when I asked Augustine, he refused to say anything and would rather receive punishment. I then realized that something strange happened. I naturally wanted to see the person who could kill 3 dragon paladins. Rhodey was startled. He then realized that Kara's strength might even be more powerful than his own. He seemed to have a stealth technique. Diane was particularly good at this. Others with similar skills were the Silver Moon tribe. They were all the later generations of Kara's people. It would not be possible for the descendants to be better than the ancestors. What does the last part of the phrase have to do with me? Am I not a person? Rhodey angrily asked. Kara did not deny it and simply said, in a sense, you cannot be regarded as a human. From the point of view of others, a human that has mastered domain powers is still a human. Although they are amongst the strongest humans, they cannot jump out of that limit. Of course, the person I was 1,000 years ago, as well as the guys up there now, are naturally not humans. It is only you, ha ha ha. Rhodey, let me ask you. Have you mastered the Mystic Dragon Purge to the extent that it can be released in the complete state? His last words shocked Rhodey. After a lot of deliberation, he found that Kara's words were reasonable. After joining together with the Mystic Dragon, it was difficult to tell if he was still a human or a dragon. However, if it is only about races, what about the magic beasts and mythical beasts? Even vampires are not people. If you were to pull a horse in, they would not be people as well. Would the Hakone serpent obediently take that thing out? Rhodey could not help grumbling. Kara looked over with a mocking gaze. I didn't expect you to become annoyed. The meaning of cannot see people is simply that only the three not people could vanquish the Guardian. The first would be the shameless bastard up there. Second would be the me 1,000 years ago. The third one would be the Mystic Dragon. He seemingly shook his head and continued, this prohibition was set by that fellow in heaven. The moment he said it, it would be senseless for him to grab that thing. It would also be impossible for me because I have lost my powers. The Mystic Dragon had also been gotten rid of 1,000 years ago. In other words, no matter how you look at it, there are no flaws. The vampires, mythical beasts, magic beasts and other creatures are simply low-ranked creatures to the guys in heaven. They are not even considered people. They were not even considered during the time they made the prohibition. Rhodey thought for a moment and then said, after all that, you simply want me to help you go and fight that monster. But why should I promise to help you? He looked outside and said, I came here simply because I was curious. I wanted to see what kind of treasure could threaten the temple. Now there is a powerful guardian. Why should I take such a big risk? Kara sighed helplessly. He then gave a wry smile and said, we are just cooperating. You want to obtain that thing that could threaten the temple. I want to obtain my divine primordial spirit. We both just take what we want. Besides that, I want to overturn the religion. Aren't you also opposing the temple? Rhodey shook his head and loudly said, these words are meaningless. Right now, I don't even know what is the thing that threatens the temple. It does not matter much to me whether I obtain it or not. Hoof. To fight half a mystic dragon and grab the divine primordial spirit. You are the devil god. That is a powerful creature created by God. Go and fight it alone. I am just a normal person. Excuse me for not accompanying you. After Rhodey finished talking, he walked past Kara and went towards the exit. Kara desperately and loudly shouted, wait. Rhodey looked back and coldly glanced at Kara. Is there something else? Kara seemed hesitant. He finally sighed and said, how about we make an exchange? You help me get rid of this snake, I will tell you something useful. Rhodey narrowed his eyes and said, what? Kara was becoming irritated. He was a devil god from the ancient times. Although Rhodey was a person with a domain powers, he was only a normal human to a god. How could an average person talk to a god so arrogantly? If it was not because Rhodey was necessary to get rid of the Hakone serpent, Kara would not be bothered to waste so much energy talking to him. He would simply cast a spell and kill Rhodey. He only looked for Rhodey's help as he still needed to restore his own power. Thinking of this, Kara suppressed the anger in his heart and said, hey kid. I do not know what weird method you used to get the mystic dragon into your body, but do you think you can properly acquire the mystic dragon with your human body and strength? Hoof. The mystic dragon is the world's most powerful creature. Even though you can temporarily make use of it and raise your strength quickly, what do you think the mystic dragon is? The more powerful you become, the more powerful the mystic dragon would become. One day, once your strength has passed a certain limit, the mystic dragon will awaken and consume your consciousness. You would no longer be yourself. That would be more terrifying than just killing you. Rhodey remained silent for a while as he thought of something. A shadow had been lingering in his heart for the past few days. After being knocked down into the ocean by a dragon paladin and going into a coma, he had met the legendary Pontiff Moses in his mind. He understood that he was in a dangerous situation. Moses had turned the staff of Moses into a ring that would hold back the mystic dragon. Although the problem was solved, the Staff of Moses was only a legendary artifact. Even though it was powerful, it was only an even more powerful artifact. Could the Staff of Moses truly save him from his perilous situation? Moses said something about being spellbound. He also said something about can be 7 or 8 but not 9. This was clearly a warning. Rhodey could only afford to use the Dragon God transformation 7 or 8 times. He would be finished by the 9th one. The preposterous thing was that every time the dragon transformed, it was not within his control. Every time he encountered a special situation, his body would make a breakthrough. After that, there would be a Dragon God transformation. Only God knows when the next time he was going to have another Dragon God transformation was. It could be next year. However, it could also be at the very next minute. If Rhodey did not know this, how could he have peace of mind in the future? You have a way? Rhodey stared at Kara and directly asked. Kara hesitantly frowned and replied, with my identity, I will not lie to you. So, I will also tell you frankly that I have no solutions. He then smiled wryly and said, I also cannot understand what method you used to combine with the Mystic Dragon. He saw Rhodey's eyes turn gloomy and disappointed. He then immediately said, however, I have an idea that may help you solve this problem. Say it. Rhodey stared at Kara and narrowed his eyes. What kind of idea do you have? Boy. Kara coldly replied. If you want to know, you must promise to help me. Otherwise, I would not have anything to do with your survival. Even if you become a mystic dragon, you would only be like an extra one of those shameless fellows in heaven. I am really not against this outcome. Rhodey paid no attention to it and said, if you do not tell me, how would I know whether you are lying to me or not? Kara turned pale but Rhodey could not see his expression under his mask. Rhodey could hear Kara angrily said, ignorant boy. What is your identity? What is my identity? Do you think I am those fellows in heaven? Fine. I will tell you. I believe you are still in control of your body because the mystic dragon is still weak. You have already mastered domain powers. The mystic dragon would become more powerful in the future and you would not be able to hold him back forever. However, I have a way to make your personal strength stronger and finally. He hatefully said, finally surpass domains. Surpassing domains? Rhodey was finally moved. It was as if a new path had opened up to him. He could not help but be fascinated and murmured, there is a realm beyond domains? You see that divine primordial spirit? Kara coldly pointed at the distant red sunlight. I can teach you how to cultivate a divine primordial spirit. Whether you could succeed or not in the future depends on your fortune. However, if you could cultivate it, you could surpass domains and reach the ranks of gods. Poof. You would be at the same level as me and those fellows up there. Same level as gods. Rhodey's expression became complicated. His eyes looked blank yet looked preoccupied. Kara calmed down and said, what is your reply? I am not deceiving you. I am not like those bastards that deceive people. I will tell you this first. I can teach you, but first of all, I cannot guarantee whether you would be able to practice it. Do you think it is so easy to become a god from a person? Second, even if you can do it, I do not know whether it could really protect your consciousness. However, I believe that who controls your body at the end is entirely dependent on whether you or the mystic dragon is more powerful. Once you reach the ranks of gods, you will have enough power to wrestle with the mystic dragon. Rhodey pondered for a moment. He finally raised his head and gave a firm expression. He gritted his teeth and said, all right. I will promise to help you. But I have one more condition. Kara took a deep breath. Speak. Rhodey looked at Kara and said, if you obtain your divine primordial spirit, you would become a devil god again. At that time, would you be a god or a devil? Ha ha ha. Kara laughed wildly. What is a god? What is a devil? Those fellows up there and I are the same. Gods and devils are simply what we call each other. That is great. Rhodey suddenly showed a weird smile. Well. My other condition is, once you obtain your identity as a devil god, I need a little bit of your blood. What? Kara was surprised. My blood? Yes. Rhodey had a sad expression as he lightly said, this is because I have sworn to revive a friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280, Hakone Battle, 1. Chapter 280, Hakone Battle, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Are you ready? Kara asked Rhodey with a smile. Rhodey nodded and returned a glance. All right. Are you going first or am I going first? Kara laughed bitterly and said, I will go first. Otherwise, you would think that I am treating you as cannon fodder. I will pave the path and you follow behind me. Remember the plan we had discussed earlier. Kara then gave a loud and resonant cry in that dreamland. His long and loud voice was filled with a challenging tone. He then moved in. Kara's white and slender figure was like a meteor as he dashed towards the evil red sun radiating a red light within the clouds. Rhodey drew out his dragon spell scimitar while gritting his teeth and scurried out as well. Both of them were covered in the flames of their fighting energies as they pressed onward. Suddenly, they heard an earth-shaking roar. Red flames shot out of the clouds like a monstrous wave that immediately punched into the faces of the two men. Rush past it! Kara shouted. The two charged past the flames while being covered in fighting energy. They then heard a whirling sound of the flames. The dazzling red flames around them made them unable to open their eyes. This flame was clearly not ordinary. Despite Rhodey's fighting energy protecting his body, he could feel his hair and his clothes burning. It was shocking. Suddenly, there was a break in front, and something had already charged towards them. Kara then was met by the snake's first attack. The triangular head of the large snake shot out of the clouds. Its mouth opened wide, revealing its two long fangs. The bifurcated tongued snake tried to bite Kara. Kara suddenly accelerated to avoid being eaten. Rhodey could clearly hear the loud snapping sound of the snake biting into empty space. Rhodey immediately caught up after that. He clenched the dragon spell scimitar and swung it down onto the monster. This attack was the first time Rhodey had fully utilized his strength ever since he mastered domain powers. Black flames could faintly be seen on the dragon spell scimitar. The weapon was as if it was a supernatural weapon from hell. The slash was like lightning. Such a powerful attack amazed even Kara, who was at a distance. He shrank back and covered his face, hoping not to get caught in the crossfire. Suddenly there was a roar. Rhodey felt as though he had slashed something. However, it was a strange feeling. A wall. Rhodey immediately had that thought. Rhodey had indeed felt as though he had slashed a wall. The blade was on top of the snake's head, but there seemed to be some distance away from it. It was as if something had obstructed it. There seemed to be a crimson flame around the snake's head, like a barrier. It protected the snake from Rhodey's attack that was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Hell! This snake has fighting energy? There was a sizzling sound under Rhodey's blade, at the part where the large snake's fighting energy protected its body. Flames started to surge from that area because of the fierce collision. Some of the flames were red and some of the flames were black. Rhodey gasped and immediately retreated. At that moment, he no longer dared to preserve his strength as he withdrew as fast as lightning. He immediately retreated to behind Kara and said, "It's very hard." Rhodey could feel his hands trembling a little as he held the scimitar. The violent trembling made him feel as though his weapon would drop out of his hands. Retreat! Kara looked at the giant snake roaring angrily and seemed agitated. It is coming out. The two of them separated to the left and right like shooting meteors. The snake saw the two people separate into two sides and did not know which one to chase. It spewed out flames angrily, shook, and then it slowly left the clouds. The Hakone serpent finally revealed its body to the two. Kara did not have any reaction to seeing the Hakone serpent. On the other hand, Rhodey looked blankly at the monster and laughed bitterly. 1, 2, 3, 4, as expected, it is like this. This was the largest snake Rhodey had ever seen in his life. Yes, it was the largest creature Rhodey had ever seen in his life. The red light was reflected off the scales of the giant snake. Its body was like the walls of the capital. It also had 8 heads. Its 8 identical heads of various sizes were up in the air. Some were roaring angrily, some were coldly staring at Rhodey and Kara, and some were rushing forward. Rhodey had seen strange snakes like these before. In fact, Wuya, who was in the mountains south of the Radiant Empire, was a 12-headed snake. However, Wuya paled in comparison to the Hakone serpent. The Hakone serpent was about a dozen times larger than Wuya. The large aura emitted by the huge monster was also far more powerful than Wuya. That powerful aura even made Rhodey, a domain master, sweat. He was faintly shocked by the formidable enemy. The snake slowly came out of the clouds covered in that red light. Stop being dazed. Attack quickly. Before it completely wakes up. Kara shouted. He suddenly ascended a few tens of meters. He lifted his hands in front of his face and towards the snake. He then read an incantation causing a golden light to appear from his hands. A massive circular halo gathered at his hands and agglutinated. When he chanted softly again, the ring of light shot towards the Hakone serpent. The ring of light expanded endlessly as it flew. When it hit the Hakone serpent, it tied up the snake's body. Kara seemed to be sweating. His hands were faint as he abruptly endured. The ring of light seemed to be controlled by him. It shrank rapidly and tied up the snake. The snake became extremely irritable after being tied by the golden ring. Its 8 heads roared, which clearly showed that the golden ring made it feel very uncomfortable. Kara's hands trembled after that as if he was exhausted. The snake started to twist, and with every twist, Kara became even paler. "Boy, get to work." Rhodey had already rushed out before Kara finished speaking. His golden flames burned brightly and he was like a golden comet flying towards the snake. He waved the scimitar in his hands that burned with the black flames of a god spell. A pure black light about 10 meters appeared and whizzed out of the scimitar. Rhodey did not stop and continued to slash in a single breath. A dozen huge black lights shot towards the giant snake. After slashing out more than a dozen waves, Rhodey seemed to have consumed too much energy. His golden fighting energy seemed to dim a little. "Old guy, get back!" Rhodey hurriedly shouted. He himself also started to move back. There was another roar. In that beautiful place, the dozen black waves struck its target. In fact, it was impossible to miss as the target was too near and too gigantic. Rhodey would be able to strike it even with his eyes closed. The Hakone serpent once again spread out its crimson barrier. All the black waves struck it. All the 8 heads of the Hakone serpent suddenly roared in unison. It rolled about and even caused the clouds to scatter. It was evident that the black waves were extremely painful to it. The crimson barrier shattered like ice when struck by the black waves. The black waves also severely cut into the snake's body. The black waves were filled with all of Rhodey's own energy along with condensed hellfire. As the hellfire had the ability to burn everything, even the Hakone serpent could not endure it. However, the black waves could not cause too much damage as it still needed to burn through the barrier, causing it to lose power. The Hakone serpent roared when a dozen slash marks appeared on its body. It was unfortunate that only 2 of those slashes caused severe harm to the snake, cutting off its scales and causing it to bleed. On the other hand, the other waves only left black slashing marks but did not manage to cut off the scales. After the smoke had cleared, Rhodey looked at the results of the battle. He could not help but become stupefied and murmur. "This guy is actually so strong. Now do you believe me?" Kara sighed beside him. Rhodey laughed bitterly. "Yes, I believe you. But this guy is so powerful. How are the 2 of us going to fight it? I think we may not be able to get rid of him even if we add another guy with strong domain. It is simply arms-proof. Its fierce fighting ability is too high. Do not rush. Just like what I said, this guy has a weakness. We must test and find it," Kara said and charged forward again. He opened up his hands and his white robes fluttered. His body instantly emitted light. After that, his open hands also started to emit 2 balls of light. It then whistled as it flew towards the snake's head from 2 directions. Rhodey gritted his teeth and shot forward, leaving behind an afterimage. He no longer used any fancy tricks with his sword since he knew how terrifying the snake was when it fought back. That hellfire attack he made earlier was powerful enough to kill 10 paladins. However, the monster only received 2 injuries. Rhodey was now unwilling to use up more of his strength in vain. The snake saw Rhodey approaching and seemed to realize that the severe pain it received from the 10 waves earlier was caused by him. It gave up on chasing Kara and moved towards Rhodey. It opened its mouth wide and forcefully spat. Rhodey smelled a stinking smell that almost made him faint as the fierce wind blew into his face. He then saw a large mouth right in front of him. He could not help but curse and evade to the left. Even though they were weaker than the Hakone serpent, they were fortunately smaller and more agile. Blah! So smelly. This beast did not brush its teeth for thousands of years. Rhodey cursed. The snake bit into empty space. It then nimbly turned its head, opened its mouth and spat, but these were not flames. It was a blast of freezing cold air. Shit! Rhodey cursed. Wasn't the snake a fire type? Unfortunately, it was too late. He lifted a palm and instantly created a shield of light with his fighting energy. He hid behind his shield. There was a loud explosion as the magnificent freezing cold air pounded onto Rhodey's light shield. Rhodey's entire body shook. He could feel the strength of the impact, and it kept coming wave after wave. Rhodey gritted his teeth as he slowly retreated. He then heard sizzling sounds as a thick frozen layer gradually formed on his light shield. The ice from the light shield gradually spread and half froze Rhodey's arm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, Hakone Battle, 2. Chapter 281, Hakone Battle, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kara could see that Rhodey was in a difficult position. A hammer made of light suddenly appeared in his hands. He lightly brandished the light hammer and suddenly swung it at the snake's head. There was a loud explosion as the hammer struck the snake's head. The head that had caused Rhodey to freeze up was shaken, causing its mouth to snap shut. Rhodey immediately retreated and used his fighting energy to melt the ice on his frozen arm. "Boy, are you alright? I forgot to tell you that this guy is a universal type." Kara's voice came from above. "Just take care of yourself," Rhodey unhappily replied. Sure enough, the snake head that had been clobbered by the hammer roared angrily and loudly. It gave up on Rhodey and charged toward Kara. Suddenly faced with a few snake heads charging at him, Kara was caught off guard. If he had not had the speed advantage, Rhodey did not dare to step forward recklessly and observed from the side. "I have tried this, I have tried that. 1, 2, 3, 4, also that." Rhodey looked at his target and once again flew towards it in an arc. According to Kara, the Hakone serpent might be powerful, but it was still defective. There must be a weakness that was difficult to hide. The Hakone serpent had 8 heads, but one of the heads was its weakness. If that weakness could be found and cut off, its strength would be weakened by 1/8. Once this head was cut off, a weakness would appear at the remaining 7 heads. As long as the weakness could be found again, its head could be cut off again and make it 1/7 weaker. Another weakness would then appear on the remaining 6 heads. This would keep repeating. As long as a person could get rid of its heads one by one, they would be able to slowly weaken it and have a good chance of winning when it only had 1 head left. Shit! It is not this head. Rhodey cursed. He moved to a side like lightning, but his shoulder had already turned red with blood. He had risked himself to test out a head, but he felt like he was trying to cut a rock. The dragon spell scimitar in his hand was vibrating with a whining sound as Rhodey retreated. However, one of the snake heads saw an opportunity and shot out a blade of wind. Rhodey could not take precautions in time, so he was swept away. If he had not avoided a majority of the attacks, he would have been cut into pieces. Even the mystic dragon's blood could not protect him from such a powerful enemy. The situation was even worse for Kara. He had been shotted with a breath of fire and his snow-white robe had been charred black. It was unknown what material his robe was made of that it had not burned instead. With just a look, it could be seen that he was in an extremely difficult position. An even more surprising thing was that Kara's mask had also turned black after getting burned by the flame. At that moment, the ancient devil god wearing a blackened mask was like a buffoon being chased by several snakeheads all over the sky. Rhodey could not help but laugh. Kara then roared from the sky. "Boy, quickly! Come and help!" Rhodey was about to agree when he suddenly felt cold. Rhodey turned around and saw a huge snakehead less than 5 meters away from himself. Hell! This guy knows how to attack sneakily? This was Rhodey's last thought. The cunning snake took advantage of the moment its 2 enemies were busy with the other heads and had silently approached Rhodey. It had moved in such a way that even Rhodey, a domain master, had not noticed it. Its bloody mouth then swallowed Rhodey. In the sky, Kara clearly saw his comrade getting swallowed. His eyes turned black and he almost fainted. It was wrong to say he had any feelings for Rhodey. However, he had spent a lot of time winning Rhodey's cooperation and had great hopes and expectations that Rhodey would be able to help him defeat the snake. He did not expect Rhodey to be swallowed up in such a short time. Kara became very angry and almost vomited blood. While he was distracted, one of the snake heads swept over and heavily knocked him away. He was in severe pain as his body was thrown flying through the air, rolling over and over. When he came to a stop, one side of his body was bleeding, the flesh lacerated and numb. Is there really no other way? Kara ignored the pain as he groaned. Suddenly, the snake head that ate Rhodey started to whine. Kara then saw a scene that surprised him. The huge snake's head suddenly expanded like a balloon. Its eyes also protruded out. The snake's head then exploded in a spray of blood. The body under that head twisted and fell powerlessly. As that head exploded into pieces, the other heads roared agonizingly at the same time. From within the exploding bloody mass, something that looked badly mangled shot towards Kara. Kara looked closer only to find that the thing flying towards him was Rhodey. Rhodey's entire body was covered in blood. However, it was not clear if he was covered in his own blood or the snake's blood. He wiped away the blood on his face and gasped for breath. He then cursed. So smelly. That snake definitely had not brushed its teeth for thousands of years. Kara saw that Rhodey had a few injuries and was bleeding. Rhodey's face also looked pale after wiping the blood from his face. He was turning as white as paper. Old guy, stop looking. Aren't you a sorcerer? Quickly give me some treatment. Rhodey smiled wryly. The Hakone serpent stopped writhing around in pain. Its remaining 7 heads suddenly roared loudly as one. It then spotted Rhodey and Kara before charging over. Kara had managed to stop Rhodey's bleeding with a high-rank Light Series healing spell before the snake rushed over. The two of them could not do anything and could only escape again. Kara was alright as the snake seemed to target the assailant, Rhodey. Fire, ice, wind blades, and light blades all shot towards Rhodey. Rhodey dodged up and down like a firefly beside the snake. Several times he could not dodge completely and had to rely on his fighting energy to protect him. Seeing Rhodey being chased around, Kara steadily retreated to a side. He healed up his own wounds with a high-level healing spell and then shouted, "Boy, come over to me." Rhodey had just been rammed at by a snake head. The light shield in his hands disintegrated as he somersaulted out of there. He then turned around and went towards Kara. Rhodey was exhausted and was having trouble sustaining himself. He then cursed, "Old man. What are you doing standing here?" Kara pulled Rhodey's hand. A holy light flowed from Kara's hand to Rhodey's body. Rhodey felt relieved knowing that this was the Light Series healing spell. In the beginning, he had several wounds. Now, his muscles squirmed as his wounds closed. "We are going out." Kara said, "We need to change plans. It seems the original plan is not working." Rhodey did not say anything and immediately nodded. Both domain masters were injured. They had fought with all their strength but they only managed to cut off one head. The cost was that Rhodey had almost used up all the strength in his body and Kara was also injured. If they continued fighting, they would die. Kara extended his fingers as though he was counting something quickly. The large snake has turned its body over. The 7 heads then looked at where the two were standing and launched 7 waves of attacks. Fire, ice, and wind crashed towards them, all of which were on the rank of domain powers. The two did not dare to approach and quickly retreated to the back. There was a thundering crack in the sky. The 7 attacks tangled together and became a huge blast. The clouds in the elusive world scattered. The burning flames burned half the sky and the freezing air froze the other half of the sky. "What are you thinking of? Didn't you say we should get out?" Rhodey hurriedly asked. Kara shook his head and replied, "There is still half an hour. We will hold out for a little bit. You will wait for my signal. When I say retreat, the two of us must retreat to the entrance. You must rush out in time no matter what is blocking you. Are you thinking of?" Rhodey's eyes lit up. Kara no longer replied. He repeatedly patted Rhodey and then turned around to once again charge at the large snake. "God of the wind, hear my call." Kara started to chant, "As punishment for angering the gods, grant me your tornadoes." As soon as Kara finished his incantation, 4 tremendous columns of tornadoes appeared around the Hakone serpent at the same time. The tornadoes swept everything including the flames that had not dispersed, including the large snake. The snake's angry hisses turned into a violent wind that clashed into the 4 tornadoes. Suddenly, the snake roared loudly, beckoning the red evil sun to come down. The large snake then coiled itself around the sun, forming spirals that kept the sun under its body. The red light from the evil sun seemed to spread all over the snake's body. The Hakone serpent's dimmed protective barrier then started to light up again. Although the 4 tornadoes roared violently, it could not do anything to the large snake. At most, it could only hold back the snake's movements. At that moment, 3 of the snake heads roared majestically in the air and attacked Kara, who was controlling the tornadoes. Kara quickly dodged right and left and was so angry that he roared. Kara almost fainted from anger when he watched the monster use his own divine primordial spirit to deal with him. Rhodey breathed in for a moment. He felt some of his strength had restored. He then stepped forward with his dragon spell scimitar. "Hey, monster! You can use fire, but did you think that I cannot use ice?" Rhodey roared and slashed. Inside Rhodey's dragon spell scimitar was a special entity. It was the dragon paladin that got refined into the sword. The soul of an ice dragon. At the moment he gathered his strength into his scimitar seemed to cry out like a dragon. Ice covered the skies. Kara was looking at the side when he suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Before Kara had finished his word, a strange scene had happened. The ice gathered around the Hakone serpent suddenly changed rapidly. The divine primordial spirit under the Hakone serpent suddenly emitted a brilliant ray of light. It was like a black hole that pulled in the ice from the surroundings. It gradually condensed and was steadily absorbed into the sun. The Hakone serpent roared. The snake head released a shockwave. Rhodey had put the sword in front of him to block it. His body was thrown back. Rhodey then cursed, "What happened?" Kara could not deal with the Hakone serpent and dodged a few times. He created an image of himself in front of the snake and then his real body escaped and landed beside Rhodey. He then said, "This fellow seemed to have learned how to use my divine primordial spirit after thousands of years. My divine primordial spirit has a name, it is called Magatama. Once it is used, it can absorb fire and ice series spells. Why didn't you so say earlier?" Rhodey angrily replied. "What do we do now?" Kara glanced at Rhodey and said, "I think that the Hakone serpent only mastered this. How could it easily grasp how to use my divine primordial spirit? However, even if your attacks are absorbed by the Magatama, it does not give any benefits to the Hakone serpent. It is simply an additional defensive skill." At that moment, Kara looked at the distant Hakone serpent and said, "Time's up. It is time to leave." Using the fastest speed, the two of them quickly rushed towards the exit. The Hakone serpent obviously did not want to let its enemies escape, so it chased after them with its extremely long body. Although the exit was not far away from Rhodey and Kara, the Hakone serpent was also not slow. Kara was the first to get out with Rhodey following behind. The moment Rhodey passed through the exit, he heard a loud crash. The huge snake head had crashed into the top of the exit. The exit was too small and the snake head could not get through. The Hakone serpent was extremely angry. It roared and moved back a little before ramming into the exit again. Rhodey had just left the cave when he heard a loud roar behind him. He also heard the sound of the mountain cracking from impacts caused by the Hakone serpent. Needies and Sith were still outside the cave as they had not left yet. They had been standing at a distance. When Needies saw the two come out, she was pleasantly surprised and cried out to them as she ran over. However, she was shocked when she saw their appearance. Rhodey and Kara were in a pathetic state. Both domain masters were left in rags and covered in blood. If it was only Rhodey, then it would be one thing. However, even Kara's dignified snow-white robe had turned black and his mask was also charred black by flames. Even his hair looked burnt. "You guys." Needies only had enough time to say these two words when she heard a long and uninterrupted hissing sound from the cave. With the sound of a loud explosion, the four people suddenly felt the earth tremble. There was a rumbling sound coming from behind the sacred mountain. The Hakone serpent rammed against the exit as if it was coming out. The walls of the mountain collapsed. The Hakone serpent's head then came out of the hole. Needies was shocked when she saw it and cried out in alarm. Rhodey pulled her behind him and said, "Go back further." Needies then asked, "You guys, what did you guys do inside? Did you fight with the monster?" Kara looked gloomy. He looked at the snake head struggling at the narrow entrance and slowly counted, 5, 4. There was another loud sound. Rhodey could see cracks forming at the entrance of the cave. The largest crack had already spread towards the peak of the mountain. 2, 1. It is done. Kara sighed and then pulled Rhodey back. At that moment, the snake's head had left the exit. It stared fiercely at the four with its electric-like eyes as it struggled to come out. However, its body was too big. Although its head managed to get out, its body could not get out unless it made the mountain collapse. Rhodey suddenly felt the space at the entrance twist. A burst of wind started to blow. Rhodey was very familiar with that swift and fierce atmosphere. That entrance made by the gods had a powerful god-rank sorcery array. After some time, it started to move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, Hakone Battle, 3. Chapter 282, Hakone Battle, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thousands of years ago, the gods created a god-ranked strangling array. Rhodey had fully experienced how powerful that array was. "Quickly stand behind me," Kara said, and then used a high-ranked patron saint boundary. This was not out of kindness. But at that moment, he wanted Rhodey's help. At that moment, Rhodey was exhausted and in worse condition than Kara. Kara had no choice but to exert himself. "You want to use the sorcery array to get rid of a snakehead?" Rhodey softly asked. "Will it work?" "Just now nothing we tried work. Its head is surprisingly hard. Just wait and you will find out." Kara seemed very confident. The power of a god-ranked strangling array is not as simple as you think. But... Rhodey frowned. Are you sure that the head that comes out is the weakest? What if it is the strongest head? Are you certain? No. Kara's reply almost made Rhodey angry. I am gambling. Without waiting for Rhodey's reply, Kara added, do you have any other way besides this? If you really think having a domain power means you are invincible, feel free to go to the front and duel with the snake. Rhodey spat and no longer said anything. He stood behind Kara and looked at the struggling Hakone serpent. The sacred mountain shook as boulders of various sizes started to roll down the mountain. The Hakone serpent's head did not seem to be aware of the impending crisis. It roared at Rhodey and the others as if it wanted to blow out flames from its mouth. Then the sorcery array started to move. The snake head stuck at the entrance also seemed to finally become aware of its situation. It raised its head and roared desperately. However, midway in its roars, the sound was cut off. Rhodey could clearly see the originally broken sorcery array started to create cyclones again. At the beginning, the disc slowly turned, but then, its speed suddenly accelerated. Over a dozen cyclones spun in different directions like a dozen sharp blades. Before the roars ended, there was a burst of blood. The lower part of the snake's head started to be spun around. Flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The snake head could no longer make any sound. It struggled powerlessly as it tried to rush out, but then, feeling that it was impossible, it tried to retreat. However, the entrance was too narrow, causing the snake to be stuck there and unable to move. And so, flesh and blood continued to fly as the snake head was spun around quickly. As the blood flowed out, the snake spat out its last fiery breath before it crashed to the ground. Rhodey with domain powers and his dragon spell scimitar could not injure the Hakone serpent. However, the sorcery array had easily injured it. Is it done? Is it that simple? Needies asked in alarm. No. Rhodey became vigilant. Although he saw the Hakone serpent's head cut off, he could feel that the snake's aura had not weakened. Rhodey could feel the snake weaken when he accidentally got rid of that other head. That earlier situation was completely different. While the head was indeed cut off, the sorcery array seemed to have slowed down. It was obvious that cutting off the Hakone serpent's head was more than what the array could handle. There was a spurting sound. Rhodey could clearly see the friction between the snake and the cyclone caused sparks to fly. The sorcery array's power then started to tremble. Looks like we have lost the gamble. Kara sighed. He then laughed bitterly and said, this head is not its weakness. What happens now that we have lost the gamble? Look. The body that lost its head contracted and left its head on the floor. Then an even more powerful roar came from the cave. The snake head left in the sorcery array was grounded into powder. At that moment, something shocking happened. The four people felt a strong vibration under their feet which made them stand unsteadily. After that, there was a loud explosion as the sacred mountain burst open. The huge mountain wall had collapsed and revealed its hollow belly. Kara then said, the mountain has collapsed and the illusion is broken. Rhodey, the rest is up to you. What? There was a loud cry as the Hakone serpent broke through the mountain wall and came out. 1, 2, 3, 7. Rhodey then cried out in alarm. Why does it still have 7 heads? Kara smiled bitterly and replied, it only has a weakness. If the one destroyed was not its weakness, the cut-off head would naturally be able to grow again. The sacred mountain already showed a huge crack and half of the Hakone serpent's body was exposed. It seemed like it was still struggling. The sorcery array at the entrance to the cave had suddenly vanished and no longer existed when the mountain wall collapsed. The entrance is gone. The sorcery array would naturally disappear as well. Kara said, now is the time. Rhodey, attack it before it comes out. Use that trick. Are you talking about? Yes. That one. Kara agitatedly said, it is that not people trick. Kara then grabbed Sith and Needies who were behind him and then jumped behind Rhodey. Rhodey took a deep breath. He then took out the sword from his waist and held it with 2 hands. A faint black flame slowly spread from his hands. The golden fighting energy from his body spread out gorgeously like fireworks. For some time, it looked as though the sun had fallen to the earth. Rhodey was burning proudly, but then something changed. The golden flames around Rhodey suddenly became violent. The 2-meter-high flames suddenly soared upward. It was like an extremely massive fireball in the night sky. Immediately, the clouds started rolling in the sky. After that, the huge golden fireball suddenly changed. At some point, the golden flame started to have traces of black. The black color gradually spread and turned the entire golden flame into black flames. The blackness was like a black hole in the starry skies, as if it was hell's abyss. Finally, Rhodey's golden flames had turned completely black. He was wrapped in a gloomy, vague black flame. However, it had a very powerful, threatening aura. Rhodey closed his eyes and entered a strange state. His face showed an agonizing expression and his arms trembled. The air around him turned violent. However, it seemed to follow some kind of rule and only surged close to Rhodey. The struggling Hakone serpent at the mountains seemingly felt its powerful enemy change. The snake had turned silent for a moment before all 7 heads roared at the same time. The roar was filled with anger and a bit of fear. Rhodey slowly put his hands together, forming a circle. His fingers had crossed each other as it pointed towards the snake. Black air mass slowly came out from his fingers. The black air expanded numerous times. The air started to howl like a beast. Kara's face seemed to remain the same, but his eyes gave a weird expression. Needy's and Sith had turned pale and started to tremble. It was a living being's instinctual fear when a lower lifeform recognized a higher lifeform. Rhodey finally opened his eyes. His originally brown eyes had turned into evil black. After that, he opened his mouth and said a few strange words. @ $. The way the words were spoken was similar to a sorcerer's incantation. Needy's had started to chatter as she said, "Rhodey, what did he say?" Sith's expression warped a little as though he was cut by a sword. He could not control himself and replied, he is speaking in the dragon language. It is the dragon language. It is those words. What is it? Needy's could barely stand anymore. It is the dragon language. Kara sighed. He pulled Needy's and Sith behind himself and showed a nostalgic expression as if he was remembering what happened thousands of years ago. He then said, Mystic Dragon Purge. The black flames at Rhodey's fingertips grew more and more powerful. Finally, there was a sudden loud noise. A black fiery dragon flew out from his hands. The black dragon opened its mouth and roared violently as it charged towards the Hakone serpent with the black flames around its body. As the black dragon roared and flew, it had carried the black flames that seemed to come from hell. It even caused the air to burn. The 7 heads of the Hakone serpent opened their mouths at the same time and issued its roar at the black dragon. Close your eyes. Kara shouted at Needy's and Sith. Needy's then felt a hand cover her eyes and could not see anything at all. Red lights, black lights. Although she could not see anything, the sound she heard made Needy's heart shake. The vibration caused by the dragon's roar and the snake's roar almost ripped the sky. They roared endlessly as if the sky was raining thunder. Needy's was extremely frightened. Rhodey's eyes were also closed and did not look in front. However, he could feel the mystic dragon controlling his fingertips. It roared as it fought against the Hakone serpent. I will become stronger. 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 An unfamiliar voice shouted loudly in his heart. Rhodey did not notice that the ring on his index finger, made from the staff of Moses, was emitting a dazzling white light. But at that moment, he was covered in black flames. The white light looked kind of dim and was hardly noticeable. After that, there was a clear and melodious crack. The ring had a subtle crack. The wind whistled in the ears, lightning flashed. It was as if the rules in that entire space were in disarray. The last ray of light flashed and space started to calm down. Rhodey opened his eyes and suddenly felt weak. He could no longer stand and heavily sat on the ground. His vision turned black as though he had fainted. Needy's and Sith could finally open their eyes. With one look, the sky and the earth had changed. The sky seemed extremely bright. The biggest change was that all the clouds had scattered. At that moment, all the stars in the sky shined down unhindered by the clouds. However, under the charming stars was a view that could not be considered charming. The entire sacred mountain had collapsed. The surrounding trees had disappeared. After the mystic dragon's hellfire finished burning, everything had disappeared. On the black earth, visible to everyone, the Hakone serpent was right in front there. The collapsed mountain buried half of the large snake's body. At that moment, the aggressive monster was extremely weak. The Hakone serpent was badly mangled. Its broken body was covered with scars. Its flesh and scales were flipped over, exposing what was under it. What was even worse was its head. It only had 6 heads left. One head was completely eliminated. The remaining 6 heads was also broken. One head only had half of the head remaining. There was even another terrifying head with a missing eye hanging down limply. Ah! The terrifying scene caused Needy's to cry out in alarm as she turned pale. Kara felt relieved, but he could barely stand. Earlier, he had used all his strength to create a patron-saint boundary. He never had any real intentions to protect Needies and Sith. It was just that the overwhelming power of that collision would cause Kara's human body to vanish had he not made a patron-saint boundary. Even then, he felt weak. He staggered and almost fell. It is still alive. Sith cried out in alarm. The Hakone serpent might have been beaten until it barely still had a body. However, its wounds were rapidly healing. Blood stopped flowing out and its condition improved. Kara supported himself on Needy's shoulders and then said, "It is useless. We have already cut off 2 of its heads. Even if it heals, it has lost a lot of strength. Unfortunately, we don't seem to have any way of killing it." Rhodey sat on the ground and breathed heavily. However, even though he breathed in more air, he could not feel his strength recovering. Instead, he felt sleepy. He then bit his lips and hissed, "Old guy, what do we do now? Can you still fight?" "Sure, I can." One Kara laughed bitterly. "Wouldn't that be strange? Do you want me to grab a rock and pound its head?" Needies let go of Kara and pulled Rhodey over. Rhodey was sweating as he said, "Let us go quickly. Looks like it is impossible to continue today. Even if we want to get rid of this guy, we need to recover first before coming again." Sith looked at the 2 guys with domain powers and said, "Let me try." Kara laughed bitterly. He looked at Rhodey and then back at Sith. He then shook his head and said, "It will be of no use. You have not reached the level of domains. With your strength, you would not be able to injure it even if you attacked it." Sith did not believe it. He stood in front and created a gentle light with his staff. After that, several balls of light shot ahead. The several heads of the Hakone serpent saw the attack coming and actually gave a mocking look. Sure enough, the balls of light were reflected by a layer of red light at the snake's body before the attack reached the snake. The reflected attack flew back towards Sith and almost hit him. Fortunately, Sith had simply tested it and did not launch a powerful attack. Rhodey suddenly said, "Old guy, right now, I don't even have a little bit of strength in my body. Do you have a way to let me immediately restore some of my strength? I do not need much. Just a little will do." "What do you mean?" Kara sighed and threw himself onto the floor. Rhodey powerlessly laughed. "I have one more trick I have not used. But right now, I cannot even lift a finger." "Don't you have any way of doing it?" Kara laughed bitterly. "I can't do anything. I can heal bodily injuries with sorcery, but I can't help you recover your strength." At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the mountain. The Hakone serpent shook its body and raised one of its head. It faced the few people below itself and roared. Rhodey turned pale. It recovered so quickly? Kara had also turned pale and loudly shouted, "Run! Run quickly! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 283, Hakone Fury. Chapter 283, Hakone Fury. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sacred mountain erupted once every 100 years. As the last eruption was 50 years ago, the dwarves were not very alert about a possible eruption of the mountain. However, that night, they had the biggest shock of their lives. Countless people awoke from their sleep in the middle of the night. They felt the ground shake a little. Those who had just woken up thought they had the wrong impression. But an even greater earthquake appeared. At first, the citizens of the capital did not care much. After all, the capital was close to the sacred mountain and weak earthquakes often occurred. That was why those who woke up from their sleep did not care about it. At most, they turned their bodies over and went back to sleep. However, the stronger earthquake had really made them quite frightened. At first, their furniture violently shook and scattered everywhere. After that, the walls started to crack from the earthquake. The people screamed in panic and ran out of their houses to the streets. After that, they saw an even more surprising scene. The sacred mountain at the distance suddenly erupted. The erupted flames shot out several hundred or thousand meters. The flames from the summit had shot to the sky. Small fireballs shot out everywhere. People were looking at the horrifying scene and their feet turned soft. The mountain had suddenly erupted. Fireballs had shot far away from the summit. The furthest one had even fallen onto the capital city. There was confusion in the streets. People cursed as they ran in every direction, crowding the streets. Even defenders and soldiers of the city were hurriedly dispatched. At the lake at the foot of that sacred mountain, Sith and Needies were carrying Rhodey with Kara following behind them. They were all escaping. There was a scene at the not-so-distant summit of the sacred mountain that made Rhodey and the others shocked. They didn't expect the sacred mountain to erupt earlier after collapsing. The flames shot out of the top of the mountain like a mythological beast. It was like a large wave in the sky sprinkling in all directions. A sea of flames slowly flowed down from the mountain. Wherever one went, there was a sea of flames. Fortunately, Sith knew how to fly with his sorcery. He pulled Rhodey and Needies as he flew towards the capital. Kara seemed to be on the verge of collapsing but still managed to keep up. They were not afraid of the mountain erupting, but the extremely powerful Hakone serpent was right behind them. The Hakone serpent had already freed itself from the mountain rubble as it roared loudly and angrily. Although it only had 6 heads remaining, it had completely recovered from the wounds it received from the mystic dragon purge. Rhodey had used all of his strength and only managed to get rid of a head. Although the Hakone serpent only had 6 heads left, Rhodey and Kara had already exhausted all their energy. Even if they were people with strong domain power, they had no choice but to escape. As they flew over the lake water started to boil. The surface of the water churned and started to bubble. The ninjas guarding the lake felt the sudden temperature rise and all ran away from the lake. Rhodey and the others progressed without anybody blocking them. "Run! The farther the better!" Kara shouted from behind. In fact, Kara was following from behind to watch the Hakone serpent's actions. The 6 heads seemed to be wreaking havoc wildly. Fire, ice, and wind were all thrown out everywhere at the same time. Some shot towards the distance while some hit the sacred mountain. The large mountain started to tremble even stronger as if it was a wild beast being awoken. The Hakone serpent seemed to be confused for a while before regaining consciousness. It then remembered its enemy, Rhodey. Its large body also flew in the air and over the lake. At that moment, Rhodey and the others were already flying above the palace. Countless people from the palace were running around screaming. An explosive sound then came from behind them. A huge fireball flew past them and struck a distant location, causing a huge fire and thick smoke. Kara laughed bitterly and said, "The Hakone serpent has gone mad. We better hide our auras, otherwise it would catch up to us sooner or later." The terrified people of the palace saw a large black figure flying over. They then saw that the figure coming over was a snake with many heads. As the dwarves worshipped the totem of the Hakone serpent, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and cried out words of worship. At that point in time, the Hakone serpent had become enraged from Rhodey's mystic dragon purge. It flew all over the place but could not see its hateful enemy. In its enraged state, its 6 heads opened their mouths and shot everywhere with its attacks of different attributes. The people of the palace knelt on the floor in succession. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe ran out from a building with golden walls. He saw the panic-stricken people and pulled one of them to the side as he loudly scolded. "Idiot 1! You guys!" Before he could continue, there seemed to be a fierce wind coming from the sky with a whistling sound. A huge fireball then came from the sky and hit the center of the palace. There was a loud explosion and the palace was instantly swallowed by a sea of flames. Black smoke rose up to the sky. The entire palace had turned into a giant crater and the palace itself had disappeared. The people outside the palace who were on the ground worshipping suddenly looked up and saw that the palace had turned into a sea of flames. The intelligent ones understood the bad situation they were in and ran away screaming. "The Hakone god wants to destroy us all?" These were the dwarves' thoughts. The smoking crater should originally be a brilliant golden palace. This scene made the dwarves clear-headed. They now understood that it was not the time to pray but the time to run. In midair, the Hakone serpent could not find its enemies. It roared angrily and attacked those that were visible under it. Screams and fires were everywhere. The entire capital was in chaos. Everyone was frightened as they wondered if it was the end of the world. At this moment, Rhodey and the others were sitting above the clouds a few kilometers away. A few of them were surprised as they looked at the fire below them. Needies gulped and said, "Didn't you already get rid of 2 of its heads? Why is it still so powerful?" Kara sighed and replied, "This is nothing. Even if it has 1 head remaining, it could reach the power of a strong domain. Right now, it still has 6 heads. Even if Rhodey and I are not injured, we cannot fight it directly." Sith laughed bitterly and asked, "Don't we have any other way? Is hiding here the only thing we can do?" Kara then said, "The only way to kill the Hakone serpent is to find its weakness and get rid of its head one by one. When it only has 1 head remaining, we no longer need to fear it." Rhodey opened his mouth to speak, but he was very exhausted that even his voice sounded weak. Rhodey spoke as though he was out of breath. "Old guy, you are the one who started the fight with this snake. Now that the situation has turned out this way, are you going to say that you have no other methods of solving this and ignore it? Kara laughed bitterly. I also never expected it to be this powerful. Those days when I first met it, I could have quickly and effortlessly killed it. Rhodey could not help but curse. Nonsense. What kind of strength did you have last time? What kind of strength do you have now? If we had your kind of strength during that time, would we be in such a situation? Kara was silent as he thought to himself for a long time. He then said, Now, the only way is for both of us to hide here and restore our strength. We can only go and fight it when we have recovered. We will do it according to how we fought it earlier, by finding its weakness and getting rid of its heads. That is the only method left. Rhodey took a deep breath. He looked down and could not help but ask, What about the dwarves down there? They looked back at the numerous towering flames. The capital had also been hit by fireballs. There were countless cries and explosions. Kara faintly said, We ignore them. Right now, we cannot stop that monster even if we go down there. We would just be courting death. The others were silent for a while. They looked at the suffering dwarves below them in pity. Needy showed a sad expression as she said, Sigh. It is a pity. I wonder how Yukinari is right now. From the start, he was quite an obedient fellow. Rhodey coldly said, I think you are just reluctant to let go of the exclusive trait of ironwood he promised you. Needy's laughed and did not refute his words. She then pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Although we are all right hiding here, it is simply because the snake has not reacted to us. Once it has finished venting, it would inevitably find us. What I mean is, we might as well strike first before it strikes at us. She paused for a while and then said, I know we cannot defeat it right now. However, I have a plan to hinder it and stall for time. Once we have time, Rhodey can recover some of his strength and then use his trick to get rid of another head. She then looked at Kara. Kara laughed bitterly and said, Little girl, you don't have to look at me. If you have a plan, just say it. Needy's rolled her eyes and loudly said, I am just afraid you would say I am giving you trouble. Right now, we have 4 people but Rhodey has temporarily lost his fighting capabilities. That means you are the strongest one here. We can only count on you to hold the monster back. That is why, I am not intentionally doing this to trouble you. Kara sighed. Alright, just say it. I will not argue with a little girl like you. Needy's laughed and whispered something in Kara's ears. Kara's eyes grew wide as he looked at Needy's. He then frowned and said, That is the plan? Of course. Needy's boldly replied, Unless you can think of something better. Kara shook his head and sighed. He then said, Whatever. Right now, we have to make every effort possible too. Might as well fight. He waved his hand, opened up his arms and went towards the Hakone serpent. Kara threw 2 fireballs at the Hakone serpent at the same time. The large snake was not prepared and the 2 fireballs struck it. The Hakone serpent roared and looked up to see its enemy above it. A few of its heads stood up and breathed flames at Kara. Kara's body suddenly emitted a white light that protected his body and he shot through the sea of flames. He arrived near one of the snake heads. He then raised his hand at the snake's head and shot out a blade of wind at its eyes. The large snake did not dodge as an attack of that degree would not be able to hurt it. It merely closed its eyes and the attacks were blocked by the thick scales. Kara saw another snake head that had been waiting for the chance to attack him. Its large mouth was going to bite Kara but Kara's body moved in an arc and managed to avoid that snake head. Needy's was excited as she looked at Kara and the Hakone serpent fight. She could not help shouting, Keep going. Careful, move left. Fast. Move right, above you. You fool, move left. It is coming back. Yes, that is the way. Keep going, left, right, not like that you idiot. Left, left, left. I said left. Kara had fought skillfully below. He had reached his top speed as he flew around the 6 heads dexterously. From time to time, he would throw a fireball or a blade of wind at the Hakone serpent. Although the attacks were unable to hurt it, it made the monster roar in anger. The Hakone serpent was made extremely angry by the enemy in front of him and then it suddenly roared in anger and spat out a huge crimson flame. Kara, who was facing the fire, quickly flew down. The Hakone serpent seemed to have learned to anticipate Kara's movements and was already waiting. 2 more of the snakeheads then spat out some strange flames. Kara truly deserved to be known as the Devil God. He seemed to understand the Hakone serpent's strength and managed to dodge. However, the dwarves ended up suffering. The strange flames the Hakone serpent had used were different. There were no explosions. Instead, those that touched the fire had all turned into stone regardless of whether it was man, horse, tree, or house. Everything that the fire touched was instantly petrified. Needies and the others who saw it could not help but took a collective breath in relief. Even Kara was shocked as he cursed. Little girl. That will not just trouble me. It will kill me. Needies ignored his insults and shouted, left. Left. At this moment, Kara was in between two snake heads at his left and right. The one on the left spat out flames, while the one on the right spat out ice at Kara, who was in the middle. These two attacks were at the level of a strong domain. Kara naturally did not dare to take the attacks and shrank his body in fear as he teleported. His body flashed and disappeared and then reappeared several tens of meters away. The fire and the ice struck each other. The two snake heads roared loudly. One was immediately burned by the flames and the other was frozen. Kara was covered in cold sweat. He had followed Needy's plan and flew everywhere to lure the Hakone serpent. He was almost hit several times. If it was not because of his speed advantage, that would have been the end of the devil god. He raised his head to take a look. He then moved like lightning and flew up. Needy's clapped excitedly as she laughed. Great! I am a genius. The snake heads had finally noticed the enemies above him. The heads roared angrily and it wanted to approach. However, when it moved a little, it suddenly paused. The 6 snake heads had been entangled with each other, forming a knot. The more it moved, the tighter the knot became. Needy's looked at Kara, who flew to her side. At that moment, Kara had cold sweat. His chest heaved up and down heavily and fear could be seen in his eyes. Needy's then laughed as she looked at the entangled heads of the Hakone serpent. She then said, "What a beautiful bow knot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 284, Rhodey's Life-Saving Trick, 1. Chapter 284, Rhodey's Life-Saving Trick, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle had reached a stalemate. The remaining 6 heads of the Hakone serpent were tangled together in a knot. Even though it roared desperately, it was still just a beast. It was not smart like humans and it did not know how to untie its body. Now what? Rhodey shouted as he pointed at the Hakone serpent and laughed bitterly. It would not remain like this forever. If it was so easily dealt with, it is not worthy of being god-ranked. Kara sighed and suddenly said, "It is unfortunate. Although I usurped the temple's leadership position, I do not have any artifacts. Right now, both of us are injured. However, if we have an artifact with us, this would be much easier to handle." Rhodey's heart moved. He could not help but think of the staff of Moses that had been transformed into a ring. However, he then thought about his subtle relationship with Kara. Although they were currently comrades, it was difficult to say that it would remain the same in the future. The staff of Moses was a big secret that might be better off not revealed. Thinking that way, Rhodey stared at Kara coldly and laughed. "You simply want to take back the god-slaying bow. You just need to say it." Rhodey then stretched out his palm. A silver bow and arrows appeared on his palm. The bow and arrows shined with a holy and pure radiance. It was the god-slaying bow that Rhodey took from the temple at the Thunderous City. Kara's eyes revealed a smile. The moment he stretched out his hand, Rhodey pulled back. Kara was displeased and asked, "Boy, what is the meaning of this?" Rhodey coldly laughed. "This bow is now mine. Are you thinking of just taking it away like that? On top of that, you are a spellcaster. Do you even know how to use this? Even if you could, would your archery be better than mine? You might as well tell me how to utilize it. I will do it myself." Kara was a little bit angry as he replied, "Humph. What is my identity? Why would I bother with this kind of toy? This lousy bow is called the god-slaying bow? Humph. It has a big reputation, but in the end, it is just a high-ranked artifact. Do you think an artifact can kill a god? If you really used this against the gods, they would casually block it with their hands and send it right back to you. Only you would think of this as a treasure. This so-called god-slaying bow may be powerful, but it could only kill 1 or 2 people with domain powers at most. It is funny how you humans are not sensible and consider those with powerful domains as gods. It is simply exaggerated as a god-slaying bow." Rhodey's eyes shined as he listened to Kara's words. He then said, "Oh, are you saying that the god-slaying bow cannot harm gods? Then what does one need to use to hurt the gods? Perhaps the Dracula spear might have some effect. Or maybe." At this point, Kara suddenly kept quiet as he realized something. He coldly looked at Rhodey and said, "Boy, why are you asking so much? I will definitely not tell you about this right now." Rhodey also did not get angry and laughed. "All right. According to you, this god-slaying bow is not worthy of its name. However, can it deal with the Hakone serpent?" Kara laughed and said, "If we used it at the beginning, it would have been ineffective. But now, the Hakone serpent has lost 2 of its heads. It has already lost a lot of its strength. Its original strength was about less than half of the god ranked. Now with 2 heads less, it would be easier to handle. As long as we find its weakness, we could get rid of the head with an arrow." They looked at the Hakone serpent roaring endlessly. Although its body was tangled up and could not move, it was still a dreadful opponent. As a result, Rhodey and Kara did not really dare to seriously argue. After discussing a little, they decided that Kara would go and distract the large snake and pretend to attack it. Rhodey would then attack sneakily from above with the god-slaying bow and see if it could get rid of a head. This arrangement was unfair to Kara. Kara had to personally distract the Hakone serpent. The risk he received would be much higher than Rhodey, who would remain hidden. However, this decision could not be helped. Rhodey laughed bitterly and said, "Do I look like I have the strength to fly around and fight it?" It was true that at the moment, Rhodey could barely stand. While escaping earlier, he had only managed to recover a bit of his strength. It was just enough to hide and attack sneakily, but was still impossible for him to fight directly with the Hakone serpent. Kara also restrained himself and did not say anything. He simply complied hesitantly. However, Needy saw Kara hesitate and thought he was going to object. She immediately said, "Have you no sense of shame? Rhodey was the one who got rid of those 2 heads. Don't you feel embarrassed?" This made Kara furious. He was the devil god. He was someone who stood on equal ground with the other gods. At that moment, Kara shouted, "Shut up! Watch how I deal with this snake." Kara's body soared a little. His exhausted expression was replaced with anger. His entire body was covered in light. His apparition shined in midair as he roared, "Hakone serpent! You were defeated by me 1,000 years ago. Watch how I deal with you." A large light hammer appeared in his hands. Large light nails also appeared on both sides of the hammer. In the sky, Kara's apparition was about the same size as the Hakone serpent. Although it was just an image, the glittering gold light was still astonishing. Truthfully speaking, Kara's actions were extremely perilous. With his strength, he could only hold out for a little while as he fought with the Hakone serpent. That was why fighting recklessly against it in an open space was simply courting death. However, the devil god's self-esteem that was hidden in his heart was provoked. As a result, he became reckless. Suddenly, there was an earth-shatteringly loud sound. The large light hammer and light nail in the hands of Kara's apparition were swung down like lightning. That lightning knocked the Hakone serpent's body to the ground. There was a huge explosion. The blast from the explosion flew everywhere. Its head seemed to shorten and did not look like it was in good condition. Its body also sunk a little into the ground. But then, the monster became agitated and opened its mouth. It roared and wanted to rush up to its huge target in the sky. However, it was thanks to Needy's idea that made the Hakone serpent look like a bowknot. One of its heads rushed forward only to be stopped by the knot behind it. If it really rushed up, the current strength of the devil god Kara would not be enough to stop it. Kara's heart burned in anger. Bolts of lightning struck the Hakone serpent together with the hammer. The electricity burst out in all directions. The Hakone serpent then managed to suppress the bolts of lightning. Although it started to breathe out flames and ice, Kara was agitated and continued to send out lightning, making the Hakone serpent unable to get back up. Because Kara was angry, he used his, the devil god Kara's, unique skill. In the legends, the lightning of the heaven was Kara's servant and the flames of hell were Kara's slave. It really made Rhodey and the others expand their horizon. Although sorcerers could summon lightning, they would need a long incantation before they could summon another one. However, Kara was different. He was like the god of lightning. His hammer and nail were like a legendary lightning god's magic weapon. Not only did the bolts of lightning dropped by Kara weaken, instead, it became more violent. Sith's eyes turned dull. As one of the top sorcerers of the Roland continent, he was naturally familiar with the spells that drop lightning. Even the strongest spell, Lightning God's Arrival, was not as powerful as Kara's attack. Not only were there a dozen bolts of lightning. If Sith was the one that did it, he would have run out of magic power. At that moment, Kara was really like an ancient devil god. Lightning struck one by one as it collided with the flame and ice breaths of the Hakone serpent. It made the entire sky quiver. As both sides collided, a large ball of light appeared in the middle. Lightning, fire, and ice could faintly be seen inside that ball of light. The situation was at a stalemate. If the Hakone serpent could have moved, it would have moved forward and destroyed Kara's apparition. As it could not move, it could only use attacks like its fire breath to fight against Kara. At that moment, the ball of light in the sky grew larger and larger, looking like it was going to burst. Both sides fought relentlessly and were unwilling to stop. Their attacks seemed to add to the ball of light and caused it to grow bigger. Rhodey could already see the bad situation. The Hakone serpent's flame seemed to slowly push the ball of light towards Kara. Naturally, it means that Kara does not have the advantageous position. Although Kara was angry, he was not crazy. Kara also understood that his current strength was not like when he was the devil god in the past. Although he had a strong spirit, he had used a lot of his strength on the lightning. However, Kara could feel that his body was having trouble sustaining that strength. In a short while, Kara would have been exhausted. As Kara watched the ball of light slowly approach him, he ran out of methods to use. He was so tired that he spat out blood. He was also injured and had used too much strength. At that moment, he could barely support himself. Even if he recovered in the future, the injury may be critical. Kara, who was out of options, roared, "Boy! What are you waiting for?" Rhodey did not wait. In fact, he had been observing. His god-slaying bow had been aimed at the distant Hakone serpent as he checked its actions. Rhodey noticed a strange habit from the Hakone serpent. Its 6 heads would open its mouth and take turns attacking with various elements. However, one of the heads would always occupy the center position. While the other 5 heads would rise up after attacking, one would immediately shrink back and stay in between the other heads. The 6 heads were all similar and even take turns attacking. If it was not carefully observed, it would be very hard to notice. "It's now." Rhodey took a deep breath. He gathered his barely recovered strength and slowly moved it to his hands. He then drew the god-slaying bow in his hands. The god-slaying bow shined with a white light. The god-slaying bow was an artifact. It did not have any real arrows but utilized the user's magical power, fighting energy, or other kinds of energy to transform into arrows. The god-slaying bow turned brighter and brighter. Rhodey knew that he could attack now, but he needed to be cautious. That one shot was his only chance. It was his desperate and last bit of his strength placed into the bow. But he suddenly blacked out and felt his own strength dry up. The god-slaying bow in his hands flashed a bit. The energy he placed into the god-slaying bow could not be sustained and the radiance of the bow started to dim. Rhodey became frightened, but no matter how hard he tried, he had no strength in his body at all and he could not gather even a little bit of strength. This was not because Rhodey was incompetent. He had received an injury from Kara earlier in the day. He then fought against the Hakone serpent recklessly for so long at night. Rhodey had never received such a heavy injury since he became powerful. The mystic dragon purge had also used up all his strength. Rhodey's vision turned black and he almost fell from the sky. "I can't be that unlucky," Rhodey lamented. He could not help feeling desperate. At this time, the ring on Rhodey's finger seemingly reacted to the god-slaying bow. It shined slightly with a white light. A warm feeling then flowed out of Rhodey's finger. Although the warm feeling was not powerful, it was seemingly endless. The energy split into 2, one slowly flowed into Rhodey's body and gradually replenished his exhausted body's energy. The other flowed through Rhodey's finger and into the god-slaying bow. The god-slaying bow instantly shone as though Rhodey was holding the sun. It shone so bright that the Hakone serpent that was fighting Kara noticed him. The Hakone serpent became aware of its crisis. One of its heads refused to attack Kara and moved towards Rhodey. Unfortunately, it could not move. The other 5 heads were still fighting Kara, who was in the sky. The moment this head stretched out, it would immediately be pulled back. Rhodey was also surprised at the situation, but he could not think too much at the moment. He then took aim at the middle head of the Hakone serpent. Rhodey did not notice that the already cracked ring on his finger cracked even more when his energy was replenished. The shot arrow flew like a shooting star. The arrow flew towards the Hakone serpent. The speed of the arrow did not seem very fast, but it was extremely bright that people's eyes would not be able to look at it. However, the arrow had actually surpassed the speed of light. By the time it was seen, it had already struck its target. The crimson barrier around the Hakone serpent's body could not resist at all. It was immediately broken through and was followed by a sharp scream. The arrow had struck the left eye of the center head. The right side then exploded into flesh and blood from the energy. The head opened its mouth to roar. After that, something strange happened. The 6 heads roared painfully at the same time. Its body twisted as if by instinct. The 6 heads moved as if to untie the bowknots. The 5 heads then breathed out white light at the struck head. It seemed as though it was trying to heal the wound. However, the hole in that head grew bigger and burst. The snake cried out. It could not continue flying and fell to the ground. Success! Rhodey cried out. However, he also became unsteady and fell. Fortunately, Needies clung to Rhodey's shoulder and embraced him. Kara screamed in excitement. He then jumped from shock when he saw the violent ball of light. His and the Hakone serpent's attack had initially condensed into a ball of light. When the Hakone serpent stopped attacking, Kara had also forgotten to shoot lightning. The ball of light that lost its driving force moved towards its original trajectory, which was towards Kara. Fortunately, Kara reacted quickly and shot the ball of light with lightning. The ball of light was then pushed back. The ball of light moved in a beautiful arc. It fell like the setting sun, and its destination was the Hakone Kingdom's capital. A few people did not react quickly enough. They heard a loud sound. The blast from the explosion reached those people that were in the sky and sent them flying. The huge ball of light exploded on the ground and caused a fire. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground. A person with strong domain powers had fought against the Hakone serpent for a long time. That ball of light was the condensed power from the full strength attacks of both sides. Naturally, the explosive power of that ball of light would not be a trivial matter. As he flew into the sky, Kara cursed endlessly because it was not the Hakone serpent that almost killed him but the explosion. Still, in the end, Kara was still Kara. He had already flown towards the other 3. He then grabbed hold of Needies' hair and especially Sith's leg because Sith was almost going to crash. Meanwhile, Needies continued to hold Rhodey. A defensive light burst out from Kara's body. He then protected the others from the seemingly endless blast. After some time, the ball of light started to turn into bits and pieces. The huge mushroom cloud also slowly dissipated. Kara then removed his defensive light. At the moment, Kara was breathing heavily as though he had just run a marathon. His body shook and started to fall. Fortunately, Sith was there. Although Sith was not as powerful as Rhodey and the others, he was still skilled at flying. He pulled up his few companions and then kept them afloat in the air. However, the situation below made them all muddle-headed. At the ground in the distance was a huge crater. The diameter of the crater was about a few dozen miles wide and it was about a dozen meters deep. Inside the crater was a scorched ground. The 4 of them looked at each other speechlessly. Damn! This crater! Rhodey could not help but sigh. Needies was the fastest to react. She laughed bitterly and said, "The location of this crater, it should be the capital city of the Hakone Kingdom." She suddenly became angry and shouted at Kara. "Hey! Who asked you to destroy the Hakone Kingdom's capital? You killed that Kikukawa boy. All my efforts are wasted. You better reimburse me." A tremendous roar was then heard as the remaining 5 heads of the Hakone serpent appeared again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Rhodey's Life-Saving Trick, 2. Chapter 285, Rhodey's Life-Saving Trick, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Hakone serpent looked different. It looked much smaller than before. Did it shrink after losing 3 heads? Rhodey could not help but think to himself. Another thing Rhodey took note of was the scars on its body. Obviously, the head of the Hakone serpent had been slain by the arrow before the large explosion. At that moment, the crimson barrier around the Hakone serpent seemed to have disappeared. After the explosion, its body was filled with scars and it was still bleeding in some places. There were even some places that were burnt black. Could it be that it had lost its powerful body that could withstand attacks from those with strong domains powers? Rhodey subconsciously looked at Kara. Kara then softly said, "Did you not notice that its aura has seemingly weakened a lot?" The Hakone serpent still looked fierce at that moment. However, its ominous eyes that made people frightened and its suffocating and oppressive aura had weakened considerably. It was evident that the Hakone serpent had weakened a lot after losing 3 heads. What a pity! Kara laughed bitterly. If at least one of us were at full strength, we may be able to best it. Although it still has 5 heads, its strength has dropped more than I have expected. According to my estimates, if a person with strong domain power were to confront it, that person may still not be able to win. However, that person will not lose. Needies then sneered. "It is like you did not say anything at all. Look at Rodi and yourself. Does it look like you can still fight it? Rodi and Kara looked at each other and laughed bitterly as they shook their heads. Although discouraged, Rodi was convinced of the Hakone serpent's strength. He originally thought that he was unrivaled in the world. Even if he cannot defeat gods, he could at least be undefeated in the world. He did not expect to encounter the Hakone serpent that could not be defeated even with the combined strength of two people with strong domain powers. Kara knew its weakness. They had even used all sorts of schemes and the two people with strong domain powers had lost their ability to fight. Even then, they still could not defeat the Hakone serpent. Let us go down. Kara made a quick judgment. He had experience fighting in the God and Devil War. There was nobody that could match up to him in experience. We already have a disadvantage in strength. To keep flying would be a waste of energy. Besides that, we are unable to hide in the sky. Right now, Rodi and I don't have the strength to fight back. Sith's flying technique may also be much inferior compared to the Hakone serpent. We might as well go down to the ground and fight it while making use of the complicated terrain. Rodi did not object to this. Sith looked at the distant Hakone serpent that was approaching him and felt his scalp turn numb. He was certain that he was not as strong as Rodi and Kara. If the people with strong domain powers fought that monster and ended up looking so miserable, a sorcerer like himself would definitely not be enough. He immediately took them back to the ground. The Hakone serpent seemed to have spotted them as it roared loudly. Its body gathered wind and then flew towards them. The others could smell the thick scent of blood from the Hakone serpent, and understood that the Hakone serpent's injury was quite severe. At the moment, the ground had already turned into scorched earth. The bustling capital city no longer existed. Even the shapes of the buildings could not be seen. It was just a large crater. Fortunately, there were still many boulders that had not broken apart from the large explosion. The moment the group reached the ground, they immediately helped each other to hide among the pile of rubble. The Hakone serpent pursued relentlessly from the ground. Its huge body had smashed on the ground. It was no longer curled up but fully stretched out. It searched while keeping its 5 heads close to the ground. As it was strong, all the rubble in its way was knocked away when hit by its heads. The 4 people who were at a distance were secretly anxious. However, they could not defeat their opponent and could only flee desperately. They could hear the sound of the sand and rubble moving. Even though they were running away across the rubble, they could hear that the sound was getting closer. It was evident that the Hakone serpent was very quick. No! Rodi suddenly stood still and said. He then laughed bitterly and added, "We have forgotten something very important." What? Kara looked at Rodi. Rodi sighed. We only saw that the monster is strong and our thoughts are in a mess. We have forgotten that it is a snake. Snakes have an extremely keen sense of smell. Although we wanted to use the terrain to overtake it, it could still smell us regardless of the terrain and chase us. Kara froze for a moment. He then understood and said, I did not think of that. Rodi smiled wryly and said, we cannot run far in our current state. It might be faster if we flew, but then the snake's chasing speed would also be much faster. We cannot defeat it, and it looks like we also would not be able to escape far. Rodi suddenly bent forward and placed his ear to the ground. He seemed to hear some sounds coming from the ground. He then looked up and said, I think it would catch up to us in about 10 minutes. Needys, shocked, could not help but ask, then, what do we do? She then looked at Kara and said, this is all your fault. You brought that snake out. Rodi stretched out his hand to stop Needys. He then sighed and said, we still have 10 minutes. Yet, it may not be enough time. He looked at the few people and then looked back at Kara. He then said, right now, the 2 of us who are the strongest here are unable to fight well. Needys and Sith were also not a match for the Hakone serpent. We cannot fight or run. Right now, I only have one way left. However, I am not sure if you are willing to bet on it. Kara laughed bitterly. Go ahead and say it. Rodi then said, I have a life-saving trick. I just need a bit of power to put it to use. A friend of mine gave me a sorcery mark. Unless my strength is used to stimulate this mark, its power cannot be displayed. Right now, I need a little bit of time to restore my power so that I can stimulate this mark. However, I am not sure if 10 minutes is enough time. Kara looked at Rodi strangely. You just said you have a life-saving trick. However, you have already used the Mystic Dragon Purge. I cannot think of anything that could be more powerful than that. Rodi's reply then made the others surprised. Rodi smiled wryly and said, I don't know. I also do not know what this trick would do. My friend simply told me to use it in a moment of crisis. Everyone stared at him blankly. Rhodey also recalled what happened. One night before he left for the Roland continent, the old skeleton Andy had called for him. "Boy, this time I am a little worried about you being on the Roland continent." The skeleton laughed. He then raised a finger and said, "You have the strength of a sacred swordsman and a body strengthened by the mystic dragon. According to common sense, the average people are unable to hurt you. Yet I still feel uneasy. The Roland continent is mankind's birthplace. Even the paladins of the temple are no weaker than you. Sending you off on such an adventure is not my style." Rhodey then gave him a supercilious look and replied, "Do you have any kind of strange plans?" Andy suddenly took out a white magic scroll and pulled Rhodey's hand. He put the scroll into Rhodey's hands and then held both. A strong light came out from Andy's hands, then the scroll disappeared from Rhodey's hands. "This is the life-saving trick that this old man has given you." Andy then laughed and said, "Use this when in a disaster. If you were to somehow get killed, I would be in distress." He then stopped smiling and said, "Do not use this when you are not in trouble. Remember, I wasted a lot of energy to create this." Rhodey knew that Andy survived on energy. His energy could not be replenished. The more he used it, the less he would have. Once it ran out, Andy would die. Andy had presumably considered this when he willingly used up this energy to give him that scroll. Regardless of whether it was something useful or not, Rhodey, who was confident of his own strength, did not believe that he would ever need to use it. That being said, he was touched that Andy had used up energy for him. Besides that, since meeting Andy, Andy had always given him extremely powerful and weird things such as the lightsaber or the dragon transformation technique. The life-saving trick would also presumably be extremely powerful. For such things, Rhodey absolutely trusted Andy. At that moment, Rhodey was in danger and remembered Andy's life-saving trick. Andy's words seemed to ring in his ears, "I have placed the scroll into your left hand. During a crisis, put your energy into the scroll in your left hand. The magic scroll would then respond to my magical power and something unexpected will happen." The Hakone serpent roared again. Rhodey did not dare to waste any time. To cut down on the usage of energy, he simply sat on the floor and closed his eyes to rest. Kara also helplessly sat down. He had to be supported by two people at that time and was not able to continue fighting. Needies and Sith had imposing expressions. Sith took out his magic staff. Although he knew he would not be able to stop the Hakone serpent, it was better than nothing. Time seemed to turn slowly. Needies could not take her eyes off Rhodey. She would bite her lips at one moment and look lost at the next. But her gaze gradually became firm. After that, she laughed gently. She then stood in front of Rhodey with an extremely determined expression. Rhodey did not know this. However, there was a loud sound in everyone's ears. An extremely heavy and large boulder was sent flying. A large figure appeared in front of them. The Hakone serpent had finally caught up. Sith had already set up the strongest guardian boundary that he could create. The boundary was easily broken after being bumped by the snake's head. Sith himself was uncertain as to how many. At this point, Rhodey suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was tired, he showed a smile. Rhodey stretched out his left hand. In accordance with what he was told by Andy, he gathered together his energy slowly, towards the magic mark at his palm. After a weak fluctuation of magic, a few lines of magical words appeared at his palm. Rhodey did not know how to use magic. However, he had still learned how to read a few magical words from his time in the Imperial Academy. In fact, it was a spell of the lowest level. Rhodey did not dare to hesitate and loudly spoke the incantation. When Sith heard the incantation, he turned pale. This is his life-saving trick? Sith was suddenly filled with despair. He had placed all of his hopes into the boy, but all he got was the lowest-ranked summoning spell. A summoning spell was a sorcery that summoned a mystic beast to help the sorcerer fight. Based on the sorcerer's ability, they could call a low-ranked or a high-ranked beast. A high-ranked mystic beast summoned by a high-ranked sorcerer was only as powerful as an ordinary powerful warrior. It was already good if it could match a large knight. It could not be compared to a person with domain powers or the Hakone serpent. It could only be described as a joke. On top of that, the spell Rhodey used was the lowest level spell. Sith despaired as the spell was a beginner's summoning spell that could summon a skeleton at best. Needies and Kara were also very surprised as if Rhodey's life-saving trick was very unexpected. Rhodey had just finished the spell and sighed in relief. Although he did not understand the meaning of the life-saving trick, he absolutely trusted Andy. The space in front twisted a little and a dark crack appeared. Fog then appeared from the crack. The fog surged as if stirred by something. Sith secretly thought to himself, What can this guy summon? Did he think he could summon a dragon? Dragons are not so easily summoned. Even if he did summon a dragon, it may also not be able to best this snake. At this time, the fog gradually dispersed. A flash of metallic armor could be seen at the corners of the fog. We are doomed. It is really a skeleton soldier. But why is it wearing armor? Sith's face turned dark brown too in despair. However, as the fog gradually dispersed, everyone was surprised. The monster that Rhodey had summoned was different from the mystical beasts other sorcerers summoned. The monster wore a powerful and beautiful golden armor. The style of the armor looked like the armors of a court warrior. Needies could immediately tell that the armor was from the royal guards of the imperial family of the Radiant Empire. The monster wearing the golden armor was about 2 meters tall. Although the armor was beautiful, the wearer's body was too fat. The body of the wearer was so fat that the armor looked like it was going to burst. The eyes on his face almost could not be seen. The trembling fats even made Sith think that this person was Princess Rulin. Even more surprising was the object in the warrior's hands. Everybody could now see the weapon in the warrior's hands. The silver color flashed and the quality looked good. However, it was too small. When they looked at it clearly, they almost fainted. The weapon the warrior was holding was a small knife used to cut meat at mealtimes. When Sith looked at the warrior's other hand, he felt his heart stop. In the obese warrior's other hand was a fat chicken drumstick. The head of the warrior was large and his mouth was greasy with the residue of food. Rhodey's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. Even if he were to knock his head, he would never have expected Andy to give him such a life-saving trick. The fat guy looked displeased and curled his lips. He bit another mouthful of chicken and then said, "Boy, isn't this too much? I was having a midnight snack and then you called me over. All right. Tell me, what is your problem? You look as though you were badly flattened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 286, Sly Fatty, 1. Chapter 286, Sly Fatty, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kara, Sith, and Needies were all completely stunned. They had placed their trust in Rhodey. In the end, the life-saving trick merely summoned a fat guy. Rhodey's mouth hung open. Before he could say anything, Sky magnanimously waved his hand and loudly said, all right. Let this old man help you first before continuing, huh? Fuck. Sky turned around and saw the huge Hakoni serpent behind him. The eyes of the chaos-loving Sky burst in excitement. He looked at the angry Hakoni serpent and excitedly ran towards it. He shouted as he ran, "How interesting! I have never seen such an interesting thing in a very long time." Sky casually stood in front of the Hakoni serpent as he stood akimbo. He then shouted, "Hey! You ugly being! Are you the one that beat up my little brother mercilessly? However, you do not look so bad. I will not make things difficult for you. You just need to obediently follow me back and accompany me to workout sessions." Sky started to laugh after he finished speaking. The Hakoni serpent was stunned to see a small human run towards him instead of escaping. Even if it was a beast, it was confused by the strange situation. Immediately after that, its ferocious nature returned. It then swung its huge tail. Within a moment, several rocks flew into the sky. The tail made a sound like a wind blade. Sky had underestimated his opponent. He had stayed on the Radiant continent and did not know that Rhodey had already mastered domain powers. He thought that Rhodey was still at the stage of a sacred swordsman. He believed that the monsters Rhodey fought against could be easily handled as he has a powerful domain master. Even though the snake with many heads looked strange, Sky only thought of it as a slightly more powerful mystic beast at best. After all, the Roland continent had many more mystic beasts in comparison. In front of the other four, the fat guy summoned by Rhodey's life-saving trick was swept away by the snake's tail. There was a whistling sound as Sky's body flew sideways. He is an idiot. Needies subconsciously thought to herself. Sith was lamenting his own fate. He could not believe he gave up the opportunity to escape and instead had believed in Rhodey's life-saving trick. Suddenly, there was a huge and angry roar. The fat man that was sent flying had turned around in midair and came back. Sky's face was filled with anger. His armor had been smashed into pieces. The common armor of the Imperial Guards could not withstand a hit from the Hakoni serpent. The thing that made Sky angry was the embarrassing position he was put into by the snake despite the fact that he was powerful domain master. Shit! Do you think you are so extraordinary with 5 heads? I have seen snakes with a dozen heads, not to mention the mystic dragon. In anger, Sky's body burst into a golden light as though it was a blooming flower. He then created many balls of light with a wave of his hand. Kara's expression changed as he saw Sky's actions. He could not help but blurt out. This guy is also a domain master? Obviously, Sky had already mastered domain powers. Energy easily condensed in his domain. His body inflated like a balloon. As he occupied a commanding position, he roared, "Rhodey, go and hide further away. I want to deal with this ugly thing." Sith immediately pulled Rhodey and the others further away. He saw Sky give out a cry and throw both his hands forward. The countless balls of light shot towards the Hakone serpent like a meteor shower. They heard an endless thunderous loud sound. The balls of light smashed into the Hakone serpent's body like a heavy rain. The flames on the Hakone serpent flashed endlessly. In the air, Sky shouted, I strike again. To hell with it." After Sky had fun fighting and followed Rhodey out of the Mystic Dragon Cave, he had not fought so happily or launched a storm of attacks on that scale. Immediately Sky realized that he had actually rediscovered the pleasure similar to the time he spent fighting the Mystic Dragon at that cave. The Hakone serpent roared in anger from within the explosions. At that point in time, it was already much weaker. If their strengths were to be graded, Sky was about only as powerful as Rhodey and Kara. Although Sky's attacks were intensive, it was not more powerful than the attacks Kara and Rhodey. However, Sky was fresh and combat-worthy. On the other hand, the Hakone serpent had been fighting throughout the night and had 3 of its heads cut off. Its strength had plunged a lot. Smoke rose from the Hakone serpent's body. It became angry and began to fight back. It raised its 5 heads to the sky and sprayed fire and ice at Sky. "Aha! You even dare to fight back?" Sky laughed. A shield of light immediately appeared from his hands. It was a weapon made from energy. That shield of light was big and was able to cover Sky's body. "I block." Sky laughed. However, then the Hakone serpent's spray attack heavily struck Sky's light shield. Sky's laughter stopped as he said, "Shit. This is bad. I can't block it." His laughter turned to curses. Sky was like a housefly that got knocked out from the sky and spun as he fell to the ground. A deep hole appeared when he crashed to the ground. Sky climbed out of the rubble and fiercely shook his head. His body seemed to be bleeding. However, he immediately waved his hand, seemingly as easily as he was breathing, as he used Reshape Origin of the Light Series spells. Sith was knowledgeable about spells. He saw this from a distance and sucked in the cold air. This fat guy was not only a strong person with powerful domain mastery. He was also powerful at sorcery. Sith did not know who Sky was, but Rhodey certainly did. Rhodey already knew that Sky was the strongest paladin of legends in the Roland continent. For a paladin to know how to use spells from the Light Series was nothing strange. The spells the common paladins knew were not too advanced. But such common rules could not be applied to a monster like Sky. "Shit. I got careless." Sky grumbled. He was not in a hurry to strike back. He turned his head to look at Rhodey and scolded. "Boy. Why didn't you warn me that this monster is so powerful? When did a domain-ranked mystic beast appear on the Roland continent?" Rhodey hid at a distance and laughed bitterly. "Fatty. Be careful. This is not a mystic beast." "It is." Before Rhodey finished speaking, the Hakone serpent came out from the rubble. Its body was scarred and charred from Sky's attacks. Although its injuries were not fatal, it had made the snake angry. It sprayed out an attack at where Sky was standing. This attack was similar to a dragon's breath. He had fought the mystic dragon in that southern cave for several hundred years. For several hundred years, he fought the mystic dragon whenever he was not sleeping. That was why Sky was extremely experienced in fighting large monsters. Rhodey saw Sky's body flash and disappear. There was a huge explosion as a large crater appeared where Sky was standing. 2 of the Hakone serpent's heads moved over to look for its enemy, but then suddenly its body shook. Sky had suddenly appeared behind the Hakone serpent. Although he had fought chaotically earlier, he had already seen that the snake had only one tail despite having many heads. Sky was extremely experienced in fighting and naturally had faith in himself. He found the snake's tail and then hugged it with his body. Although Sky was obese, he was still small when compared to the Hakone serpent. Yet, he was able to lift up the Hakone serpent that was hundreds of times heavier with his 2 hands. Sky had carefully grabbed the snake's tail and lifted it up. He held the Hakone serpent's tail in an embrace and spun around on his feet. As he spun the snake around faster and faster, it seemed like a huge windwheel, with a continuous whistling sound caused by the spinning. The Hakone serpent even looked dizzy. Sky spun faster and faster and suddenly shouted, "Go!" He released his hands and the Hakone serpent was sent flying away. Sky then acted quickly. He placed both hands in the air and two huge dazzling balls of light issued out from his hands. Die! Sky suddenly roared loudly. From a distance, Rhodey and Kara could clearly feel the fluctuation of energy in Sky's body as his aura seemed to burst out to the strongest peak. After that, there was a violent whistling sound as two huge balls of light shot out of Sky's hands. Kara's expression changed slightly. This fat guy can make the energy of his domain reach the peak instantly? He truly has mastered his domain powers to the peak. The two balls of light sped along. One flew to the right, the other flew to the left. The rays then curved and moved in front of the Hakone serpent. There was a thunderous sound. The two huge balls of light had flown towards the front and back of the snake. After that, there was a huge shockwave like a hurricane at the ocean. The hurricane swept down, scraping the ground. The four people even had trouble staying on their feet. Thick black smoke rolled and covered the sky. Sky did not bother to look at the sky and gently patted his hands. He then laughed and said, "How is my gale break? I suppose it is not inferior to your mystic dragon purge?" He then laughed and loudly said, "All right. I have finished fighting. I am going back to sleep." He did not even manage to take 2 steps forward before his legs turned soft and almost fell to the ground. He then cursed. "Shit. I spun too fast and became dizzy." Rhodey and the others held back their laughter. Needies then went up to help Sky. It was at this moment when the black smoke in the sky gradually dispersed. The Hakone serpent roared once again. Its body was badly broken. Half of its body was badly mangled. Even more importantly, it only had 4.5 heads left. That half head was broken and tattered but was healing rapidly. Sky looked back and shouted, "This guy is so tough? That attack of mine would even have bested domain masters." Suddenly, the 4 remaining snake heads opened their mouths at the same time. The heads acted in unison and spewed out golden lightning. Boom! 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 The 4 bolts of lightning were like a chain of thunderbolts. Before Sky could react, it had already struck where Sky was standing. The 4 bolts of lightning engulfed Sky's fat figure in flames. Kara cried out in alarm, yet he could not do anything. Sith had been vigilant the entire time. He had always felt that the odd fatty was not too reliable and had not put down the staff in his hands. At that moment, Sith had roared out an incantation. His potential had been stimulated in that moment of crisis. He had used one of the most advanced summoning spells. It had a long incantation that needed 2 breaths to recite. However, Sith had managed to recite the incantation in a single breath, without pause, during that moment of crisis. He had roared out over 60 syllables. He pointed his staff to the sky and a golden light from the sky formed a wyvern. Summoning spell? Kara looked at Sith. He then softly said, "The summoning spell is indeed very powerful. However, even if you summon a dragon, you cannot defeat the Hakone serpent." The wyvern gave a sharp roar. Its loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the Hakone serpent. Beasts were simply beasts. They were dumb beings that would attack the largest and most conspicuous enemy. As the wyvern was large and loud, it managed to attract the Hakone serpent's attention. At this moment, Rhodey and Needies dragged Sky to the side. There were cracks around the ground that was struck by lightning and a little bit of black smoke too. Sky's eyes were closed. His armor was already destroyed and even his clothes were burnt until only a strip of cloth was left. "Fatty, how are you?" Rhodey shouted while Needies shook Sky. Sky then gasped for breath and opened his eyes. He suddenly sighed and said, "It has been a long time since I have been struck like this by lightning. It feels really great. Are you okay?" Rhodey laughed. Sky then jumped up from the ground. He glared and said, "I am obviously fine. Did you think you are the only one that wiped the mystic dragon's blood all over your body? I have fought with the mystic dragon for a few hundred years in that place. Did you think I would not have wiped its blood on my body?" Sky then used reshape origin on his own body. In fact, his injury was light. He was simply put in an awkward position by being struck by lightning. However, the crazy fatty had used the most advanced spell that many high-ranked sorcerers could not use even once in their entire life, reshape origin, as though he was eating Chinese cabbage. You are really alright?" Needy still felt uneasy. She could not help but cautiously ask, those bolts of lightning that struck you, isn't it painful? Pain? Sky looked at her. He narrowed his eyes as he thought for a moment and then said, it is not really painful. It is soft yet rough. It is like the feeling of first love. Without waiting for Needies to glare at him as though she was looking at a ghost, Sky jumped back to the sky. He looked at the Hakone serpent and shouted, ugly thing. I am not defeated yet. Let's go again. At that moment, the wyvern summoned by Sith was being chased around the sky by the Hakone serpent. Indeed, a real dragon too was being chased by a snake and was in a difficult position. Sky shouted when he saw the Hakone serpent ignore him. He was about to rush ahead when Kara suddenly shouted, hey! Fatty! Be careful when you attack. Attack its head. That head that was half destroyed has still not yet recovered. I am guessing that it must be a weakness. Sky could not help but look at Kara. Kara calling him a fatty had put him in a bad mood. Sky looked at Kara's mask and then turned to Rhodey and loudly asked, where did that sneaky masked fellow come out from? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Sly Fatty, 2. Chapter 287, Sly Fatty, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sky was not bothered that Kara was present and his words were very loud on purpose. Anger grew in Kara's eyes. Whether as an ancient devil god or the leader of the temple, both these positions were way above the masses. He was never talked to in that kind of tone before. Sky was an outrageous person. Otherwise, he would not be the Roland continent's strongest paladin that had once betrayed the temple and then hid at some corner of the world. He even dared to challenge the mystic dragon as though he was someone who was tired of living. They glared at each other in midair and sparks seemed to fly. Sky then turned his head around. He looked at Rhodey and said, boy, I am at a disadvantage unarmed. Give me your sword. After taking Rhodey's dragon spell scimitar, Sky gently flicked its blade. There was a light and resonant humming sound. The Hakone serpent had already cornered the wyvern into a difficult position. The wyvern was so afraid of the Hakone serpent that it finally started to fight back as it could not run anymore. The wyvern cried out and spat its dragon's breath at the Hakone serpent. Although the wyvern was much bigger than a human, it could clearly be seen from afar that when compared to the Hakone serpent, it was just like a dog barking at a tiger. The Hakone serpent roared. One of the heads ignored the dragon's breath and then bit the wyvern's neck. Its bite was so powerful that the wyvern was bitten into two. Sith immediately felt gloomy. He then sat down on the ground with a pale expression and no longer stood back up. Ugly creature! Watch the great Sky come and teach you a lesson. Sky shouted at the Hakone serpent as he flew up with a commanding presence. The Hakone serpent's half head seemed to have already stopped healing itself. However, that head was still alive and seemingly on its last legs. It glared at Sky with one eye, looking like a goldfish. With the scimitar in hand and a vigor that was even stronger than earlier, Sky roared loudly and charged again at the Hakone serpent. Although he and Kara were at odds, he still clearly heeded Kara's words. Although Sky was bold and reckless, he was not mad. From the few blows he had endured, he knew that this monster was not an ordinary opponent. Rhodey only had enough time to shout, wait for a chance and attack that half-broken head. Sky had already rushed towards the Hakone serpent like a fierce wind. For a time, the man and the snake fought in the skies. It was called a battle, but Sky was just flying around the snake. The Hakone serpent was continually provoked to attack Sky while he used his speed advantage to dodge and strike back when its guard was down. Several people on the ground were watching with excitement. They could hear the sounds of battle in the sky. The strange Fatty and the Hakone serpent were locked in a fierce battle. Sometimes, they could see Fatty slash the snake's body. The blade struck its scales, causing sparks and issuing metallic sounds. The other snake heads were also protecting the half-broken head. Sky had been happily slashing the snake left and right with his scimitar. But suddenly he put away the sword behind his back as he could feel his hands tremble. Sky then soared straight up into the sky, turned around and pointed his finger at the Hakone serpent. He then threw wind blades towards the snake. However, the Hakone serpent was seemingly tired and did not react. Instead, it just breathed out fire in response. Rhodey watched in alarm below. Needies was anxious beside him, but she could not do anything. Rhodey was worried about Sky. Although Sky's domain power was at the peak, he was still far below the level of the Hakone serpent. He did not notice that Kara had retreated too at some point in time. Sky was shouting as he fought in the sky, "This is great. I have not fought so happily for a long time. Looking at the battle in the sky, Kara started to realize something. Right now there are 3 people with domain powers here. That fatty looked like he was just kidding and fooling around, but his domain power skill and control outshine Rhodey's. Without realizing it, Kara had ended up standing far behind Needy's and Sif. He just stared at the sky and waited quietly. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, the snake had been wounded once again. This was because it had fought a long battle with several people with domain powers taking turns. Besides that, the dragon spell scimitar in Sky's hands had left a lot of scars on Hakone Serpent's body. The snake seemed to roar endlessly, but it was obviously becoming weaker. Its roar started to be filled with pain and sorrow instead of anger. Finally, Sky found an opportunity. He whizzed around 2 heads and instantly arrived at the Hakone Serpent's half head. He then raised the sword in his hand and swung it down. There was a cutting sound as that half head was cut off. The snake's body sprayed out blood. Sky was not prepared for this, so he could not help but curse, "Damn! It is so smelly." He backed away quickly and was about to fly back when he heard Rhodey shout, "Don't retreat! The fewer heads it has, the weaker it would become. All of its heads need to be cut off before it is defeated." "Aha!" Sky laughed. "Cut off all of it? That is not difficult." Surprisingly, the Hakone Serpent started to retreat. The monster knew that the enemy in front of it was not easy to deal with. After considering its own condition, it gradually retreated. Sky became spirited and shouted, "Ugly monster! Accept your death." At this time, one of the Hakone Serpent's heads opened its mouth and spat out something that looked like a red sun. The dazzling red light surprised Sky for a moment. He could faintly sense an evil feeling from the red light. Rhodey was naturally aware that it was Kara's divine primordial spirit. That thing had helped the snake to block some of the attacks. But now that it had no other alternative, it was forced to use this treasured item. The divine primordial spirit gradually helped the snake regain the red glow in its body. The snake also seemed to weep. It only had 4 heads remaining and its size seemed to be contracting. Suddenly, Kara's voice came from behind Sky. At some point in time, Kara had already flown up to Sky's side. He pulled Sky down and then whispered, "Right now, there is a chance to get rid of this thing. However, your help is necessary." "Speak." Kara sighed. "The Hakone Serpent is a supernatural being. It won't die even if you kill it. However, it is not difficult to seal it. You just need to take out that large red pearl." Sky then sneered and interrupted Kara, "Stop speaking rubbish and just say it straight." Hearing this, Kara could not help but look at Sky and said, "Both of us may have strong domain powers. However, even if we cut off its last head, it will reincarnate with 8 heads. This thing cannot be killed. Making it weaker would only allow it to feel pain. As it is a supernatural being with an immortal body, it will simply come back to life even if you kill it." Sky frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "The key is that pearl." He then lowered his voice and said, "That pearl is currently its biggest weakness. It was sealed here for that red pearl. We just..." He paused and then gritted his teeth. "Right now, I can only recover a bit of energy. Rhodey is probably in the same situation as me right now." Rhodey laughed bitterly and replied, "Yes. Right now, I feel like my body is an empty shell." "That's right." Kara then said, "As long as we can get that pearl, I will have a way to seal it." Kara did not want to say divine primordial spirit as he did not want Fatty to know his identity. Rhodey then coldly said, "Mr. Kara, just now you said that the snake can be killed off after it has 1 head left. Now, you say it cannot be killed but could only be sealed. In the end, you just want us to help you get the divine primordial spirit. Am I right?" Kara's tone was unchanged as he coldly replied, "The Hakone Serpent is powerful. If we do not beat it until its present condition, how are we supposed to grab my divine primordial spirit? Besides that, I would be able to get rid of it once I obtain my divine primordial spirit. How could it be said that I deceived you? I have clearly told you that I fought it thousands of years ago. I had also cut off a few of its heads until it has 1 head left. Do you know what happened after that?" Kara looked at Rhodey and said, "After being crushed by me, it reincarnated in a red light. On top of that, it recovered with 8 heads." "What?" Rhodey exclaimed. Kara faintly said, "It was like that. Did you think a god-ranked beast like that would just die? Even if we kill it, it would just take some time for him to reincarnate. On top of that, it would reincarnate at full strength. However, once I obtain my divine primordial spirit, we no longer need to fear it." Rhodey angrily shouted, "Bullshit. Didn't you tell me it was defective?" "Ha ha ha." Kara laughed. "What do you consider defective?"
It does not matter if it was the Hakone serpent or the mystic dragon.
These are things those bastards in heaven created to deal with me. The Hakone serpent was easily defeated by me. Naturally, it could only be regarded as defective. However, it having an immortal body is not a lie. Sky did not speak and was listening to the conversation between the two. He then looked surprised and said, "Wait. What did you say? What is Kara? What is a divine primordial spirit?" He looked intently at Rhodey and gritted his teeth. "Is that glowing red thing the divine primordial spirit?" Kara was slightly surprised and asked, "Oh? You know about the divine primordial spirit too?" Sky then said, "Although I have never seen it before, I have heard of it before." "Ha ha ha, a divine primordial spirit. Could it be a god-ranked fellow? Who are you really?" Kara lightly replied, "Didn't you hear my name earlier?" Sky's eyes suddenly changed. "You are Kara? The true god Kara?"
The three wanted to continue talking, but the Hakone serpent seemed to have absorbed a lot of the strange red light from the divine primordial spirit. The wounds on its body started to heal. Kara turned pale and said, "Stop wasting words. Take advantage of the current moment. Although we don't have a plan yet, right now we have 3 people with strong domain powers here.
This is already a strong advantage."
Rhodey wanted to say something else, but Sky's expression changed and had a thoughtful gaze. Sky suddenly got in front of Rhodey and said, "Alright, I will help you." He then looked at Kara and asked, "Tell us. What do you need us to do?" Kara sighed and softly said, "That divine primordial spirit originally belonged to me. The method to take it back is very simple. The 3 of us attack at the same time. You help me to fight the Hakone serpent from the front. Drag it out and make sure it does not have the time to swallow the divine primordial spirit. Rhodey, stay at the side and give support. As for me..." Kara's eyes became firm as he said, "My only way is to fight for infuse with the divine primordial spirit." He paused for a moment and then said, "I will rush forward. As long as I can reach the divine primordial spirit, we would have succeeded half the job. However, I do not have much energy now. It is necessary for you all to help me open the way. Do not give it the chance to stop me. If necessary, I even need you all to push me forward." Kara then smiled at Sky and said, "I know you don't like me. That is why, when the time comes for you to kick my ass, just kick me towards the divine primordial spirit." The Hakone serpent roared again in the distance. It seemed to have gradually absorbed a lot of the red light. If they still did not attack it, it would really swallow the divine primordial spirit. Kara immediately made a decision and shouted, "The opportunity is here. Go!" Rhodey and Kara mustered their strength with difficulty. They then charged towards the Hakone serpent together with Sky. One of the heads was absorbing the red light while the remaining 3 heads immediately faced its enemies' attacks. Sky swung the sword and sent a large wind blade towards the snake. The head was knocked down. He then shouted at Rhodey, "Boy, come here." Rhodey actually could no longer fight directly with the snake. He could just only stay close to Sky. Kara had also advanced towards Sky's side. Sky saw an opportunity and suddenly shot out a fireball with his other hand. It struck a snake head, causing it to cry out in pain and move away. Sky suddenly lowered his voice and said to Kara, "You said I can kick your ass? Then I am going to do it." Sky suddenly kicked Kara's backside. Kara's body shook and flew forward like lightning. However, what surprised Rhodey was Sky did not kick Kara towards the divine primordial spirit. Kara also felt angry, but he had no time to react. In front of Kara was a snake head whose mouth was wide open. "Fatty! You!" Rhodey cried out in alarm. Sky then grabbed Rhodey by his collar and carried him towards the divine primordial spirit. The sword in his hands emitted a sharp blade of light as he forced back a snake head that attempted to attack. He then looked at the divine primordial spirit in front of him and said, "Boy, your opportunity is here." Sky forcefully swung Rhodey and then threw him like an arrow towards the divine primordial spirit. With a loud sound, Rhodey was thrown towards the evil-looking red sun. His entire body then vanished. Sky was delighted that he managed to throw Rhodey in and was not prepared for a snakehead that attacked him from his left. As he could not avoid or block it in time, he was knocked away. When he finally stopped further away in midair, he laughed, "I heard you just needed to fuse with the divine primordial spirit to reach god rank status. Boy, how will you thank me for this?" "Kara, oh Kara, did you think I would be so foolish to work myself to the bone for you?" At this time, Kara's enraged voice was heard. Sky had schemed against him and also kicked him towards the mouth of a snakehead. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he managed to escape the snake's mouth with his devil god powers. However, his body was fully covered with blood. He did not know whether the blood was his or the snake's. His hair was disheveled and his body was trembling as he faced Sky and shouted, "Despicable fellow! How dare you scheme against me?" Sky coldly looked at him and said, "I schemed against you, but what can you do about it?" "Poof. All of you that are known as God-ranked people are all villains. Just looking at you makes me angry. Not slashing you with my sword then is already showing my respects to the elderly." After that, the irrepressible fatty ruthlessly slashed at the ancient devil god in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, God vs. God. 1. Chapter 288, God vs. God. 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kara was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. The true god Kara, the devil god, had never met such an irrepressible and heretical bastard like this fatty. When Kara heard Sky said that it was already respectful of him to the elderly by not slashing Kara, a newfound hatred was born. Kara suddenly roared loudly and threw himself towards Fatty. It was unfortunate for Kara. If it was 1,000 years ago when Kara still had the strength of a devil god, it would be easy to get rid of the hateful Fatty. Even then, after reincarnating, he had reached the rank of domain powers and could match Sky in strength. But at that moment, the ancient devil god had been fighting all night and was covered with injuries. He was also exhausted and was fighting irrationally. How could he defeat Sky? Sky casually raised his hands to block and also attacked Kara, causing him to fly out. Blood could be seen flowing out of Kara's mouth. Kara's face had a ruthless expression as he asked, "Are you scheming against me for that boy? You want to snatch away my divine primordial spirit?" Sky laughed and did not immediately give a reply. He gave a backhand slash at the Hakoni serpent with several light blades. He then rushed up quickly and flew several laps around the Hakoni serpent. He looked as though he was sending out an endless wave of attacks. As Sky fought, he shouted in the direction of the red divine primordial spirit, "Rody, I am helping you stall this large snake out here. Hurry up!" The Hakoni serpent was helpless against this opponent as its four heads spewed out fire wildly. However, Sky had the advantage in speed. On top of that, Sky was experienced in fighting huge monsters and could deal with it easily. Kara had quieted down as he stayed far behind. Although he simply remained there, his body was trembling. His eyes were cold and sharp and he gritted his teeth so hard that blood appeared on his lips. "Why are you antagonizing me?" Kara suddenly asked from the back. "For what purpose do you oppose me? If you want the boy to achieve God rank status by obtaining my divine primordial spirit, it is impossible." Sky fought the Hakoni serpent for a while and became somewhat tired. He flew around one lap and then back to Kara. Staring at Kara, he said, "I will do whatever I want. If you are unhappy about it, you just need to look for me." Kara gritted his teeth and said, "What you just did is harming others without benefiting yourself. What is the use of you throwing that Rody into my divine primordial spirit? Poof. Do you think it is so easy to fuse with my divine primordial spirit?" Sky laughed loudly and said, "Of course I know that. However, giving the boy the divine primordial spirit is better than giving it to a devil god like you. If anything, you should just blame the fact that you met me." Kara's murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. He then said, "My divine primordial spirit cannot be fused together with others. Only I can control it. You are only causing harm to that boy. Fatty, it is not too late. Pull that boy back out. Why is there so much nonsense? I will do what I want. If you want to pull that boy out, do it yourself." Sky ruthlessly swung his sword and fiercely said, "If you speak more nonsense and provoke me, I will cut you into two." At this time, the Hakoni serpent suddenly roared and then its middle head swallowed the divine primordial spirit. Before Sky could say anything, Needy's had already turned white. She had seen Rody enter the red sun-like thing and now that thing was swallowed by the snake. Needy's felt her mind go blank. She suddenly screamed out, "Fatty! What are you doing?" Needy suddenly rushed towards Fatty. Long sharp nails suddenly emerged from her fingers as she attacked Sky with them like daggers. "Aha!" Sky jokingly taunted as he dodged. "I did not expect you to be a vampire. Little bat." Sky laughed at Needy's. "Why are you so angry?" Needy's almost cried as she shouted, You made him get swallowed." Sky easily held Needy's wrist, laughed and said, "Don't be so anxious. That boy will not die. I am very well aware of the situation." Sky then turned his head around and laughed, "Didn't you say that the divine primordial spirit cannot fuse with others?"
Let me tell you.
From the start, I have not placed any hopes in infusing with your divine primordial spirit.
However, I have heard of a saying. What? Kara suddenly had a bad feeling.
Sky smiled proudly and said, this guy could even convert the mystic dragon.
Do you think your divine primordial spirit would be difficult to convert? Kara could not laugh anymore. According to common sense, the divine primordial spirit could only be controlled by its original practitioner. After thousands of years of grinding while it was guarded by the Hakone serpent, how much of Kara's consciousness still remained in the divine primordial spirit was questionable. But the moment the divine primordial spirit was created, it was impossible to be destroyed. If Kara wanted to take revenge against the gods, he needed to recover his strength as a devil god so that he could fight them. There were only two methods. The first method would be to cultivate from the start. He would need to cultivate from a normal person to a person with strong domain powers. From there, he needed to surpass domains and human boundaries to reach the level of a god. However, Prometheus' body needed decades to master domain powers. The body would have expired before he could reach god rank status. The other method would be to find his divine primordial spirit from 1,000 years ago. If he could obtain his divine primordial spirit, he would be able to control what he cultivated last time. He would regain his level as a god-ranked person. The so-called divine primordial spirit was not an energy. It was simply one of the methods the god-ranked people control their god-ranked strength. It was like a key. For an average person, obtaining the divine primordial spirit would be useless. This was because they would not know how to use the power even if they get it. It was like having a pair of legs but no body. However, Fatty's words reminded Kara that the mystic dragon was in Rhodey's body. Needy's eyes were filled with tear stains. Sky held her shoulder and did not allow her to continue struggling. At this moment, the Hakone serpent that had swallowed the divine primordial spirit gave a strange roar. That roar did not seem to come from anger or pain but... Years later, Sky, who would recall that day, would comment that the ugly monster's roar sounded like it had a stomachache. Without any external cause, the snake suddenly and violently tossed around as it roared painfully. Its body suddenly turned stiff in midair and fell to the ground. Everybody, including Kara, immediately ran away when the monster fell as none of them wanted to be crushed by the snake. Sky finally displayed some compassion. Instead of getting rid of Kara, he pulled Kara's hair and dragged him out of the way. When the Hakone serpent crashed, there were several cracks in the ground. It suddenly twisted its body. The others that escaped to a distance then saw a shockingly extraordinary scene. One of the Hakone serpent's heads expanded as if someone continued to inflate its body. The snake's body continued to expand as it roared tragically. It thrashed its body around as its tail continued to sweep the ground. Suddenly, numerous cracks appeared on the inflated body. A slight burst of golden light shined through in the cracks between the scales. The snake gave a blood-curdling scream before it exploded with a loud sound. As fragments of its body scattered, a half-red and half-gold ball of light flew out of the body. As the ball of light left the body, the snake roared loudly, fell to the ground and then stopped moving. One of its heads exploded and its size shrank again. The three-headed Hakone serpent was now only one-third its original size. It seemed to have no more strength and lay down on the ground powerlessly. The three heads looked at the scene in the sky as it gasped for breath. Its white-colored breath could be seen as it breathed heavily. The half-red half-gold ball of light flew high into the clouds. A loud and long cry then came from within the ball of light. The voice in the cry was filled with shocking and explosive power. The vibration of the voice caused the clouds to disperse. The ball of light then burst into numerous fire that was like a meteor shower falling all around. As the light dimmed, Rhodey's figure could be seen floating in midair. Needy's was pleasantly surprised and shouted. She was about to rush on ahead when Sky suddenly pulled and stopped her. He then said, "Something is not right." The aura around Rhodey's body seemed strange. He had appeared after the ball of light burst open. However, it was as though his body had no aura. He calmly floated in the air with his head hung down. It was as though it was very quiet. Only Sky could hear that Rhodey was mumbling a meaningless whimper. Kara also seemed to be able to hear Rhodey's voice and turned pale. He could really absorb my divine primordial spirit? That is impossible. Looking from afar, Rhodey's body suddenly moved. His body stood straight and he looked at the sky. After that, there was a change. An extremely violent aura suddenly spread out from Rhodey's body. It manifested in countless chaotic flows welling up around him. A dark oppressive aura spread out, seemingly able to cover up the entire sky. Rhodey's hair fluttered like countless snakes. Even more surprising was that his hair was growing quickly.
As if it had a life of its own, the hair grew until it reached his heels.
Rhodey then roared.
His roar was even more violent compared to the Hakone serpent.
The waves caused by his voice blew the few people away.
If Sky had not shielded the others, the waves would have caused them to fall apart. Rhodey's roar became more powerful as time passed. His roar was like the tides that came again and again.
Even the Hakone serpent that was on the ground trembled when it heard this roar. Sky opened up an aura field to protect his companions.
He looked at the distant Rhodey in surprise and murmured.
That voice, could it be?
It is the dragon language.
Karis gloomily said beside Sky.
Oh?
Humph. Kara was angry. You idiot.
I have already told you that the divine primordial spirit cannot be absorbed by others.
I already told you that the divine primordial spirit is not energy. Do you think it was an energy crystal? Did you think absorbing it would make a person more powerful and reach God rank level? You fool. That would not happen.
Kara hatefully looked at Sky and slowly said, let me tell you.
The divine primordial spirit is just a key. Obtaining it allows people to use God-ranked strength. It is useless for ordinary people to obtain it.
That is because ordinary people do not cultivate to obtain the God-ranked strength.
However, Rhodey is different.
If he were to obtain the divine primordial spirit, it would be more difficult to deal with than the Hakone serpent.
This is because the God-ranked mystic dragon is in his body.
At a distance, Rhodey's long blue hair fluttered like the lake water. His body then went through a tremendous change.
Black and dark aura balls appeared from his body.
It slowly spread out and surrounded him. After being surrounded by the darkness, Rhodey's agonizing roar became more intense. Suddenly, he stretched out the fingers of his hands and white light poured out.
The white light was extremely dazzling. Suddenly, the black aura balls around Rhodey split into two. The left half of his body shined with a white light. The right side of his body shined with a black light. Both lights seemed to compete and consume each other while fiercely entangled with each other.
Rhodey's eyes were closed. His expression became more and more distorted as he continued to roar. His voice filled the world.
Even those in Sky's protective domain could feel the voice of the roar striking against their souls.
Gradually, the darkness at his body grew more and more intense as it suppressed the white light.
Rhodey's body shrank into a ball as if he was trembling. Suddenly, he choked as though he was struggling.
Rhodey suddenly raised his hand and hammered his chest. He slowly spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he spat out something from his mouth. That thing that came out was the red-colored sun that had shrunk in size. Strange rays of light radiated from it.
The divine primordial spirit. Sky was surprised. Shit. Just now he was swallowed by the divine primordial spirit. How did it become him swallowing the divine primordial spirit? Kara's expression also changed as he shouted, "My divine primordial spirit!" Kara rushed out extremely quickly. Sky also did not stop him.
Rhodey's body suddenly stretched out after he spat out the divine primordial spirit. The divine primordial spirit slowly ascended like the rising sun.
Kara anxiously wanted to reclaim his divine primordial spirit.
He had regained a little bit of energy after resting a little earlier. He used up this energy without any reservations as he charged towards the sky. At this time, Rhodey suddenly opened his eyes. His brown eyes had turned black.
The pupils in his eyes seemed to glow with an evil black light. His eyes seemed to lack human emotions and seemed to be without consciousness. He coldly looked at Kara, who was flying above him, and suddenly gave a sharp roar. He suddenly raised his hand and a black ball of light was condensed in his palm. There was a loud thunderous sound as a black fiery dragon came out from Rhodey's palm and ruthlessly flew towards Kara, who was flying in the sky. It was the mystic dragon purge. Half the sky seemed to be burnt by the black flames. From the point of view of Sky and the others, Kara was hit by the black fiery dragon and immediately burst into black flames. There was a violent blast and Kara's body was immediately covered with black flames. There was not a single sound. It was like the fiery tail of a meteor, disappearing into the clouds without a trace. Rhodey suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter sounded evil. He then lowered his head and looked at Sky and the others. However, he did not continue looking at them as he found a more distinct target. The large monster, the Hakone serpent that was quietly lying down on its stomach. Obvious to Rhodey, this target would arouse his interest more. He then roared. The black flames around his body burned even more. As he roared, a black flame shot down towards the Hakone serpent. Sky could only taste bitterness in his mouth as he was unable to stop himself from saying, "This is bad, I seem to have brought a disaster." What? Needy's was seemingly muddle-headed.
Sky sighed and pointed at the distant Rhodey. He then softly said, "That is the mystic dragon. I have fought it for hundreds of years.
I recognize this aura. I can't be mistaken.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 289, God vs. God. 2. Chapter 289, God vs. God. 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The mountains continued to erupt, but the flames had seemingly calmed down. It was no longer as powerful as when it first started to erupt. Rhodey charged towards the Hakone serpent on the ground with black flames around his body.
The Hakone serpent's roar sounded cowardly as its body shrank into a ball. Rhodey laughed wildly.
He smashed into the large body of the Hakone serpent like a black fireball and then pierced through it. He returned to the sky like a shooting star, leaving a fog of blood behind him. The black flames had already covered half the sky, complementing the thick smoke rising from the distant erupted mountain.
Needy's looked at Rhodey with fear. She trembled and said, "Hey, fatty, he." Sky's face was grim as he looked at the Hakone serpent yowling mournfully on the ground. He then said, "There is no other way. I am afraid the boy now has a demonic one nature." "What?" Needy shrieked. Sky had a serious expression as he softly said, "Looks like I was too impatient. If Kara was not wrong, the divine primordial spirit is the key to using the god-ranked strength. However, the mystic dragon is in Rhodey's body."
Not only did swallowing the divine primordial spirit not increase Rhodey's own strength, it even awakened the mystic dragon in his body.
Needy's turned pale.
She could not help but hit Sky as she screamed, "You fat idiot.
What were you doing? You, give me back my Rhodey." Sky laughed bitterly and calmly said, "Little girl, pray, that is the only thing we can do now. Perhaps there is a way."
Sith, who was standing beside them, suddenly spoke.
Sky and Needy's immediately looked at the old sorcerer.
In truth, Sith was also a powerful figure. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the Sorcerers' Association of the Roland continent.
However, that night, everyone there was at domain-ranked or god-ranked level.
It caused the old sorcerer to seem like someone without any powers. That being said, the old sorcerer's wisdom was still there. He looked at the wounded Hakone serpent on the floor and suddenly said, "Maybe we should take advantage of this snake."
That? Sky and Needy's were both stunned.
Sith laughed bitterly and said, "Now, Rhodey has gone mad.
You have also seen it earlier. That masked fellow could not even take a single hit. Do you think you can win?"
Sky shook his head like a rattledrum and replied, "I can't.
I have not gone mad.
I don't dare fight against that boy when his attacks are so violent. I will not be able to withstand that mystic dragon purge. If I were to fight with him recklessly, both of us would suffer at best.
Most likely all of us would die together." At this moment, Sky's eyes lit up. "Are you saying to fight against him alongside that monstrous snake?" Sith laughed bitterly and said, "Let us deal with it first before speaking." Sky then laughed bitterly. "But..."
He pointed to the Hakone serpent.
"That guy looks like it can't go on anymore. It looks like it is half dead.
I have a way for it to become lively again in a short moment."
Sith's eyes showed a hint of anguish. "Good." Sky made a prompt decision. "I will go install the boy. During that time, act quickly. As for you, little girl." Sky looked at Needy's and then sighed. "Run quickly. Run as far away as you can.
This place would later, it would not be a place where a small vampire like you would be able to protect yourself." After that, Sky roared loudly and flew towards Rhodey with Rhodey's sword in his hands.
Rhodey was acting violently in the sky.
His clothes fluttered from his aura. He suddenly saw a man rushing towards him and shot a fireball at the man without identifying the person.
Shit!
Sky placed the sword horizontally and blocked it, causing the fireballs to scatter into sparks.
He then cursed, "Boy, your attacks are really ruthless." He sent out a light blade with a backhand slash. Rhodey violently roared repeatedly. Both of his hands shot out 2 shockwaves.
Not only was the light blade scattered by the attack, the other attack moved towards Sky.
Fatty was very agile and dodged out of the way.
He then heard a loud explosion behind him. After the smoke cleared, a large crater could be seen in the ground behind Sky. Sky then pointed at Rhodey with the sword and shouted, "Boy,
you better wake up quickly. Otherwise, I will beat up your face until your mother cannot recognize you." However, Rhodey had really gone mad.
Even without any effort from Sky, he truly would not recognize his own mother even if his mother stood in right front of him. He only felt that the fat adversary in front of him was extremely disagreeable. He suddenly roared loudly and rushed towards Sky. Although he was mad, Rhodey's strength seemed to explode out. His entire body became a weapon and rushed towards Sky's front like a whistling comet. Sky only managed to utter out a surprised cry before Rhodey knocked him far away. However, Rhodey's actions were even crazier. Without stopping, he shot out dozens of fireballs that wildly chased after Sky. Sky was then engulfed in many explosions and a sea of flames. Sith had already run to the Hakone Serpent's side. At that time, the powerful snake was already on the verge of death. It had lost 4 heads and was no longer as strong as a person with a strong domain. It was badly wounded and was bleeding everywhere. The 2 big holes caused by Rhodey was particularly frightening. Sith did not dare to approach too closely to it. He stood at a distance and raised his hand to cast a spell. There was a bright white light that shined from his body. It was the Light Series spell, the Reshape Origin. However, that spell consumed too much magical power. Even the powerful Black Veil Saint was exhausted after casting it once to save Rhodey in the northwest of the Radiant Empire. The old sorcerer had already been fighting all night. His forehead was sweating buckets. Rhodey was crazily attacking Sky in the air when he saw a dazzling white light below him. Rhodey, who had lost his rationality at that moment, only attacked the most obvious targets in his line of sight. He was attracted to the bright light around Sith's body. He stopped bothering with Sky and roared before charging down to Sith. Sky immediately shouted, "Boy, you have not defeated me." Sky's fighting energy burst out. The sword shined and revealed a large figure. The several meters large sword slashed at Rhodey. A delicate voice then screamed from below. "Fatty! Do not hurt him." Needies was fearful as she watched Sky's attack. Although Sky had told her to run away, Needies was not a person who would run away in such situations. She firmly stood on the ground as she clenched her fists and looked at the battles in the sky with terror. There was a loud explosion as Rhodey was struck from the front by Sky's powerful attack. An attack from a person with strong domain powers was obviously not a trivial matter. After being slashed, Rhodey was sent flying. He somersaulted several times in the air before stopping. He then gave an enraged roar. Sky had succeeded in getting Rhodey's attention, but he then suddenly felt fearful. Rhodey stretched out both his hands. Black gas came out from his hands at the same time. The gas rapidly condensed into 2 black balls. "Shit!" Sky exclaimed. He hurriedly asked the old sorcerer below him, "Are you done yet?" Following Sith's guidance, a white beam of light shot towards the Hakone Serpent's body. Its wounds healed rapidly as Sith's expression turned pale. The consumption of magic was more than what his body could provide. He looked as though he was on the verge of collapsing. He heard Sky's roar and clenched his teeth. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would collapse before he could finish the spell. The aura around Rhodey's body became more and more powerful. The heinous black flames forced Sky to retreat. Sky already needed to completely expand his own fighting energy to be able to barely resist Rhodey's aura. "Shit! If I wait for you to act, I would be finished." Sky did not wait for Rhodey to act and slashed with the sword. Sky's entire strength and fighting energy were contained in it. The powerful aura managed to cut a gap through the black flames. The golden light of the blade had reached in front of Rhodey. Rhodey looked at the attack with scorn. He casually waved his hand and the light was smashed to pieces. Sky shook his head. "Hell! This crazy mystic dragon is actually so powerful. It was not so fierce when I fought it last time." Sky did not know that the mystic dragon was weakened when it had been sealed in the cave and could only use a small fraction of its power. Now, the mystic dragon in Rhodey's body had gone through several dragon transformations. It could no longer be compared to the mystic dragon in the cave. "Old guy. Hurry up. I am not able to withstand much longer." Sky saw the black balls in Rhodey's hand became more intense. He did not want to deal with it and flew back down to the surface of the ground. At that moment, the white light started to dim, but all the wounds were almost healed. The Hakone Serpent seemed to have regained some of its strength. It opened up the eyes of its 4 heads and roared as it raised its body. Sith trembled a little before slumping down on the ground. Needies quickly ran over to help him up. His voice and lips trembled as he said to Needies with barely opened eyes, "Quick! We need to quickly find a place to hide." He then closed his eyes and fainted. Sky had already fled towards the Hakone Serpent. However, the Hakone Serpent did not identify the others as allies and tried to bite those near to him. Sky then cursed, "It is really just a beast. It does not know how to repay kindness. He dodged and was about to strike back when he remembered that the Hakone serpent was only just healed by Sith. He then stepped back, spat on the floor and left. The Hakone serpent's roar caught Rhodey's attention. The black gas at his hands had completely condensed. He looked at the most conspicuous and largest fellow. He now knew which one to target. He roared loudly towards the sky. The loud voice suppressed the Hakone serpent's voice. He then rushed down towards the Hakone serpent. Good. Go and fight with him. I am not going to keep you company. Sky cursed and then went over to Needies and Sith as he shouted, quickly go. That boy is about to use his attack. Sky grabbed a person in each hand and quickly flew away. The Hakone serpent behind them roared angrily and shot out a powerful wave of light at Rhodey. Rhodey was struck and knocked back. He staggered a little in the air. His body was full of wounds and blood continued to flow out. He roared angrily as though he did not even feel the pain. The aura around his body also became somewhat more powerful. Rhodey slowly flew towards the Hakone serpent and let go of the black ball in his hands. For this attack, Rhodey had gathered energy and condensed it for a long time. When it was shot, the entire world lost its color. At that moment, the sky had two suns. One was the sun behind the smokes from the erupted volcano, over the horizon. The other sun was the red divine primordial spirit that Rhodey had just spat out. When Rhodey attacked, the spreading shockwave seemed to turn over space itself. The two suns in the sky trembled as though they were about to fall. There were two roars as two black fiery dragons emerged from Rhodey's hands. The dragons had flaming bodies and ferocious expressions. The black flames around was hellfire that could burn everything. The dragons charged towards the Hakone serpent. The two black fiery dragons were fast. Sky, who watched from afar, was secretly fearful. He knew that if he was the one attacked by Rhodey, he would not be able to withstand the attack. What if I dodge it? Sky laughed bitterly in his heart as he did not believe he would be able to dodge it. This was because a person with powerful domain would able to lock on to his target. The Hakone serpent did not avoid the attack and charged forward towards Rhodey. Both mystic dragon purges ruthlessly struck the Hakone serpent. The fiery dragons immediately pierced through the colossal body of the Hakone serpent, which resulted in half of its body exploding. However, the badly mangled snake continued to rush forward as its head rammed into Rhodey. The Hakone serpent's life-risking attack was powerful. It dispersed the black flames around Rhodey after ramming into him. Rhodey was sent flying ruthlessly and then fell to the ground. There was a large explosion in the sky. The black flames were all swept away like a hurricane. Sky suddenly opened up a small domain which was like a ball of light. This small domain shook from the powerful storm like a leaf. It was as if it could be destroyed at any time. The three people could no longer open their eyes. The black flames had spread and covered the world. In the end, only their hearing was unaffected. However, the endless series of explosions caused them to feel dizzy. Sky's domain ball was blown to about 3 miles away by the shockwave. Sky had desperately blocked it. The explosions lasted for a long time. When the sounds gradually stopped, the three of them were still conscious, but Needies and Sith were in a daze. Sky took a deep breath and fell to the ground. He then patted Needies' face and ruthlessly hit Sith a few times. After casting a simple spell on both of them, they woke up from their daze. Where is this? Needies regained consciousness and gave Sky a weak glance. Sky's eyes were dull as he looked around. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and firmly said, "Take a look and you will know." Nearby, there were huge cracks in the ground formed by the explosions. Beyond the cracks was a canyon. A huge lump of earth was seemingly dug out by Rhodey's two mystic dragon purges. The three were at the edge of the cliff of the canyon formed by the explosion. Needies looked over the cliff and could not see the bottom. The smoke had not dispersed and it was not known how deep the hole was. How did that happen? Sith suddenly cried out in alarm as he pointed to the distance with trembling fingers. Needies looked over and saw nothing. Needies suddenly realized this and she jumped up screaming, where is the mountain? The three looked towards the sacred mountain. The originally tall and towering mountain was now missing. The sacred mountain had been blown into oblivion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, God's Record Reappears. Chapter 290, God's Record Reappears. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All of you wait here, I will go over to take a look. Sky said as he looked down the cliff. At that moment, clouds of dust were everywhere and the place under the cliff was unfathomable. Before Needies and the old sorcerer could say anything, Sky had already jumped down. "Rhodey boy, are you still alive?" Fatty looked closely at the ground, searching while flying forward. At the same time, Sky was surreptitiously vigilant. That boy had gone crazily violent and only God knew whether he was sober yet. In case he hid in the dark and shot out his mystic dragon purge, then Sky would have been killed. Ha 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 ha. A weak laughter came from a distant. That laughter was mixed with the sounds of breathing and violent coughs. It sounded like Rhodey. Fatty immediately attentively rushed over. Rhodey was tottering and on the verge of collapsing. He stood there in his already torn and tattered clothes. His body was covered with numerous wounds as if a blood man was standing there. He pointed at something in front of him and issued a burst of wild laughter. Fatty looked towards where Rhodey's finger was pointing and immediately saw that thing. It was actually the Hakoni serpent. At that moment, the Hakoni serpent no longer looked like a snake monster. Only 2 heads remained from the original 8. It looked like a double-headed snake and the body of the snake had shrunk tremendously. Its length was about the same as the height of a person. With only 2 heads left, the Hakoni serpent seemed weak against Rhodey. It was vomiting and its body coiled into a ball from fear. Sky frowned. "Boy, you have overdone it this time. Lie down, quickly." Rhodey coldly looked at Fatty. The murderous aura in his eyes made Sky trembled. After that, Rhodey's eyes gradually showed disdain. He increased his pace and advanced towards the big Hakoni serpent. At that moment, Rhodey was staggering. He was so weak that he looked as if he was going to collapse any time. However, the Hakoni serpent seemed to be extremely frightened of Rhodey, who was in front. Although it was hissing intimidatingly, it dared not attack. Instead, it coiled its body even tighter. Rhodey looked at the Hakoni serpent for a while, with his already blackened pair of eyes. After that, he actually stretched out his pair of hands to beckon from the sky. From the thick smoke in the sky, the divine primordial spirit that exuded a bright and bewitching red light, all of a sudden, dropped down once again. As Sky watched, the following actions taken by Rhodey were even weirder. He gradually spat out a series of indistinct characters. After that, he held the divine primordial spirit in one hand, while his other hand was beckoning the big Hakoni serpent back and forth. The body of the big Hakoni serpent suddenly became smaller and finally almost turned into a miniature shape of a small snake. Rhodey looked satisfied. Those characters that came from his mouth became more and more rapid. Finally, the Hakoni serpent roared as its body was hit by a group of strong light and it was quickly sucked into the divine primordial spirit. Sky was shocked as he looked at Rhodey's actions. He suddenly exclaimed in his heart. "Looks like this boy is already able to control the divine primordial spirit." In fact, Sky did not know why other people could also control Kara's divine primordial spirit. Rhodey's body, at that moment, was occupied by the consciousness of the mystic dragon, so he could not control Kara's divine primordial spirit. The divine primordial spirit was a key that could trigger the power of God's level. It had already resonated with the consciousness of the mystic dragon that was hidden inside Rhodey's body. That was what made Rhodey violently crazy and almost entered the demonic stage. Fortunately, even though the mystic dragon was hysterical, the power of mystic dragon that was inside Rhodey was still far from the 9 times dragon change level. So, it could not be considered to have achieved God's level. Luckily it was so, otherwise, if it was a 9 times dragon changed dragon and with the divine primordial spirit to bring out its basic instinct, then there would be no way in this world that could save Rhodey. Rhodey was lost when he saw the Hakoni serpent being sucked in by the divine primordial spirit. He seemed hesitant as to how to deal with that divine primordial spirit. At that moment, even though the consciousness of the mystic dragon had occupied the body of Rhodey, but it had not undergone the 9 times dragon change and therefore did not have its own consciousness and wisdom. It had not reached the perfect state and everything were carried out by virtue of biological instinct. Sucking in the Hakoni serpent just now was the only approach that the mystic dragon could think of then. So, prompted by the consciousness of the mystic dragon, Rhodey also applied that approach. However, after all, the divine primordial spirit did not belong to the mystic dragon. Therefore, at that moment, the mystic dragon was without wisdom and relied entirely on instinct. It seemed that it did not know how to deal with that divine primordial spirit that was in its hands. Sky was standing by the side. In any case, he could not figure out what Rhodey was doing. At that moment, the consciousness of the mystic dragon was in a lost state. Propelled by a faint instinct, it felt that that thing in its hands was very important. However, at the same time, it hesitated for a while because it knew that the thing was not its own. Rhodey then opened his mouth and swallowed the divine primordial spirit. When that thing entered his mouth, Rhodey's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light. He then turned around to look at Sky as his mouth issued a slight howl.
Sky's scalp felt numb and he was somewhat embarrassed. Rhodey's expression became more and more ferocious. He clenched his fists and paced towards Sky. In fact, Sky could sense that, at that moment, Rhodey's aura was extremely dim. His breathing was also very weak. His strength had almost reached his limit. The fight just now was so massive that it had already exhausted almost all of Rhodey's energy. However, he was still being controlled by the consciousness of the mystic dragon. As long as there was a target in front of him, then it would arouse his fighting instinct. Sky held up the scimitar in his hand horizontally and shouted, "Boy, at present, you are already on the verge of collapsing. Don't insist on fighting with me. I don't want to hurt you."
"You?" Rhodey suddenly roared loudly. The muscles in his body were trembling. His face revealed a somewhat pained expression. It seemed like with every step he made, he had to resort to all his energy. Obviously, he was at the end of his tether. Rhodey struggled to raise his breath. With the palm of his hand like a sword, he seemed to rush towards Fatty. Fatty quickly raised a defensive posture. The moment Rhodey rushed forward 2 steps, his body suddenly stiffened. After that, it trembled violently for a while before crashing down. The ring on his finger, which was transformed from the broken staff of Moses' god, once again radiated traces of white light.
Moses' original purpose of changing Moses' staff into a ring was to control the pair of mystic dragon's fetters inside Rhodey's body. However, just now, when Rhodey was violently crazy, the power of Moses' staff was obviously suppressed by the mystic dragon. But Rhodey was extremely weak now, and as a result, the staff once again became effective. That gave Sky a scare and he exclaimed, "Hey, boy, are you alright?" "I didn't touch you." Sky ran over in a few steps.
First, he stood beside Rhodey and gave him a trial kick. Rhodey's eyes were closed with his teeth tightly gritted. He was lying down on the ground and apparently, he had lost consciousness.
Fatty was rest assured now.
He bent down and gave Rhodey a hard push. He also checked on Rhodey's wound. With that check, Sky was shocked. The wounds on Rhodey's body was too scary. He had broken 2 of his ribs. There was a big hole in his shoulder. That wound was so deep that the bone was visible and blood was gurgling out. As for other areas, there were no less than a dozen big and small wounds. If it was someone else, with such severe injuries, that person would have died. Without any more delay, Sky immediately put his magic to use. He quickly healed the wounds on Rhodey's body. His magic treatment was naturally very superior. In a short while, he had already healed the wounds on Rhodey's body. Although it was not difficult to heal those wounds, Rhodey was still unconscious. Sky sighed. Carrying Rhodey in his hands, he returned using the path that he came from. Needies and Sith had been waiting anxiously. When they saw Fatty carrying Rhodey in his hands, Needies immediately shouted and ran towards them.
Fatty laughed loudly. "Little female bat, I have brought back this boy."
Just as his voice faded, he heard Rhodey, whom he was still carrying, suddenly give a low moan. Fatty was startled.
As a reflex response, he almost threw Rhodey out.
After Rhodey fell heavily on the ground, Fatty held his scimitar in one hand and vigilantly stared at Rhodey. He then shouted, "Boy, are you a man or a dragon? Say something to me first." Rhodey's body shook a couple of times on the ground. He opened his eyes and seemed to be looking blankly at Sky. His eyes had already regained its brown color and his face revealed a somewhat pained expression. He struggled to give a bitter smile.
"Fatty, why did you throw me out?"
Suddenly, there was a groan.
"Damn, why does my body hurt so much?"
Sky chuckled as he ran over. He pulled Rhodey up and laughed loudly. "Aha, boy, you are finally awake.
Just now, you gave me a real hard beating."
After that, he patted Rhodey on his shoulder. At that moment, Rhodey was extremely weak. He almost fell again when Sky patted him so vigorously. His face scrunched up and smiled. "Fatty, not so hard please." Needies had long been pleasantly surprised and had shouted. She ran over and pushed Rhodey on the ground. Tears streamed continuously from her beautiful eyes, making Rhodey feeling lost.
Sky frowned.
He lifted Needies with one hand and pulled Rhodey with the other. He shouted, "Well, little female bat, even if you want to cry, let me finish saying what I have to say first." Fatty looked directly at Rhodey and said, "Boy, my time is running out.
I was summoned by you. When the time is up, I will have to return. Listen carefully, now.
You probably cannot remember what happened earlier. However, the little female bat will tell you later. My main concern now is that you have swallowed that divine primordial spirit and whether there will be any bad consequences. I was too impulsive on this matter.
Needy's interrupted. Then, will Rhodey behave like just now?
Sky shook his head.
I don't know. I think he won't. I just thought that the divine primordial spirit probably belonged to Kara and none of us can control it. It is like a key.
We obviously know that this key has access to a treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure is in Kara's hands. Even if Rhodey has this key, it will be of no use. However, I cannot understand why the mystic dragon suddenly occupied Rhodey's body. After I return, I will ask the old skeleton. Rhodey seemed like he wanted to say something, but Sky shook his head and said, well, later you can ask what happened just now.
Do you feel anything unusual now? Do you feel that there is something inside your body?
Rhodey frowned and shook his head.
No.
I just feel that my whole body aches. I feel that I have no more energy and I cannot even bring out any fighting energy.
Fatty smiled.
You were seriously injured just now. Although I have treated you, it will still hurt for a while.
As for your strength, you probably did not know that you acted violently just now. If you still have energy now, then something must have been very wrong.
After saying that, Fatty suddenly closed his eyes and frowned. Well, the old skeleton is urging me. It seems like he cannot hold on much longer.
I must go back immediately.
He opened his eyes to look at Rhodey. Boy, take care of yourself. He suddenly whispered, when you return, there will be a surprise waiting for you. After he finished speaking and before Rhodey could say anything, a white light emerged from Fatty's body.
Immediately after that, he disappeared. He just left like this. Needy shouted angrily.
This guy messed up this whole thing and he just left like this.
Sith gave a wry smile.
He is summoned here by a magical summon technique. In other words, there is a very powerful sorcerer there maintaining this summon technique. However, even if this person is very powerful, he will not be able to hold on for too long.
When the time is up, he will have to call Fatty back. Needy stared and asked, must he really go back? Can he not stay here?
Sith gave Needy's a cynical stare as if he was looking at an idiot on the subject of magic.
He whispered, do you think that the summon technique is an instant transportation?
If it is as good as you say, then we, the sorcerers, can go anywhere we want. Within moments, we can move from one place to another.
Do you think this is possible? Rhodey suddenly sighed and asked, where is that guy?
Needy's and the sorcerer exchanged glances with each other. They immediately knew that Rhodey was referring to that guy wearing a mask. Both of them did not seem to know how to reply Rhodey.
Should they tell him that he had killed that guy?
When Rhodey noticed that the two remained silent, he suddenly frowned.
Looks like we got ourselves an insurmountable job.
We have fought from morning till night, yet we still cannot find that thing that can threaten the temple.
Sith sighed. That legendary thing is probably inside the mountain. That big Hakoni serpent snake, most likely, is guarding. Rhodey frowned. Could it be that the divine primordial spirit is that thing?
Sith shook his head. No, according to legend, that thing is God's record. Rhodey suddenly smiled, stood up and patted on the Sith's shoulder. He seemed to look at Sith.
You are finally telling me the truth.
He paused for a while, before he lightly said, that guy, wearing the mask had already told me.
In addition to divine primordial spirit, there is still another thing.
After saying that, Sith gave a wry smile and looked into the distance.
But, the sacred mountain is no longer there, where are we going to find that thing?
At the same time, in a ruin, a few miles away from Rhodey and the others, a badly mutilated figure struggled to crawl out from among a rubble of stones.
Half of his body was almost mangled.
One of his arms had only half left, revealing blood-dripping muscles and ghastly white bones. The mask on his face had already dropped off earlier.
Kara spat for a while.
Although his body was trembling due to the pain, his eyes revealed a trace of deep fierce intention. At that moment, the injuries on his body almost claimed his life.
Kara crawled out from among the rubble and struggled to stay conscious and not lapse into a coma.
He then put in great efforts to raise his magic power and slowly displayed a trace of magical treatment light. However, at that moment, he only had about 10% of his strength left. At most, he could only cast a low-level magic which could also barely sustain his life. Although he managed to stop his own bleeding, Kara was in so much pain that he lost his voice. He looked fiercely into the distance and gritted his teeth. You bastards, I will return tenfold your hostility today. He sighed. He was ready to close his eyes to recuperate in order to restore some strength. He had to wait until he had received sufficient treatment for his injuries before he could leave. Suddenly, Kara's heart was stirred. He faintly felt a very weak energy fluctuating from the ground where he was standing. He was unable to deal with his wounds. He immediately bent down to dig up the pile of debris. He only had one arm left, and that action made the wound that had barely healed just now ruptured again. Blood flowed incessantly. Not knowing after how long, a mournful voice sounded. "Ha ha, you stole my divine primordial spirit, but I get God's record instead. Just wait. I, the great true God Kara, will definitely look for you who dared to have the audacity to offend God, to take revenge." The wild waves of laughter were followed by a burst of weak coughs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Undress. Chapter 291, Undress. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the road to the south. It's been 2 days. Rhodey and the others had never been so miserable. Since the injuries, Rhodey had not completely recovered his earth-shaking strength. Although he had rested for 2 days, he felt that his fighting energy, from head to toe, seemed to have been bound by a weird force. The current Rhodey, notwithstanding his domain powers, was at most a tall and big man only. It looked like the fierce battle 2 days ago had left him with a great deal of damage. After he seriously overdrew on his energies, Rhodey had temporarily lost his combat effectiveness. Sith's condition was almost similar to Rhodey's. During the battle at the domain powers level, the old sorcerer did not seem to have the ability to defend. In addition to that, he had overexerted himself in using the reshape origin to cure the big Hakone serpent. That resulted in him overusing his magic and exhausting his strength. At the moment, as Sith had completely used up all the magic gems that he had for replenishing his magical power, Sith was unlikely to restore his strength in less than 10 to 14 days. Needy's situation was much better. In the course of that fierce battle, she basically had not fought. Besides that, with her negligible capability, there was no room for her to intervene. Therefore, she was the one who was least affected. Rhodey and Sith were temporarily cultivating as they had both lost their combat effectiveness. Therefore, of the three of them, the originally weak Needies had become the strongest. The capital city of Hakone Kingdom, Kyoto, was blown into a canyon and the sacred mountain was raised into a level plain. As for the palace, with God's blessing, most of the royal family members of the Hakone Kingdom had perished in that explosion. 1. They then traveled south from Kyoto City. At the moment, their destination would require them to pass through the southern part of River Home 2 to find the Sauron Kingdom army and converge with them. Under the current situation where 2 out of 3 of them were injured, that was their only way out. All the way south, they noticed there were tremendous changes in the Hakone Kingdom. Obviously, the aftermath of that battle had caused a great deal of catastrophe to the Hakone Kingdom. The whole city of Kyoto was destroyed overnight. The sacred mountain, which was a symbol of the dwarves' kingdom, was gone. The dwarven race was defeated in one fell stroke. The turmoil was just beginning. As they traveled south, they discovered that the place seemed very chaotic. Numerous civilians had to flee because they had to protect and care for their families. There was a long queue on the road leading to the south. Those people originally lived near the vicinity of Kyoto. However, within one fearful night, Kyoto City and the sacred mountain were gone. Almost all the people were terrified. They thought that it was a punishment by God and so, they could only flee blindly. Where are they going to flee to? Rhodey could see that those dwarves were at a loss and distressed. The south? The war was going on in the south. The army of the Roland continent was fighting, from day to night, in the south. Is going south the right way out? During the time of upheaval, there would definitely be darkness. All along the way, there were robbers. Many of the discharged warriors simply turned into robbers, where no capital was required. Rhodey and the other 2 were traveling amongst those fleeing people. Needy spent some money to buy a shabby carriage. That carriage cost almost all the material possessions the 3 of them had on them. During such a hellish time, a carriage would actually fetch an astronomical price. As Needy's put it, the money used to buy this carriage was enough to buy a small farm in her village. The price quoted by that scoundrel dwarf for the shabby carriage with a limping old horse even gave Needy's a kind of misconception. It is such a waste that this dwarf is not a vampire. In normal times, they would have just directly grabbed the carriage and horse. However, based on the current situation, Rhodey could not fight. Sith was just a weak old man and the remaining person, Needy's, would not dare cause trouble. After submitting to humiliation and paying a hefty sum of money, the 3 of them finally was relieved from the pain of walking. That evening, Rhodey secretly estimated that, based on their current traveling speed, they would reach River Home in the south in 2 days' time. There was a larger town in front of them. From a distance outside the town, there were some dwarven soldiers patrolling back and forth.
Rhodey felt a little strange. All along the way, they did not see any dwarven army.
That massive explosion at Kyoto had completely wiped out the civilians, nobles, and armies. Now that they were approaching the south, they finally saw the dwarven army again.
Rhodey's heart sank. The three of them were not in good condition and he hoped that they would not get into any trouble. Rhodey took a deep breath while sitting in the carriage. He felt that he still could not summon the fighting energy in him. That was a familiar feeling. When he was in the northwest, he had used a gem from Old Mark. That gem enabled him to have an unlimited fighting energy for a short period of time. The tired and empty feeling he had all over his body after using the gem was similar to the feeling he was having now. In fact, Rhodey should really be happy. That night, the number of times Rhodey had used the Mystic Dragon Purge was way too many. In such a short time, to have used such a powerful skill so excessively would normally cause great harm to his body. If Rhodey's body had not been strengthened by the blood of the Mystic Dragon but was still that of an ordinary human, he would have died from the rupture of all the blood vessels in his body. Attention! Attention! 5 patrolling cavalrymen rode along the main road filled with streams of people. The leading cavalryman shouted, "Everyone, listen carefully. There is an order from His Excellency the Thousand Rider General." The Thousand Rider General. Rhodey and Needies subconsciously exchanged looks. Rhodey immediately tightly held on to the reins in his hands to slow down the carriage. Sith at the rear also drew open the curtains to spy on with his head. Obviously, he also heard the ranger shouting. Oda Nobunaga? Didn't he die in Kyoto? That cavalryman and a few of his subordinates were extremely capable of their actions. When they saw that their shoutings had attracted the attention of the stream of people, they simply went across to the middle of the road. After that, a few of his subordinates threw down a few big bundles from their horses onto the ground. Everyone cried out in alarm. The contents of those bundles were all food. Although they looked like only rough wheat bread and flatbread, all those were enough to make the eyes of those hungry refugees glow. That stream of people immediately stopped. They rushed forth towards those few cavalrymen. The leading cavalryman suddenly pulled out his long sword and loudly shouted, "There is an order from His Excellency the Thousand Rider General. To all those loyal to the royal family, immediately go to Kashima Town 10 miles ahead. Lots of food has been prepared there. For those who want to live, proceed to Kashima Town." That cavalryman was obviously assigned to perform the task. After dropping off those stock of food, he and his subordinates continued riding non-stop from behind the stream of people. As they rode, they shouted. Soon the stream of people moved even faster forward. Rhodey had some doubts. He looked at Needies. Needies frowned. Kashima Town? That place does not lead to River Home. There is a forked road in front. The left leads to River Home while the right leads to Kashima Town. The three of them had doubts. However, since they could not understand the situation, they decided not to think about it. After walking for half a day, there was a team of cavalrymen blocking the road. The cavalry unit was quite big. There were about 200 men. Those men were holding some signs on the road. Beside them were some plaincloth soldiers. There were also people wearing different attires gathered around them. Rhodey already heard someone shouting from afar, "One warrior, 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins. His Excellency the Thousand Rider General has an order. 1 warrior, 2 gold coins. In the event that the person provides outstanding military service, he will be rewarded. Those who wish to get rich, come quickly." There was a group of warriors in tattered clothes standing around that soldier. A person beside him recorded their names, one at a time. Another person gathered them into groups. Those cavalrymen moved, in 2s and 3s, around the stream of people. Occasionally, they would stop some strong young men. It then dawned on Rhodey. He could not help but whisper, "This guy is recruiting soldiers and buying horses." Needies nodded and smiled, "He is merely picking some able-bodied men. We don't have to bother." Rhodey said with a smile, "You are not in the army and therefore you will not understand. Since they are picking able-bodied men, it is not safe for us to go over." Sure enough, as they moved forward, the stream of people started to disperse chaotically. Whenever some of the cavalrymen saw young men among the stream of people, they would stop them. Without allowing those young men to say anything, they would be pulled to the roadside. They would forcefully intercept the stream of people and gather them together. If any of those men resisted, they would immediately be punched and kicked. Some of the cavalrymen would even, on the spot, draw their swords and swing down. Rhodey looked at the distant scene and whispered, "It does not seem right." Needies was somewhat angry. "Don't be bothered by him. We charge ahead. I believe these little fishes cannot stop us." Rhodey sighed. It's all right. Let's get off the carriage. Let's avoid the main road. I probably need a few more days to recover. Master Sith is also not feeling very well. With you alone, I am afraid we cannot dash through safely. Needies opened her mouth but still nodded her head. She was only a small vampire. Although her blood escape technique was powerful, it could only hide her own trail. She was not effective in a direct confrontation. The three of them hid among the stream of people. While still a distance away, they jumped down from the carriage. They surreptitiously used the wild vegetation by the roadside to escape. At that moment, the sky had gradually darkened. Among the stream of people, nobody noticed them. At the side of the main road was a wood. Even though they were fleeing in the woods, they dared not drop their vigilance. Suddenly, they heard a burst of whistling sounds coming from the distant road. After that, they only heard the sound of horses' hooves. Another group of warriors, on their horses, had charged over towards the stream of people. Those warriors, their faces filled with murderous aura, were shouting. They were waving their long swords in their hands. The stream of people immediately ran helter-skelter. With a loud rumble, everyone was running everywhere. Rhodey faintly heard those warriors shouted, "Oda traitors, quickly surrender." The first group of cavalrymen immediately mounted their horses. They held onto their weapons and directly charged forward. A melee broke out on the road. For a while, they were scuffling in a confused mess. The melee spread from the main road to the woods at the roadside and eventually they were all entangled together. When Rhodey and the other two looked at that, they felt strange. It was obvious that both sides were the dwarven armies. Why were they fighting against each other? Needies suddenly cried out. Looking a little surprised, she suddenly pointed toward the distance at a warrior who was fighting with the cavalryman. That guy looks like... Rhodey looked and frowned. Ah, that guy looks familiar, he is Hideyoshi. He was the warrior we bought at River Home after robbing Kikukawa Yukinari. Sith also shook his head and said, "Why are they fighting each other?" Needies rolled her eyeballs and suddenly smiled. I understand. Did you not hear Hideyoshi's men shouted Oda traitors? Most probably it was because Yukinari did not die and has brought some men to fight against Oda Nobunaga's men. Rhodey replied indifferently, "Let them fight. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go." The three of them dared not use the main road. They went southwards through the wilderness. After they lost their carriage, they also did not have any food with them. They traveled for a while before rejoining the main road to continue their journey. However, they were more vigilant and paid more attention to any movements around them. Suddenly, they heard the sound of hurried hooves and a warrior rushed up from behind. Half of his body was covered with blood. There were two cavalrymen chasing him from behind with the intent to kill him. It was Hideyoshi. Rhodey was the fastest to respond. He had already pulled Needies and Sith a few steps to the roadside. They then lay down on the slope by the roadside waiting. Hideyoshi was seriously injured. Only half of his warrior's sword remained. At that moment he was using that broken sword to fiercely whip his horse's buttock. He was in a sorry state. Ah, this guy is really useless. With so many men, he was still so badly defeated. Needies pursed her lips. Rhodey smiled and said, "This is something you do not understand. Although Hideyoshi had many warriors, they are mostly mobs. Those cavalries are standard soldiers. During a fight, team effort is very important. Even when the mob has more men, they are absolutely unable to defeat those trained soldiers." Hideyoshi rode quickly past the three of them. The two cavalrymen continued to pursue from behind and they had gradually approached. Needy suddenly said, "I am going to help that guy." Rhodey frowned. "No nonsense." Needy shook her head and quickly said, "It is not nonsense. I am taking this opportunity to grab two horses. This will make it easier for us to travel faster." After she finished speaking and before Rhodey had enough time to pull her, Needies had already charged out and carefreely stood in the middle of the road. Hideyoshi was busy running for his life and did look behind. Of course, he did not realize that someone was helping him block off the pursuers. When the two pursuing cavalrymen, from behind, saw a person suddenly jump out from the roadside, they subconsciously pulled the reins and the horses slowed down. After all, they were professional soldiers. They were a little startled, but they brandished their long swords and rushed towards Needies. Their mission was to kill their enemies. Regardless whoever blocked their way, they would just chop them down. Needy's body suddenly drifted up and charged into both the cavalrymen galloping towards them. One of the cavalrymen felt a sharp pain in his chest. He flew up into the sky and, after a miserable cry, fell down.
The other cavalryman was horrified. He ran a few steps and immediately held tightly onto his horse's reins. He then changed the direction of his horse's head and turned back to look. Needy's had already landed on the ground. She stood beside the injured cavalryman who had fallen off his horse. Placing a foot on the chest of that cavalryman, she exerted a little force with her foot. The cavalryman immediately felt like he was being crushed by a mountain. However hard he struggled, he could not get up. The other cavalryman was a little frightened, but when he saw that his opponent was alone, he plucked up his courage and drew his long sword. Suddenly, two other people jumped out from the roadside. One of them was a tall young man, with a scimitar in his hand. The other one was a kind-looking old man. Needy shouted at the cavalryman, "Dismount! Hand over your weapon and horse." The expression of that cavalryman changed. He shouted, "Who are you? Are you the traitors from the Kikukawa family?" When Needy's heard the statement "traitors from the Kikukawa family," her heart stirred. She immediately understood and shouted, "I am not bothered whether traitors or not traitors. I just want your horse and weapon." "You are not traitors?" That cavalryman immediately felt a little more relaxed and a little more confident. He shouted, "We are the cavalry of His Excellency the Thousand-Rider General." "Which family's warriors are you? If you do not have an owner, perhaps you will go back with me. His Excellency the Thousand-Rider General is in the process of gathering men and horses in preparation for cracking down on traitors. You are in an advantageous position with your skills." Needy's did not want to say much more to him. She first kicked and knocked out the cavalryman she was stepping on. She then walked in big strides towards that person opposite her. That cavalryman immediately became wary. He raised his sword and said, "Are you tired of living? You even dared attack the men of His Excellency the Thousand-Rider General." When he saw that Needy's did not respond and was approaching closer, his eyebrows were raised and his eyes revealed a murderous aura. "What do you really want?" The good-natured and compassionate-looking old man suddenly spoke, "Oh, do you still not understand? We are robbers." Rhodey was impatient and strode forward in big steps. That cavalryman shouted and swung his sword down at Rhodey. Rhodey frowned and he voluntarily raised his arm to resist. That person immediately felt a little strange. Is this man crazy? He actually used his arm to block my sword. However, he immediately realized something was wrong. That slash he made with his sword had not cut into Rhodey's arm at all. Rhodey had already grabbed one of his legs with his hand. With one forceful tug, the cavalryman immediately fell down off his horse. Needy's caught up with a few steps and kicked the sword from his hand. She then gave him a cold look. "Hey, do you want to live or die?" The eyeballs of that cavalryman rolled wildly. He could not figure out what was the intention of those three people. Needy's gave Rhodey an eye signal. Rhodey sighed and with big strides walked to the roadside. He brandished his scimitar and a bright light flashed from the blade of his scimitar. With a loud crashing sound, an ironwood tree which a person could not completely embrace was cut off in the middle. Although at that moment, Rhodey's strength had been not fully restored, at least he was still comparable to a high-ranked warrior. The tree trunk came crashing down. That cavalryman immediately turned pale and he repeatedly shouted, "Want to live? Want to live, I want to live." Needy's gave a satisfied smile and said, "It's not difficult to want to live. Just remove the armor and clothes you are wearing." "Ah!" That cavalryman froze for a moment. Needy's eyebrows were raised as she shouted, "Undress. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 292, Insidious. Chapter 292, Insidious. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey was tall and that armor could barely fit him. It was somewhat out of place. Fortunately, he was riding a horse and therefore it was not obvious. However, Sith's armor seemed to fit him quite well. Sith sighed and smiled. "We only have 2 horses and there are 3 of us. What should we do?" Needy's rolled her eyeballs and smiled. "Naturally, you disguise as Oda Nobunaga's cavalry while I pretend to be your prisoner. Even if others were to look, they will, at most, think that you are all unscrupulous soldiers taking advantage of an ordinary woman only." They looked to their side at the 2 cavalrymen who were stripped of their clothing. Those 2 unlucky guys were shivering in the cold wind. However, they dared not resist and appeared submissive. Rhodey frowned. "What should I do with these 2 guys? Should I kill them?" Needy's had a mildly disgusted expression. "No, it will be too bloody and extremely nauseating." Rhodey went up to give them a kick each to knock them unconscious.
Needy smiled and said, "Well, let's go and look for that young guy from the Kikukawa family. I believe if he were to see us now, he will be so happy that he will burst into tears." They had inquired from the cavalryman just now and had some knowledge of the current situation in the dwarf kingdom. Sure enough, that war in Kyoto had brought great turmoil to the dwarves. That massive war in Kyoto not only destroyed the entire Kyoto, it even busted the shogunate and imperial palaces. Fortunately, Kikukawa Yukinari and Oda Nobunaga miraculously survived. The old Kikukawa general was very cunning. He had already noticed that something was not right with Oda Nobunaga from the assassination attempt that day. So, that night, he assigned the task of investigation to his youngest son, Yukinari, who had always been regarded as the useless one. Although Yukinari had never been given any important assignment, he was the only hopeful candidate left for the Kikukawa general to pick. That was because his eldest son had planned the rebellion and he was left with a dead end. That arrangement was also with the hope that his youngest son would soon acquire some power. However, Oda Nobunaga was, after all, not stupid. When he noticed that the old general had doubts about him, he actually took a risk in desperation. Before his opponent could give him any difficulties, he on that very night used fake military orders and escaped with his cavalry out of Kyoto. So, the old general immediately dispatched his youngest son, Yukinari, to lead another of his own competent troop, the Maruyuki, to pursue and kill Oda Nobunaga. Originally, Kikukawa Yukinari did not have the courage. He immediately went to look for Needies, Rodi, and Sith. In his heart, he had already become dependent on these three. However, he noticed that his three mysterious patrons had disappeared. As he could not delay his father's order, he could only brace himself to lead the troops to pursue out of Kyoto. At that time, Rodi and the others were in the fantasy land of the Sacred Mountain. The following matters were relatively simpler. In the massive and alarming war, Kyoto and the Sacred Mountain were destroyed. Naturally, the shogunate and the Kikukawa generals were busted. Even the dwarven royal family was also destroyed. In the whole of Kyoto, there were hardly any survivors. After that war, Kikukawa Yukinari and Oda Nobunaga, who were a few kilometers away, were stunned by that kind of major changes. Oda Nobunaga immediately realized that an opportunity was at hand. The shogunate was destroyed. The royal family was also finished. So, he was probably the most powerful force in the dwarven kingdom then. That was precisely his best chance. The following few days, Oda Nobunaga's cavalry and Yukinari's troop, the Maruyuki, fought a few rounds against each other. As both parties fought, they moved southwards. As Kyoto had already been destroyed, there was no evidence left for assassination and rebellion. Therefore, Oda Nobunaga simply proclaimed himself as the new shogun general. All along the way, he gathered the local army and recruited able-bodied men from the streams of refugees to combat against Kikukawa Yukinari. Kikukawa Yukinari, after all, was very much more inferior to Oda Nobunaga. Faced with such a shocking change, he had long been panic-stricken. At that time, a special character would stand out as conspicuously brilliant. That person was the warrior whom Yukinari had recently accepted, Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi was indeed outstanding. He actually suggested some ideas to Yukinari. He encouraged Yukinari to claim himself as the Shogun General and, in the name of Shogun General, command everyone in the Dwarven Kingdom. At the same time, he requested support from the army in the front line, who were then confronting the people of the Roland continent. Yukinari also copied Oda Nobunaga. He gathered the troops from all the nearby small garrisons surrounding Kyoto. Although the power of Yukinari was much more inferior when compared to the so-called thousand-rider general, Oda Nobunaga, he was still the son of the old Kikukawa general and so there were still many people willing to follow him. Although Yukinari was not very capable, fortunately, that troop Maruyuki that he brought with him was truly one of the old shogun's elite army. Yukinari occupied River Home while Oda Nobunaga occupied Kashima town. Both parties were confronting each other. The person who was in the most difficult situation was Kumuyu, the commander of the frontline army who were confronting the invaders of the Roland continent. At the same time, he had received two orders. Both Oda Nobunaga and Kikukawa Yukinari claimed that they were the new shogun general. They asked Kumuyu to obey their orders. When Kumuyu first received news of the changes in Kyoto, he was almost frightened to death. Kumuyu did not expect the dwarf kingdom to actually suffer such a major catastrophe in such a short time. There were strong invaders from outside and strange natural disasters from inside. What was more cursing was the news that on the night of the explosion of Kyoto, someone saw in the distant sky the big Hakone serpent. When Kumuyu heard that kind of scary news, his first reaction was, is God going to destroy the dwarven race? As for the orders given by the two shogun generals, Kumuyu was still waiting to see. He was scheming for himself. Currently, he had a full 30,000 soldiers. In addition, those soldiers were elite frontline soldiers.
He was actually more powerful than the two self-proclaimed shogun generals. Those two guys, one was a dislikable haughty Oda Nobunaga while the other was a cowardly incompetent young master. Why should he submit himself to obey their orders? However, Kumuyu was not very ambitious. He did not have the idea of becoming the shogun general like Oda Nobunaga. His idea was that, while the two of them were fighting, he would observe from the sidelines. He would only intervene when the time was appropriate. With that, then he could show his importance, and finally, he would display out his maximum ability and reap the maximum reward. At the same time, another reason why he did not move his troops was there was the fierce invading Roland army in front of him. How would he dare move with such powerful enemy outside? He was afraid of the war chariot team of the Roland people, as he was badly defeated by them. Currently, the only way was to go through the narrow mountainous passageway on the island and use the solid city walls to defend. Of course, the cavalrymen held captive by Rody and friends did not know so much. What they had said was the current confrontation between Oda Nobunaga and Kikukawa Yukinari, and also the frontline commander Kumuyu's wait-and-see situation. Needies had guessed the developments based on the current situations. Rody frowned and whispered, "Do you still want to look for Kikukawa Yukinari? Is it necessary to get into all this trouble?" Needies stared at Rody and said, "I had already put in a lot of effort on that guy. If he were to become the owner of the Dwarf Kingdom, I will be able to get the exclusive business rights of the Ironwood. Do you know how much that is?" Seeing Rody's disapproving expression, Needies rolled her eyeballs and immediately changed her tone. She patiently said, "Your purpose of coming to the Dwarven Kingdom was to find the secret inside the sacred mountain. Now, the Hakone serpent is gone and the thing that you were looking for was probably blasted and destroyed together with the sacred mountain. We went through such great difficulties to get here and had suffered so much. Are we just going to go back empty-handed? What a waste. We must grab something before we return." Before Rody could express his views to what she said, Sith's eyes suddenly lit up. That time, King Sauron had two purposes for attacking the Dwarf Kingdom. One of the purposes was to obtain that thing that had a threatening effect on the temple, and it looked like they had failed. The other purpose was to conquer the Dwarven Kingdom and acquire their valuable ironwood resources. That being the case, then what Needies said was somewhat logical. If they could help that useless Kikukawa Yukinari gain power and become the ruler of the Dwarven Kingdom, then the Sauron Kingdom could exercise control over the Dwarven Kingdom. That would be better and more cost-effective than sacrificing tens of thousands of casualties and numerous lives in conquering the Dwarf Kingdom. That could also prevent the other kingdoms of the Roland continent from getting angry. The Sauron Kingdom, in attacking the Dwarf Kingdom, had already offended the other kingdoms of the Roland continent. However, helping an obedient shogun general to gain power would prevent ire of the other kingdoms. Moreover, Needies and Sith are good friends of the royal family. Needies was a businesswoman seeking nothing more than wealth. Giving her the sole rights to the management of the ironwood business would ensure that the Sauron Kingdom would still get the ironwood resources and at the same time not under the scrutiny of everyone. Let Needies counter the anger of the other kingdoms of the Roland continent. Even if they garner hate, they will only hate Needies. As long as Kikukawa Yukinari assumed power and with the support of the Sauron Kingdom stationed in the Dwarven Island, then Needies could have the benefit of making some money from the other kingdoms of the Roland continent. Having figured out all those, Sith smiled and said, "I think it makes sense." That young Kikukawa had all this while been very obedient. It is not a bad idea to give him a helping hand now. Rody sneered as he looked at Sith with a knowing look. Suddenly, he smiled, "Master Sith, looks like you are very loyal and dedicated to His Majesty the King." When Needies saw that Sith looked embarrassed, she immediately rushed to respond, "Rody, the army of the Sauron Kingdom is in the south now. Even if do not help Kikukawa Yukinari, the army of the Sauron Kingdom will still fight until they reach here. If we were to help Yukinari, it can be considered that we have avoided a war. It is definitely better to have fewer fatalities." After a short pause, Needies smiled unpleasantly, "We have caused trouble in Kyoto. We have blasted their Kyoto, destroyed their palace and flattened their sacred mountain. Let's just consider this as some compensation." Rody looked up at the sky and laughed. "Ha, compensation? You, girl, sound very pleasant. I think if that young Kikukawa were to be under your control, I am afraid you will sell everything in the Dwarven Kingdom, including the people there." Needies smiled but did not say anything. However, she noticed that Rody was silent. Although she had not known Rody for a long time, based on her intelligence she had long seen through his temperament. If it was something that Rody was determined not to do, then he would simply refuse. No matter what others said, it would have no effect. Then he did not directly refuse, which meant that he did not firmly oppose that. Sure enough, Rody pondered for a while and said, "I have not recovered my strength. Now, Master Sith also cannot cast magic. I am worried that right now we may not be able to suppress that young Kikukawa. I still need another 5 to 6 days before I can fully recover.
Then I can be certain.
Needies giggled and said, to handle this issue, we need to divide it into 2 parts. She seemed to have already thought about that and slowly said, I am afraid the 3 of us must split up.
You and I will go and see Yukinari. This guy is too timid, while Oda Nobunaga is very fierce.
What if Yukinari is not careful and he ends up getting destroyed by the other? Then all our efforts will be wasted.
It will be better if we go and help him. Even though you are unable to kill Oda Nobunaga and his men now, we can still go and help to give Yukinari some ideas. Moreover, with your current strength, there is probably no one in the entire Dwarven Kingdom who can defeat you. There is no powerful master in the Dwarven Kingdom. As long as we do not encounter any large troop, we will not have any problem with self-defense. We just need to wait for another few more days, and when you have fully restored your strength, then we can easily get rid of Oda Nobunaga. After saying that, Needy seemed to have thought of something. She shook her head and said, I am afraid Master Sith will have to be separated from us. You don't have to go with us to see Yukinari. You go directly to the south and think of a way to get to the army of Sauron Kingdom. It will be useless for Rhodey and me to go there because only you can order them. Sith frowned and asked, what is the purpose of me going there? Am I supposed to stop the army of Sauron Kingdom from attacking? Needy stared at him and said, of course not.
Instantly, her face revealed an unpleasant grin. When you go there, ask them to speed up the attack and to make sure they defeat the frontline army as soon as possible.
Sith shook his head and asked, why like this? Needy sighed and slowly said, don't you understand?
This time, our meeting with Yukinari will be different from last time. The last time we met him, he was still an unaccomplished young master without any power. Now he is a self-proclaimed shogun general and his subordinates have already acquired some military power.
I am afraid he may not be as obedient as he used to be.
Although now he has this great enemy, Oda Nobunaga, if the frontline army suddenly supports Yukinari, then Yukinari will probably not require our help.
By then, he will not value us.
So, you make sure the army of Sauron Kingdom defeats the frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom as soon as possible.
We must put Yukinari in a tight spot and can only rely on us.
Sith smiled wryly and said, I am afraid it is not going to be so easy. The battle on the front line seems stagnant.
I think they must have encountered some difficulties. Do you think that the army of Sauron Kingdom does not want to defeat the enemy? Up till now, the dwarves are still recalcitrant. They are actually able to firmly hold our army in the south. I think the Dwarven army is not simple. Although they were initially badly beaten by us, they seem to have reacted very quickly.
Needies thought for a while and said, then, we just have to do our utmost best.
Even if we cannot defeat the frontline army of the Dwarf Kingdom, we must at least injure them seriously.
This way only can we show our real formidable strength and also make Yukinari fear us.
We must let him understand that even if he were to defeat Oda Nobunaga, he still cannot sit back and relax.
Rhodey suddenly said, it is actually not very difficult to defeat the frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom.
Oh. Needy's eyes lit up.
Although she did not know that Rhodey's true identity was the Duke of the Tulip family, with Rhodey's super fighting skills, in her mind he was already the invincible Rhodey.
Rhodey pondered for a while. You naturally do not understand war. In my opinion, the frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom will most probably support Yukinari. Why? Needy's frowned. Rhodey smiled and responded, don't you understand? Do you think that a war is as simple as a commander leading his troop of soldiers to attack only? In a war, money is a necessity and so are the supplies. Right now, all the supplies for the frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom are shipped out from River Home, and River Home is now in the hands of Yukinari. So, I think the frontline army cannot stay on the sidelines for much longer. When there is an urgency of replenishing their supplies, they will turn to Yukinari. I am afraid Oda Nobunaga is also aware of this.
Otherwise, he would not be so anxious recruiting able-bodied men and gathering refugees.
Then what should we do?
Needy's was anxious when she realized that her plan was not workable.
Rhodey smiled. This is nothing. Although you are smart, your understanding of war matters is still lacking. In fact, there is still a way out. Oh. Needy's eyes lit up.
Even Sith looked hopefully at Rhodey. Master Sith was different from Needy's.
He knew the true identity of Rhodey.
Rhodey was the reputable invincible Duke of the Tulip family of the Radiant Empire.
As for matters regarding war, if Rhodey said there was a way out, then there must be a way out.
Rhodey sighed and picked up a stone from the ground and quickly drew 4 equal circles on the ground.
These 4 circles represent the 4 groups of forces in the current island country of the dwarves. The first is Oda Nobunaga, the second is Kikukawa Yukinari, the third is the defending frontline army of the Dwarf Kingdom, and the fourth is the army of Sauron Kingdom. Rodi smiled and continued, now, ahead of Yukinari is Oda Nobunaga, while behind him is the defending frontline army. Yukinari is sandwiched in between. At present, what he most hoped for is the support of the defending frontline army of the Dwarf Kingdom, and what he is most afraid of is if the defending frontline army turns towards Oda Nobunaga. If that happens, then he will be caught in the middle and there is the possibility of him being wiped off any time. Needy's eyes turned bright and she immediately understood. Rodi gave Needy's a glance and continued, since Yukinari has such fear, then we might as well increase his fear, psychologically. First, let him turn hostile with the defending frontline army. As long as he is willing to block the checkpoint of River Home and not allow the military supplies to be transported to the south, by then, even if the defending frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom in the south has no intention of rebelling, he will be forced to rebel. Finally, even if the defending frontline army does not rebel, with the stoppage of supplies, then it will not be difficult for the army of Sauron Kingdom to defeat them. Needy's giggled. She clapped her hands and happily said, that's right. By the time the army of Sauron Kingdom defeats the chaotic defending frontline army of the Dwarven Kingdom, then we can dispatch our army to the north. As for Oda Nobunaga, Yukinari can deploy his Maruyuki to have a life and death fight with him. The most ideal will be both parties suffer severely. At that time, when the army of Sauron Kingdom arrives, we will support Kikukawa Yukinari as the shogunate general of the Dwarf Kingdom. By then, Yukinari will no longer have his own army, he will have no choice but to be obedient. By that time in the discussion, the face of that gorgeous woman only had the unique smile of a profiteer. Nobody knew how the dwarves were later conned until they lost their pants, but it was due to 3 guys who hastily dreamed up the scheme during their flight from their enemy along this wilderness in the roadside. Sith, who was beside Rodi, was secretly scared listening to him. Sith could not help but give Rodi a profound look as he smiled and said, I didn't expect you can plot such a crafty scheme. It is so vicious, and this is completely different from you in normal days. Rodi lightly replied, war is like this. If you want to win, then you have to be unscrupulous. Victory is the only objective. Sith sighed and seemed to mutter to himself. No wonder we were so miserably defeated by you below the city wall of Thunder City, you. Having said that, he suddenly woke up and immediately stopped talking. He looked at Needy's, coughed a couple of times and then said, this being the case, let's set off quickly. When we reach River Home, both of you go and see Yukinari while I continue south. I will go and find our army. Rodi frowned. It's all right to go to River Home. However, all your way south, you have to pass through war zones. I am afraid it is not so easy for you to go through that place alone. Sith proudly smiled and said, I have also recovered a little bit of magical power. Although not fully, I can cast some low-level stealth. As I travel, my power will gradually become stronger, so you do not need to worry. Sith suddenly smiled. My only concern is Yukinari. He is really a playboy who hardly has any skill. Besides that, I am not sure how powerful are his men, the Maruyuki. I am worried that before I can bring the army of Sauron Kingdom to join you, you will have been defeated by Oda Nobunaga. Right now, you are not a master with domain powers. During the military upheaval, you must preserve your life. Well. Showing a profound smile, Rodi faintly jested as he gently looked at Sith, if I really were to die here, will it not be what your king hoped for? Sith smiled insipidly and seemed a little embarrassed. Rodi sighed in his heart as he somewhat regretted lashing out at him. In fact, he did not have too much prejudice against Sith. During the war, a few days ago, Sith utilized a lot of his strength to help Rodi. In a sense, if Sith did not exhaust his strength to cure the Hakoni serpent so that the Hakoni serpent could draw on its violent attribute, then perhaps everyone would have been finished. Moreover, even if King Sauron was afraid of the Duke of the Tulip family and would finally plot against him after achieving what he wanted, it wouldn't be now. That time had not yet arrived. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war had not been released yet, so the king would not dare plot against him. Otherwise, without the return of those hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war, the people of the Roland continent would not be in a position to confront the temple. With those thoughts, Rodi smiled and changed his tone to say, well, let's not talk about this anymore. You can rest assured. I definitely will be alright. Although Yukinari is a playboy, he grew up in the shogunate and he may not necessarily be a bungling oaf. After saying that, Rodi could not help but think to himself, must playboys definitely be useless? Definitely not so. Do not have to consider others. Just consider that playboy in the family, now. He is a talented guy. After some discussion, the 3 of them made their decision.
They would travel south towards the direction of River Home. The three traveled by horse and they managed to save a lot of time. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some scattered refugees fleeing. When those refugees saw Rhodey and Sith in the cavalry outfits, they hid far away from the two out of fear. When Rhodey and Sith encountered some of Oda Nobunaga's cavalry, they noticed that the cavalrymen would ride non-stop to the north using the main road. They presumably were on their way to intercept those refugees. Occasionally, some of the cavalrymen would interrogate Rhodey and his companions.
Rhodey and his companions would casually say something to fool them.
Although there were loopholes in their disguise, because in the past 2 days Oda Nobunaga's men and Yukinari's men had fought with each other several times, it would not be unusual to see soldiers with broken armors. In addition, there was also a beautiful woman, Nidis, on Rhodey's horse. She was also in a sorry state. Some of Oda Nobunaga's men looked at her with a smile while the rougher ones laughed loudly. This guy actually managed to grab a beautiful woman.
Brothers, let's continue to move forward. When we reach the front line, let's also grab a few pretty women to have fun.
Occasionally, they bumped into some clumsy soldiers.
Rhodey would casually strike them down even though his strength was still far from the domain power level.
Indeed, as he traveled south, his body gradually regained some strength. He was still strong enough to deal with those low-rank soldiers. As long as he did not encounter a big troop of an army, he could still easily manage.
They finally reached a fork in the road. To the left was Oda Nobunaga's Kashima town and to the right was River Home, which Yukinari had occupied. After identifying the direction, the three of them headed for River Home. However, after a short while, they heard screaming in front of them. A team of about 20 warriors on horses rushed towards Rhodey and his companions. All along the way, those warriors on horses shouted loudly, "Get rid of those cavalrymen who are traitors." The horses' hooves threw up the dust. More than 20 shining warriors' swords charged at Rhodey and his companions. Rhodey grinned and stared at Nidis as he thought to himself. This is your idea. Now, we are wearing the armors of the soldiers of Oda Nobunaga, but instead, we are being chased by Yukinari's soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Dark Mercenaries. Chapter 293, Dark Mercenaries. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the strictly guarded residential area within the city walls of River Home, Kikukawa Yukinari was looking at Rhodey and Nidis, who both looked exhausted. They looked miserable too. Blood Fox Nidis. You have finally appeared. Yukinari was genuinely pleasantly surprised when he saw Rhodey and Nidis. With a joyful expression, he looked at Rhodey and said, "Even Lone Wolf Rhodey is here. Where is Evil Starsif?" Nidis looked sympathetically at Yukinari. In all fairness, Yukinari was not a bad person. Since getting acquainted with him, Yukinari had shown that he respected his own people and accepted advice. Yukinari had completely believed their lies. Yukinari was exhausted and his elegant and gentle demeanor was gone. He looked sad and depressed and his eyes were bloodshot. Evidently, he had been having trouble. He was only a young man who only knew how to fool around. However, after he was robbed by Rhodey, further down the road he was involved in a struggle for power. After the incident at Kyoto, he had managed to escape with his life. However, he now had to oppose the ruthless Oda Nobunaga. This was not something he was capable of doing. Yukinari was a weak and gentle person. He patted his chest and said, "I thank God for his protection. I thought I would never see the two of you again after that disaster at Kyoto. I often worry about your safety." Rhodey felt a little bit guilty. Yukinari's concern was very sincere. Rhodey coughed and gave Nidis a meaningful glance. He had asked Nidis to speak instead. Nidis also sighed and laughed, not immediately speaking. Yukinari had been constipated from anxiety in the past 2 days. Opposing Nobunaga was beyond his ability and he was powerless. Based on his own abilities, he was no match for Nobunaga. If it were not because of the elite soldiers, the Maruyuki, he would have been killed by Nobunaga long ago. In his mind, becoming a shogun was far different from being a young master that is set for life. However, Yukinari grew up in a political family. He knew he had no way of retreating. Even if he did not want to be shogun, Nobunaga would still find a way to quickly get rid of him. It was something he did not have a choice in. He was originally a timid person who was lost as to what to do until he met Rhodey and the others. He really believed Nidis' words that they were brought here by his rebellious brother. Nidis saw that Yukinari still wanted to speak and gave him a meaningful glance. Yukinari understood it and gave a signal to the few guards. He then led Nidis and Rhodey in. Once he saw that no one was around, Yukinari anxiously asked, "You guys, where have you been? Right now, the situation is difficult." Needy sighed.
She had an expression as if she did not want to recall her memories as she said, "That day, Rody left to chase after Koichi but ran into some trouble. He was also injured.
Sith and I did not want to delay this and followed Rody to look for your brother. Fortunately, we left Kyoto and escaped the disaster." Yukinari turned fearful when the disaster was mentioned.
Evidently, that night had left a shocking impression on him, especially when he saw the fire in the distance and the large explosions that could make everyone faint.
And then that huge city went up in smoke.
Soon after that, the whole world was filled with lightning and thunder rolls.
Even the towering sacred mountain was gone. Such a terrifying situation had reappeared as nightmares to Yukinari every night. Needies also noticed the fear in Yukinari's expression and immediately changed the topic. "Although we were lucky and escaped, we had left too anxiously and did not take anything with us. Along the way, we met Nobunaga's cavalry. Rody defeated a few of them and obtained the information about you from them.
We, the Dark Mercenaries, are very trustworthy.
Since we have decided to help you, we will not abandon you. That is why we are here." Needy showed a sincere expression as she spoke.
Yukinari sighed, feeling grateful, and said, "You two must have gone through a lot for me. But, I do not know how you ended up in such a miserable position. About that, to make the journey more convenient, we robbed a few of Nobunaga's soldiers of their armor and horses.
We then pretended to be their cavalry. You also know that the road was not very safe. The road leading to River Home was in Nobunaga's sphere of influence. We pretended to be their cavalrymen and came all the way here."
Needies then quickly said, "But it is unfortunate that we met your men along the way. As a result, both parties fought each other.
We were helpless and could only change into the uniform of your men. However, what happened later made us dumbfounded." Needy sighed and said, "All this while, your men were fighting against Nobunaga's men. If we dressed as your subordinates, we would naturally fight against Nobunaga's cavalry. However, if we dressed as Nobunaga's cavalry, we would be misunderstood by your men.
With our capabilities, we are not afraid, but we still cannot fight against a large force. Besides that, we did not want to harm your loyal men. That is why the both of us decided to deliberately discard and hide our equipment.
We dressed up like the common people so that the enemy could not find us. It was just like the saying, using the people to surround the enemy. But why do the two of you still look as though you were in a very miserable position? Young Master Yukinari, please let us finish."
Needy showed a furious expression as she said, "Rody and I are still young and inexperienced. Although we did not make the wrong strategical decision, we wrongly estimated the development of the current situation.
We have pretended to be commoners and successfully disguised our identities. However, we were still chased by both Nobunaga's men and your men.
These soldiers of fortune were more ruthless than robbers.
They kill and loot the common people.
Not only do they forcefully conscript men,
they also rob and capture the beautiful women. We took turns fighting fiercely along the way. It also made us very exhausted. That is why we now look like this." "Such a thing happened?"
Yukinari showed a hideous expression and exclaimed,
"Those fellows are actually doing such things behind my back?" Needies immediately replied, "Young Master Yukinari, you do not need to worry. We have already taught those guys a lesson in your name. The Kikukawa family is powerful and large. The lawless people we encounter along the way here are small in numbers. As we have already taught them a lesson for you, it is no longer an issue." Needies did not want Yukinari to investigate who was responsible.
Such a situation could hardly be avoided during these disturbing moments.
Secondly, the more noise the troops made, the more unpopular Yukinari would become.
This was beneficial to Needies. If Yukinari received popular support and the unity of the dwarves, she would not be able to turn him into a puppet. The third point was the most important one. Yukinari was not a strong leader. Otherwise, his subordinates would not have resorted to robbing the people. Nobunaga's men did such things to gather strength and military supplies. They also forcefully conscripted men.
However, Yukinari was occupying the second largest city in the Dwarven Kingdom, the River Home. The city was bustling and it was densely populated.
His men running wild only showed that Yukinari was bad at management.
On top of that, Yukinari usually did not have any good reputation.
It was clear that he got command of an army through a sheer stroke of luck. It was the result of the old shogun commanding them to find and kill the traitor. Right now, the shogun had died at Kyoto. Only God knew if the young master could keep the army under control. If his men were to start a mutiny, Yukinari would be finished before he could rise to power.
At that time, everything would be totally wasted.
Yukinari sighed as he pulled the two to a soft couch to sit. After the three of them rested for a moment, Yukinari opened his mouth and asked, "You two, there is not a day when I do not worry. Our country had suddenly encountered such a disaster and my heart is a mess.
Do the two of you have any way to help me?" Needies intentionally plied on some pressure as she pretended to think for a moment.
She then said, "Young Master Yukinari, I have only received news of you along the way here, but I think you are handling things quite well."
In a critical moment, you raised the banner and gave orders in the name of the shogun to the entire kingdom. This approach was correct and very decisive. After all, you are the late shogun's son. Now that the shogun is gone, you are the justified heir. At this point, Nobunaga has no way to argue with you. Yukinari laughed bitterly and said, "Miss Needies, I don't feel comforted at all." He sighed and looked sad. Father is not around anymore.
The heavy burden now lies on my shoulders. I have never felt such a sense of panic since I was young.
On top of that,
he looked sorrowful as he said, "Father and mother are gone.
Then there is the princess. I had competed for the position of the heir because of the princess. It is for giving what His Majesty the Emperor expects of me. But, after the disaster at Kyoto, I heard that the entire palace was destroyed. Not a single person escaped. I thought of the princess' death and..."
At this point, the young man was in tears. Needies thought to herself it was not the time to back down now.
She quickly said, "Young Master Yukinari, you now shoulder the late shogun's expectations.
At this moment, you must not have such weak mindset."
Rodi showed an expression of disdain and secretly snorted.
The little bit of guilt he felt for Yukinari had instantly disappeared.
This was because Yukinari had only lightly mentioned his parents' death.
He did not look very broken-hearted from that. However, he was very broken-hearted due to the death of one woman.
He was very simple-minded. Needy shook her head. "Young Master Yukinari, you must not be like this.
The current situation is still quite optimistic.
You should be happy that you made the right decision at the crucial moment. Right now, you raise your banner to confront Nobunaga.
As the successor of the shogun, you can command a lot of the shogunate's army.
Right now, you are the rightful party."
After some comforting words, Yukinari calmed down a little.
Needy slowly said, "What else are you worried about?
Since Rodi and I are here now, you can tell us your worries. After that, we will see if we can help you remove those worries." Yukinari thought for a moment and then said, "I am now most worried about the front lines with the invading Roland army." He paused for a while and then added, "The Roland army is powerful. We dwarves originally rely on the power of the navy to defend ourselves at sea.
However, they have now landed.
I am afraid that it doesn't matter whether I win or Nobunaga wins. In the end, we will all be killed by the Roland people."
This answer surprised both Needies and Rodi. They initially thought that Yukinari would be worried that he cannot defeat Nobunaga or worried that the army at the front lines would support Nobunaga. They did not expect Yukinari to be so insightful.
Seeing both Rodi and Needies looking at him with questioning eyes, Yukinari smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't look so surprised.
I also did not know this.
It was something others told me." He then looked happy as he said, "You know him too. He is that guy we hired at River Home that day, the warrior named Hideyoshi.
I managed to get here thanks to his loyalty and devotion.
He was also the one that helped me win the hearts of the people at River Home. He was also the one that gathered people and bolstered the strength of my men here."
Yukinari then sighed with admiration. "This person was found and recruited by us together. In other words, the two of you are my lucky stars."
After hearing this, Needy subconsciously looked at Rodi. She saw Rodi look back at her meaningfully. Yukinari then happily continued, "This time, becoming the shogun was also following Hideyoshi's proposal.
He also said that Nobunaga was occupying Kashima.
That was where people flee to take refuge. In case Nobunaga draws in refugees and grows in strength, he suggested that I send a small unit to frequently harass them.
This was so that Nobunaga could not progress without problems. Ah, I am really blessed.
When my Kikukawa family is facing such a disaster, I was given such a talented person." Rodi and Needies exchanged glances. They could not help but think that Hideyoshi was indeed capable. Needies pondered for a moment as if having a discussion with herself. She waited for Yukinari to calm down and then laughed, "Young Master Yukinari, your worries are justified.
However, did you forget what I told you about the Roland army?" Needies deliberately paused. She then assumed an enigmatic expression before saying, "Did you forget where I came from? Did you forget that Rodi, Sith, and I, the Dark Mercenaries organization, were brought here by your brother Koichi?
The Roland army from the south was also brought by him to obtain military power.
He cooperated with the Roland army and let them in.
This was all arranged by us, the dark mercenaries.
That's right. Yukinari looked excited.
I did not forget. Now that you are here, is it possible for you to go to the Roland army and ask them to retreat?
Rodi secretly shook his head when he heard this. Yukinari does not know how to make major decisions.
A war is not such a trifling matter that could be ended with a single word of retreat.
He is too simple-minded, like a child. Needies immediately showed a gentle smile. Blinking her eyes, she said, rest assured. Didn't you see that Sith is not here with us?
He has already gone ahead to contact the Roland army. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 294, Fighting a One-Sided Battle. Chapter 294, Fighting a One-Sided Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Yukinari had a pleasant smile on his face.
Is that true?
He excitedly rubbed his hands as he asked, can Sith really make the Roland army retreat? Needies turned to look at Rodi, quietly asking if she should be the one continuing to speak.
Rodi nodded calmly. Young Master Yukinari, Needies gave a mocking smile.
You also know that the Roland army was brought here by your brother. They have made an agreement with Koichi, which is why they took this risk.
Koichi must have definitely promised them a lot of benefits. Otherwise, why would the Roland people come here? Do they find fighting fun? You mean? Needy sighed and continued to lead Yukinari.
Now, Koichi is already dead. His agreement for the collaboration could no longer be honored.
Do you think the people from the Roland continent would be willing to go back after taking so much effort to send the army here? If they do not get some benefits, they would naturally be dissatisfied. Yukinari sighed and said, so it was like that. It is easy if it were benefits. What do they want? Money?
I can compensate their losses by paying double.
Needies coldly laughed, young Master Yukinari is so generous.
Her expression became cool as she narrowed her eyes and glanced at Yukinari. She then said, if it was just money, we, the Roland people, have plenty.
How much were you intending to give? 1 million gold coins? 10 million gold coins?
Yukinari's forehead started to sweat.
He smiled wryly and said, Miss Needies, you must be joking.
He paused for a while and then he looked at Needies' face and tested the waters.
Then, you are saying?
Needies laughed in her heart and said, originally, we, the dark mercenaries, were the intermediary.
We could naturally send the Roland army back. Young Master Yukinari, we will not be taking your wealth. We have just met and yet you have treated us with respect. I and Rodi can go back.
Asking the Roland army to retreat is also not difficult.
Oh? Yukinari's eyes lit up.
He felt that Needies' words were right on track and immediately smiled. Miss Needies, your words make me feel ashamed.
Do not be ashamed.
Needies coldly said, we originally discussed the conditions with Koichi. Now that he is dead, at most, it is our bad luck.
After all, Koichi is Koichi and you are you.
Every injustice has a perpetrator. We, the dark mercenaries, will not be unreasonable.
But, ha ha ha. Needies then quietly sneered at Yukinari. Yukinari felt goosebumps as he was stared at. However, Needies did not feel it. Yukinari sat awkwardly and could not help but ask, Miss Needies, why are you laughing? Oh. Needies laughed. I was laughing at you. Young Master Yukinari, the people of the Roland continent retreating is not an issue. The problem is that after we retreat, you would be finished. What?
Yukinari's expression crumbled.
You still do not understand? Needies coldly said, young Master Yukinari, do you think you have the ability to fight against Oda Nobunaga? Do you think you can defeat him? No, I cannot. Yukinari turned pale. That's right. Needies continued to sneer.
Her eyes were like an owl's when she fiercely looked at Yukinari. It made Yukinari unable to lift his head. This was the secret to Needies' success.
A lie would always have flaws.
To bluff others, the first step was to not look afraid.
Sure enough, Needies' imposing manner had already pressured Yukinari. Needies coldly snorted and then leisurely said, young Master Yukinari, I am guessing that your only hope now lies in that 30,000 soldiers at the front lines? Do you want their support so that you are able to defeat Nobunaga? Yes. Yukinari's eyes lit up.
That is why the Roland army retreating now is crucial.
For each day they do not retreat. You fool. Needy's glared and said in a cold voice. Her slender finger was pointed at Yukinari. Her fingertips were trembling with anger as she put on an expression showing resentment that he failed her expectations. Young Master Yukinari, how could you have such stupid thoughts? Who told you such a stupid idea? Seeing Needy's angry, Yukinari's reaction turned weak. Needy's dared to do this because she knew Yukinari. If she did this to the late shogun, she would have already been angrily scolded and then chased away. On the other hand, Koichi would have probably just left while Nobunaga would have killed her. Right in front of her was Yukinari. Facing her, he did not have any leadership at all and, on the contrary, hung his head down. Needy's felt lucky inside, but on the outside, she did not dare let her weakness show. She coldly said, Young Master Yukinari, you are putting too much hope in the army at the front lines. Humph. Let me tell you that if you have such thoughts, you would end up facing a disaster. What? Yukinari raised his head in surprise and looked as though he was in disbelief. Humph. Needy sneered and asked, have you ever given the front lines any orders? Have they ever heard a verbal command from you before? Yes, I have given a total of 3 orders using the name of Shogun. Yukinari replied. Needy sneered. Is that so? Then what are their replies? Lord Kumuyu from the front lines, no, the 1,000-guard Kumuyu. He replied that the front line is hard-pressed and that it is impossible to transfer, he also said. Needy's coldly interrupted him and replied, he said that the incident at Kyoto was too sudden, the soldiers' morale is unsteady and that he did not dare to act rashly? I think he also probably said that currently, a lot is at stake and that both you and Nobunaga should sit down and talk instead of fighting each other. Am I right? How did you know? Yukinari stared at Needy's with wide eyes. Rody did not speak, but he sighed in his heart. These kinds of reply were just polite talk. Since Kumuyu of the front lines wanted to assume importance by controlling the troops, he would inevitably use high-sounding words for a reply. This can be easily deduced. Ha ha ha. Needy's burst out laughing. She trembled as she laughed. However, she deliberately gave a compassionate look to Yukinari. Rody sighed at the side. This vampire has a talent for acting. After Needy's was done laughing, she said, Young Master Yukinari, carefully think for yourself. What is Kumuyu's common attitude towards you in normal times? It seems like he does not respect me much. Yukinari showed a helpless expression. After all, Yukinari was the youngest son of the shogun and had no real power. Everyone believed that Koichi was the future shogun and did not place any importance on Yukinari. Needy's nodded and then said, then let me ask you this. Based on his past attitude towards you, do you think he is keen to be at your beck and call, to be your subordinate? Yukinari immediately lost his self-confidence. Without allowing Yukinari to calm himself, Needy's quickly asked, what about Kumuyu and Nobunaga's relationship? It seems like, it is not too bad. Yukinari's voice became soft and softer. As if not convinced, he then retorted, but Kumuyu had been very loyal to father. Humph. Loyalty. Needy sneered in disdain. Are you speaking of loyalty? Wasn't Nobunaga loyal to your father? In the end, he still worked together with your brother Koichi to commit treason. Fine. Even if Kumuyu was loyal to the late shogun is no longer around. Are you certain that Kumuyu would be loyal to you? I. Yukinari's mouth hung open and powerlessly replied, I am not. Needy's question was like a heavy hammer striking Yukinari's heart. It was as though each strike of the hammer accurately struck a vital point. According to common sense, other than the high-ranking generals, the others don't take too kindly to a playboy that wasted his time. On top of that, Yukinari had a formidable brother. Needy's series of questions had immediately demolished Yukinari's already miserable self-confidence. After Needy's felt like she had attacked enough, she became gentle again and slowly said, I have said too much. Have you understood it already? Kumuyu is simply paying lip service to you. He had no intentions of listening to your orders. On top of that, I believe you are not the only one giving him orders. Isn't Nobunaga also claiming himself to be shogun? He probably had sent Kumuyu orders as well. Yukinari became restless. He had a complicated expression but still nodded. That is most likely. That's right. After making clear these connections, the answer is obvious. Needy's then continued, Kumuyu must have already colluded with Nobunaga. He is not moving so that he could wait for Nobunaga to destroy you first. After that, the Dwarven Kingdom would belong to them both. In all fairness, Needy's pretext was full of holes. If it was anybody else, her words would have already long been exposed.
However, Yukinari had been suppressed by his brother for so many years that he had no self-confidence. He had a timid character which made him easily fooled. Sure enough, Yukinari remained silent for a moment. His expression was gradually filled with anger and he gritted his teeth. Kumu Yu. He was placed in an important position during father's time. Now that father is gone, he actually colluded with that traitorous Nobunaga. I must kill him. That's right. Needy struck while the iron was hot. Nobunaga and Koichi have conspired to assassinate the late shogun. This crime cannot be forgiven. However, instead of taking revenge for the late shogun, Kumuyu did not move and waited for Nobunaga to deal with you. Such sinister intentions, humph. Yukinari turned pale and slammed the table. He then shouted, I will personally kill him. Yukinari had stood up. After that, his face turned white and he lost his momentum. He had realized that he was powerless. He could not even defeat Nobunaga, much less Kumuyu. If Nobunaga and Kumuyu were to attack me from both sides, I am finished. Yukinari turned pale thinking of the danger. Needies looked at Yukinari's expression and guessed his thoughts. She deliberately coughed and Yukinari looked back at her. His heart stirred and then he threw himself on the ground. He clung to Needies' legs and cried out with tears in his eyes. Miss Needies, Mr. Rody, you must save me. When we met, you said you will help me to become shogun, now. His snot and tears messed up Needies' pants. Needies immediately felt nauseated and struggled to move away. Resisting the impulsive urge to kick him away, she forced out a laugh and said, Young Master Yukinari, you do not need to panic. Although the situation is troublesome, it is not impossible to handle. If you listen to our advice, killing these traitors would not be difficult. But, right now, the soldiers under my command would not be able to match up with Nobunaga. On top of that, there is also Kumuyu. Needies laughed as though she had a well-thought-out plan and said, Young Master Yukinari, have you forgotten? You still have elite soldiers in the south. The south? Only Kumuyu and his men are at the south. There is nobody else there. Go further south. Needies laughed. Further south? Yukinari's eyes then shone. You are talking about the Roland army. Needies lightly said, the Sauron kingdom has dispatched 50,000 royal knights and 200 naval warships. With so much power, it shouldn't be too difficult to destroy Nobunaga and Kumuyu. Yukinari hesitated a little. After all, he was not a complete idiot. He was afraid that if he opened up the doors and invite the wolves in, he would also get a bad ending. Needies was seemingly dissatisfied as she asked, what is it? Kikukawa Yukinari. She deliberately stopped calling him Young Master Yukinari and instead called him by his full name. She then coldly said, do you think I would betray you? Humph. Needies' expression became even more unsightly. She narrowed her eyes and coldly said, don't forget. That day, inside the shogunate at Kyoto, Rody had saved your father. Otherwise, your father would have been dead, Koichi and Nobunaga would have risen to power, and you would have also probably be killed. If we wanted to harm you, we could have just continued watching that day and not act. Why would we wait until now? Her last words were very powerful and wiped away Yukinari's doubts. He gritted his teeth and said, fine. If they are so heartless, I will be unfair. Miss Needies, tell me what is to be done. After pausing for a while, Yukinari suddenly had a thought and asked, I suppose the Sauron Kingdom's knights would not help me for nothing. Do they have any conditions? Needies laughed and replied, that is nothing. As long as you give us what you initially promised me. That is, the promise of giving me the exclusive right to trade ironwood once you become shogun and rule the Dwarven Kingdom. That is our only condition. Yukinari immediately felt relieved. He did not care about the exclusive trade of ironwood. Isn't it just money in the end? The dwarves already have a lot of money. If they want the rights to ironwood, they can have it. This is simple. I can sign an agreement with you. In the future, the trade of ironwood would be given to Needies in the future. Yukinari had immediately made the promise. Needies' eyes gleamed. She looked as though she was not looking at Yukinari but many piles of gold coins. Secretly swallowing her saliva, she maintained her composure and said, of course. We will let some Sauron Kingdom soldiers to be stationed here and guard the dwarves. The army would be used to protect you. Young Master Yukinari. Think for yourself. The Dwarven Kingdom had suffered a huge disaster. Although you have risen to the position of shogun, there is no guarantee that there would be others with ulterior motives like Nobunaga. The knights of the Sauron Kingdom would remain here to protect you. You can then safely be shogun. Yukinari smiled without any doubt and said, of course, that would be best. He was also afraid that his position would be unstable. He could not help but feel fear when he thought of Nobunaga's valiant cavalry killing his warriors. If the Sauron Kingdom's royal knights were to protect him, he would not need to be worried. Looking at Yukinari's reaction, Needies and Rhodey looked at each other and had the same thoughts. Cheating this idiot is really like fighting a one-sided battle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 295, Terrorizing with Military Force. Chapter 295, Terrorizing with Military Force. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next thing was much simpler.
Needies gave Yukinari a proposal to immediately cut off the delivery of supplies to Kumuyu from River Home. This would cut off their combat effectiveness. Yukinari had already been misled by Needies to believe that the person handling the front lines, Kumuyu, was an enemy.
Kumuyu was treated unjustly. He actually did not have any alliance with Nobunaga.
However, Needies' guess was quite accurate at the fact that Kumuyu did not think highly of the playboy, Yukinari. If the person giving him orders was Koichi, he might have immediately responded. However, Kumuyu did not feel happy with the weak playboy giving him orders. On top of that, the Roland army was approaching and could be used as an excuse to delay. Once a winner between Nobunaga and the playboy emerged, he would be able to return with a high position and be greatly valued. Although he did not have any intention of rebelling, his action of using the troops to maintain his importance was accurately guessed by Needies.
By instigating a little, she had confused Yukinari. Yukinari hesitated for a moment when he was told to cut off the supplies to Kumuyu. After all, he was an indecisive person. He felt that this was inappropriate and said, should I summon the other officers and ask for their opinion? Perhaps I should discuss this with Hideyoshi.
Humph.
Needies grunted. This could not be discussed. Yukinari might be an idiot, but his subordinates might not necessarily be idiots. Especially Hideyoshi.
He seemed to really quite clever.
Needies' lies might not be able to get past them. Young Master Yukinari. Needies boldly said, I think you should change your character. You are no longer the young man people despise. You are now the shogun of the Dwarven Kingdom. You are the leader of the Dwarven Kingdom. You do not need to discuss everything with your subordinates. As a leader, you need to sometimes be resolute. You need to be dictatorial. Think of how your father did it last time. Was he always afraid to do anything and discuss with his subordinates first? Yukinari lowered his head. After a while, he became spirited again and showed an excited expression. Yes. I will immediately give the order. He then straightened his back and loudly shouted for someone to come. A voice replied from outside and then the sliding door opened. A young warrior stood in the doorway and asked, Shogun, do you have any instructions? Yukinari put on a majestic appearance, but his eyes still showed his anxiety. Have the supplies been sent out to Kumuyu on the front lines? Not yet. The warrior did not dare to raise his head. He respectfully said, You have already inquired about this yesterday. The supplies have already been prepared and loaded. It is ready to move out tonight. Good. Yukinari waved his hand and then said, Pass my orders that all these are to be returned to the treasury. Not a single arrow or a piece of grain is to be shipped out. Ha! The warrior lifted his head from shock and said, But, Shogun. Yukinari wanted to explain himself, but then he saw Needi's agitated expression. He immediately raised his eyebrow and shouted, Bastard! My words are my orders. Do you dare to defy my order? No, no. The warrior hurriedly replied, But this is. Yukinari somehow gathered his courage. He strode forward and slammed down both of his hands. The two loud sounds frightened the warrior and he immediately lowered his head. His body stood perfectly straight and he no longer dared to speak. Yukinari then shouted, After passing my orders, do not speak wantonly. Now go and pass my orders. If you delay this matter, I will have you commit seppuku. Yes. Yes. The warrior then hurried away. Yukinari trembled from excitement. That earlier feeling made him unable to help himself from trembling. This is the feeling of a shogun. This is the feeling of power. The ultimate power allowing you to manipulate others. It feels great. Since young, Yukinari had never felt so great in his life. He was originally looked down and treated as a playboy. Even if he was the shogun's son, when he meets the other generals, it was only to the degree of being subservient.
After being instigated by Needies, he now felt a proud and elated feeling. He turned to look at Needies with genuine gratitude. He felt that the beautiful woman in front of him was the person that had treated him the best in his life.
Miss Needies. Yukinari's voice still trembled from feeling touched.
I do not know how to thank you. How about this, just say something.
If I can do it, I will give it to you. Needies laughed and replied, Shogun Yukinari, you do not need to be so polite.
I would already be very satisfied if you gave me the exclusive rights to trade ironwood.
She had calmly said Shogun Yukinari. This made Yukinari feel even more joyful.
He was so excited that he felt muddle-headed and could not help but say, how about this, I am so grateful to you.
How about you be the Shogun's wife, in the future?
I will repay you with all my strength and you can also always be by my side to pull me up. These words had disturbed the hornet's nest.
Needy's smile instantly disappeared. Her expression became ice-cold.
She cursed in a soft voice and kicked Yukinari.
What did you say? Oda Nobunaga was in a warrior's costume. He was sitting cross-legged on a couch.
His coat was open, revealing his hairy chest. A long and shiny katana was by his knees. In front of him was an officer who was standing. That officer had just given a report that made Nobunaga unable to sit still.
Is what you said true? Nobunaga's expression was gloomy.
He suddenly stood up and took out his katana with one hand. He then roared and slashed downwards.
A long table in front of him was split into two. Nobunaga became angrier and angrier as he shouted, has that young Kikukawa gone mad? He actually dared to cut off the supplies to the front lines? Nobunaga had received this report from the spies in River Home. He found out that the supplies Yukinari had planned to send to the front lines had been kept back. Nobunaga cursed, that idiot's mind is broken. Does he not know that we would all be doomed once Kumuyu's forces at the front lines collapses and the Roland army comes in?
He is digging his own grave. He breathed heavily from his agitation. His looked as though he was thinking strenuously. Finally, he gritted his teeth fiercely and said, pass down my orders.
Assemble the army.
Yes.
The officer immediately replied and ran out. Nobunaga's breath slowed down.
His eyes turned murderous.
Humph, Kikukawa Yukinari. I initially thought of letting you live for a few days, but then you did something so preposterous. Do not blame me for being merciless. Nobunaga was a wise person.
He could immediately see the terrible consequences of Yukinari's actions. He had not immediately gone ahead to kill Yukinari after recruiting soldiers because he knew that the biggest problem was the Roland army invading from the south.
He was not bothered by the internal problem known as Yukinari. Until now, Nobunaga still had not immediately sent troops to kill Yukinari. This was because he thought of the foreign enemies. He wanted to wait for the foreign danger to be removed before dealing with the internal problems. If he were to fight against Yukinari, Kumuyu may not be able to hold out on the front lines. At that time, everyone would be killed by the Roland army. On top of that, the supplies being sent to the front lines came from River Home that was under Yukinari's control. Nobunaga would be happy to remain at the back and expand his army. However, Yukinari's stupid actions had destroyed all of Nobunaga's plans. Nobunaga immediately thought that Kumuyu would be immediately routed without supplies. When the Roland army's knights and chariots dived straight in, even his army would not be a worthy adversary. I have not dealt with him because I considered the entire situation. I was thinking of dealing with the foreign elements first. Does he think I am afraid of his Maruyuki? Humph. What a joke. But this idiot had to suddenly do something foolish. There is no choice.
I can only risk it and destroy Yukinari first. Once I occupy River Home, I can support the front lines and drive away the Roland army.
The dwarf kingdom would then belong to me. All that is left is Kumuyu. I still understand him. He is not someone who is ambitious.
He is just taking this opportunity to gain some benefits.
Since I have major plans, there must be some tolerance.
A leader must tolerate those that are difficult to tolerate.
Humph.
Nobunaga heard the sound of the army outside and stopped daydreaming.
He immediately dressed neatly and then grabbed his katana. He walked out of the room and loudly shouted, "Bring me my horse."
Hideyoshi was wrapped in yarn cloth, but he still looked very spirited.
He did not show any agony on his face.
He straightened his body and brought his subordinates around River Home, mobilizing the defenses. Hideyoshi always had high aspirations. He was initially a warrior without a successful career. He was confident in his strength and will. Besides that, he was also prestigious amongst the other warriors that were out of luck at the River Home market.
Many people respected him and lots of people were willing to follow him.
He had not expected the opportunity to come so quickly.
He was suddenly recruited by the Kikukawa family.
At that time, Hideyoshi had thought of joining the Kikukawa family and become recognized for his skills in the future. He did not expect God to play a trick on him.
In a single night, the powerful Kikukawa family was destroyed. It was a natural disaster. The shogun is dead. The royal family are dead. Kyoto is also destroyed.
The ideal life I had for following the young master Yukinari is also finished.
This young master Yukinari is also not a respectable person. Although he is my master, he is a bungling oaf without ability. He is cowardly and indecisive. He would soon be killed by Nobunaga.
However, Hideyoshi suddenly changed his thoughts.
Isn't this an opportunity? An incompetent master would allow me to work from within. If I take this opportunity to obtain power, I would be able to rise above others. In the past few days, Yukinari trusts me more and more.
He accepts and complies with the suggestions I give him.
Hideyoshi had spared no effort to help Yukinari. This was because it would be easier to get promoted under such a master.
Perhaps even one day, once I become fully fledged, Every time Hideyoshi thought of this, his eyes showed a clear trace of ambition.
Hideyoshi had also thought of betraying Yukinari and then joining Nobunaga. However, Nobunaga was too smart.
Nobunaga was also the commander of the cavalry and would naturally have his own trusted officers. If I go there, it would be difficult to be placed in an important position.
I might as well stay here.
Yukinari depends on me so much I am pretty much the second in command already. However, Hideyoshi immediately panicked when he heard the reports of the men that night.
Has Yukinari gone mad?
He has given such a ridiculous order.
Does he not know that we are all living steadily here because Kumuyu is resisting against the Roland army outside?
Hideyoshi ignored the pain in his body and hurried to the temporary shogunate to see the shogun, Yukinari. The guards did not stop him.
They knew that this warrior was Yukinari's favorite.
Hideyoshi walked with large strides in the courtyard. He walked in without waiting for the people to announce his arrival.
This is something urgent. It was at night. The moonlight was bright as the night breeze blew gently. Although Yukinari had no ability, it had to be admitted that he was very elegant.
Even the layout of the courtyard of the temporary shogunate was very sentimental. There was a small pond.
Yukinari liked to watch the moon quietly next to it.
It seems that it was the only time every day when he could let go of the worries in his heart.
Hideyoshi knew of Yukinari's habit and immediately went there. However, Yukinari was not around. Hideyoshi then saw another scene.
There was a slender figure at the pondside with plum blossoms and enchanting moonlight. The night breeze caused her clothes to flutter. The moonlight colored her hair silver. She sat by the pond like a sculpture. The pond water rippled by her feet. The night breeze blew as red petals scattered onto the water. Her beautiful legs refused to move together with the water.
She had a lonely expression as she looked at the distant dark blue sky.
Her eyes seemed sad as she sighed, hiding her frustration. Her sigh made Hideyoshi's 30-year-old heart suddenly twitch.
But then, Hideyoshi suddenly saw another person. It was a man.
The beautiful woman that made his heart move had sighed. The bitterness in her eyes was all for that man.
The man looked very young and had an angular face. He did not smile and looked very calm.
He was extremely tall, that was, by the dwarven race's standards. Hideyoshi was in a trance for a moment.
He then recognized the two people.
These two were the people that came to the river home together with Yukinari to recruit him. The man's appearance had not changed.
However, he had become much taller.
On his waist was a strange curved sword.
Hideyoshi looked at the curved sword for about 2 seconds before the other party looked over. It was awe-inspiring gaze filled with an intangible oppression. At that moment, Hideyoshi became dazzled and lowered his head. It seemed as though he did not dare look at the person face to face. As a warrior, Hideyoshi was very familiar with this kind of imposing aura. The aura is kind of faint yet impossible to defy. People with this aura are often used to commanding. They are used to giving orders and are accustomed to controlling the life and death of others.
In front of such a person, Hideyoshi suddenly felt extremely small and unable to defy. At the same time, Hideyoshi's instincts as a warrior allowed him to understand that this aura was definitely not something obtained from birth. It was something that was forged over corpses. In fact, that night, Rodi and Needies did not intend to go to the courtyard and meet each other.
Rodi felt strange and simply went to the courtyard to take a breather. Needies had secretly followed him.
Seeing Rhodey stand at the edge of the pool and was seemingly in a trance, Needies smiled and walked over. The little vampire Needies had special feelings for the man named Rhodey. The first time they met, Rhodey was not baffled by her charm. In front of a crowd, he mercilessly slapped her backside. That bitter experience still had Needies feeling agitated when she remembered it. Another time, she and Dark had been trapped by a vampire. Both of them had almost died. However, Rhodey calmly came out from the woods. He looked very calm and had an imposing manner that seemingly held everything in contempt. What made Needies shocked was that Rhodey easily made the other vampire burn. That spirit made Needies unable to forget his figure. She obviously knew that he was Miss Nicole's lover, but she could no longer keep him out of her mind. After that, they met again in the Roland continent. She then secretly followed him onto the boat. During the day she hid in his cabin, she could feel that Rhodey had a strange hatred for vampires. Since young, she had never met any man who was not attracted to her. However, while being stuck with her in the hold of the ship cabin for a few days, this guy had a cold indifference towards her from the beginning until the end. Later that night, a battle had broken out at the ocean. He had held her with one arm and broken through the explosive blaze unhindered. Nobody could stop him. On that battlefield, he was like an invincible god. Then at the Dwarven Kingdom, there was that battle at the Sacred Mountain. He had displayed such extreme power. Needies' heart was no longer able to suppress her feelings. She could not help but give a gentle cough. Rhodey, who had been in deep thought, simply turned his head around to look at her. He faintly said, "You are here." Needies felt a little disappointed, but she still smiled sweetly and went to Rhodey's side. She took off her shoes and stretched out her feet into the water. She then smiled and said, "What are you thinking about?" Rhodey's reply made Needies almost vomit out blood. "I was thinking of Nicole." Rhodey sighed. "I met her in the Imperial capital on this day, last year. Time flies. A year has actually passed already." Needies' movements turned stiff for a moment. Her sweet smile turned bitter. At this moment, Hideyoshi arrived. Needies naturally recognized Hideyoshi. She immediately hid her own feelings and said, "I am going back. You deal with this fellow." She had even lost the mood to deal with Hideyoshi. With a bad temper, Needies went to look for a place devoid of people to vent. Once Needies had left like a gust of wind, Rhodey looked at Hideyoshi's face and slowly walked over. The hairs on Hideyoshi's body stood up. He saw the man walking towards him and felt like a weak sheep facing a lion. "Are you nervous?" Rhodey laughed. Hideyoshi suppressed the alarmed feeling in his heart and straightened his body. He said, I recognize you." Rhodey nodded and replied, "Yes. I also remember you, Hideyoshi." Hideyoshi gritted his teeth and said, I came to see young Master Yukinari. Today, he had given an order." Rhodey's eyes suddenly gazed coldly at Hideyoshi's face. It was as though his cold gaze turned sharp and cut into his heart. Hideyoshi involuntarily stopped speaking. "Your eyes tell me that you are an ambitious person," Rhodey indifferently said. Hideyoshi immediately felt tensed. Rhodey suddenly walked over and gently put his hand on Hideyoshi's shoulders. His voice rang in Hideyoshi's ears. "Right now, I will speak and you will listen. Unless I ask you anything, you do not speak. Understand?" Hideyoshi subconsciously nodded. "You must remember this. Right now, you are just a subordinate. Yukinari is your master. Before anything else, you must bear in mind one point." Rhodey's eyes looked down towards the katana on Hideyoshi's waist. A qualified subordinate should not be wearing weapons in the inner courtyard of his master. This is not just courtesy but also the rules. You better remember this. Rhodey's hand pressed down on Hideyoshi's shoulder. Hideyoshi's body turned stiff. He could feel Rhodey's boundless aura pressure him until he felt breathless. "I know why you came here. I know what you intend to say to Yukinari." Rhodey continued. His voice was not stern. On the contrary, it was very gentle. "However, you do not need to say anything else about this." Rhodey loosened his grip on Hideyoshi's shoulders and walked behind him. The moment his hand left the shoulder, Hideyoshi immediately felt relaxed. However, Rhodey's following words made Hideyoshi's nerves tighten. "Remember your identity. Do not say things you are not supposed to say. Do not think of things you are not supposed to think of. Do not ask about things you are not supposed to know. Do not do things you are not supposed to do." Rhodey's voice came from behind. He slowly and gently added, "That is if you want to live well." After pausing for a while, Rhodey asked, "Do you understand?" I understand."
Hideyoshi heard himself answer. Good. Rody replied, remember this. Do not make me say it a second time. If I say it a second time, you will regret it. After that, Rody slowly walked away. Hideyoshi felt the back of his clothes soak with sweat. He felt a biting cold from the night breeze. That guy. For some reason, Hideyoshi felt as though that person could kill him with a wave of his hand if he wanted to. That kind of aura could not be faked. Hideyoshi felt that this kind of aura that was bursting with oppression was not something one was born with. It was obtained from many piles of corpses. Thinking of this, Hideyoshi moistened his dry lips as he looked at the main hall. He remembered his purpose of coming here. Suddenly, he stomped his feet, and turning around, he left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Black Veil Again. Chapter 296, Black Veil Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Near the hour of dawn, the moon remained on the horizon. Meanwhile, the east started to turn bright. The soldiers at the gates of River Home looked tired and struggling to hold their weapons. The hours before dawn were the hours where people were most tired. A group of soldiers walked on the main street behind the city gates. A few shadowy figures appeared at the corner of the street. These people held katanas in their hands, but they wrapped the blade with a black cloth to prevent their flash from exposing them. At the gates, there were 4 soldiers slacking off. Among these 4, 3 of them had already fallen asleep. The remaining one was fighting against his drowsiness. At this time, the few figures rushed forward. The one that had not fallen asleep did not even have the time to cry out in alarm before a blade cut into his throat. Blood sprayed out and the other 3 men woke up. However, someone had already stabbed them with a knife. The killers were very skillful and had targeted the neck. By cutting in that very spot, the victim would not be able to make any sound. After killing the guards at the gate, they lowered the corpses to the ground. They feared that too many movements would alert the soldiers on the gate. 2 of them then took out something. These 2 objects combined together to form a sharp saw. The dwarves really deserved their reputations as those that were good at making tools. They started to saw the capstan controlling the gates. Everything was going on quietly. By the time the patrol soldiers returned, they had already opened the gates. Who is it? The patrolling soldiers roared out as they rushed forward. The people launching the sneak attack were already aware that they had been discovered. The one in front laughed sadly and shouted, "Men! It is time to die loyally for the 1,000 Rider General." They drew their weapons and fought against the patrolling soldiers. One other person had already opened up a small seam at the gate. He also took out a small cask and opened it. Swish! There was a clear and melodious sound as flames soared into the sky, blooming into a dazzling firework. With this, all the defending soldiers woke up. However, before they could recover, at a distant point on the horizon outside the gates, dark shadows had appeared. The thundering roar of the horses' hooves was like the rain, ruthlessly beating at the hearts of the defenders. It is Oda Nobunaga's cavalry. It was not known who roared out first. The warriors then grabbed their weapons. Some of them picked up bows and arrows. The officers all hurriedly gave commands to their subordinates. Most of the ones that launched the sneak attack under the gates had already been beheaded. The soldiers were frightened and went towards the city gates. They tried to close back the city gates. However, the capstan was already destroyed. The few people were unable to move the heavy iron gate. The distant cavalry started to approach like a flood and the warriors became frightened. Suddenly, a voice from behind them shouted, "Follow me." Rody had heard the sounds of battle at the gates earlier and rushed over. He had quickly rushed towards the front like lightning. When others were afraid and a person stood out to take the lead, others would blindly follow. These soldiers that heard Rody's orders involuntarily rushed out with him. "Group up and hold the lines." Rody's deep voice rang out in the night, giving a calming effect. "Front row, lift your shields and maintain a close formation. Block the gates." The Maruyuki were the elites of the dwarves. At that moment, more soldiers came down to the city gates following the orders of the officers. Within a short moment, a simple square-shaped formation was organized in front of the city gates. Nobunaga's cavalry soon reached the front. It was like a flood striking at the square-shaped formation. The horses that bumped into the shields were thrown off their feet along with their riders. The cavalrymen immediately fell down and were soon killed by the Maruyuki soldiers. However, Nobunaga's cavalries were also elites. They charged towards the city gates in waves.
Nobunaga saw that the gates had already been opened by the spies inside and felt victory close at hand. He refused to give up this opportunity and had given a death order for the cavalrymen to rush into the gates. They just needed to break through the square formation at the entrance and rush into the gate to win. Soon, corpses could be seen stacking up by the entrance. The cavalry's charge caused the square-shaped formation to falter and gradually retreat. In fact, many of the soldiers were already afraid. The gates have been destroyed. How could the shield soldiers resist against the cavalry charge? At that moment, Rodi was unable to deal with all that. He shouted and jumped out from behind holding his scimitar. The moment he came out, he had jumped over the crowd and landed near the enemy. He slashed forward, causing blood and flesh to fly. Those near Rodi could not avoid his attacks. Often the cavalrymen cut into two before they had the chance to rush to the front. Hideyoshi and Yukinari had also arrived at the gates. Seeing the gates destroyed, Yukinari could not stand firm and almost collapsed. Fortunately, Nidis was by his side and seized his arm as she ruthlessly said, "With me and Rodi around, what are you afraid of? Right now, you need to give an order." Yukinari pulled out the temporary katana he brought along and shouted, "Forward! All units forward! Drive them back!" Hideyoshi was gathering soldiers towards the city gates, but he could clearly see Rodi's figure outside of the city gates. He saw Rodi seemingly wrapped up with an aura and went out with a blade. His actions were seemingly never fruitless. Rodi was like a death god. His scimitar cut down Nobunaga's cavalry as though it was paper. Although Rodi had not yet completely recovered, his strength had recovered until he was at the level of a high-ranked warrior. Although he was not able to fight back the force of an army, he fortunately had the mystic dragon's blood strengthening his body. The weapons of the cavalrymen that struck him could not harm him. Facing such a situation, Rodi did not bother warding off blows. He simply attacked and ignored the attacks of his opponents. In a short moment, corpses started to pile up in front of Rodi. The corpses of the horses and the people blocked the way and prevented the cavalry from proceeding. Although the gates were opened, space was narrow. Rodi's current strength was unable to stop the entire cavalry's charge. However, with so little space, the cavalry was also unable to launch a large-scale assault. It created a situation where one person could prevent a large cavalry from getting through one. On top of that, with Rodi taking most of the pressure, the square-shaped shield formation was able to relax. Far behind, Nobunaga had watched his cavalry rush to the entrance of the city gate but was unable to go further. That scene made him shout in anger. He saw a tall figure standing at the city gate as though he was a mountain. His cavalry that rushed towards this figure were all crushed. Nobunaga cried out angrily and shouted, "Come with me!" He patted his horse and led his soldiers forward. At the moment, Rodi's side was filled with corpses. The cavalry also started to become afraid and no longer approached. An empty space formed in front of Rodi. The cavalry realized that the charge was not having much effect and slowly drew the troops back further away and opened the formation. Rodi wiped his bloody face and felt short of breath. He felt that his strength was not flowing in the battle earlier. This kind of feeling made Rodi uncomfortable. Right now, he felt that his strength was recovering too slowly. If he was at full strength, he could have just sent out a blade of light and settled everything. However, Rodi now no longer dared to use his half-moon slash. He knew that his strength was only at the level of a high-ranked warrior at most. He was probably not even close to reaching the level of a sacred swordsman. The half-moon slash consumed a lot of energy and he would be exhausted after 2 or 3 slashes. He then heard the sound of horses. A horse rushed in front of Rodi. Its rider pointed his sword at Rodi and shouted, "Who are you?" Both sides gazed at each other and were in a daze. "So, it was you." Nobunaga gritted his teeth and felt his heart turn cold. He could naturally recognize Rodi. Although Rodi had returned to his original appearance, his facial features were the same as when he stopped the shogun's assassination at Kyoto. He remembered that, on that day, this guy had defeated Shinyu with a casual wave of his hand. This kind of strength was far beyond Nobunaga. However, they were now in a crisis. Nobunaga was a warrior. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good. You are the one that got in my way again. Today, I will thoroughly deal with you." He then pulled out his katana and jumped off the horse. He roared and rushed towards Rodi. Just like this, the battle had turned into a duel. Rodi was tired at that moment. He saw Nobunaga rushing over and placed his scimitar sideways to block. The swords clashed. Both of them felt a huge impact on their hands and stepped back. The first bout ended in a draw. Rodi was angry. This Nobunaga is only at the level of a high knight at most. If it was last time, I can kill him within 3 strikes.
But now, shit. On the other hand, Nobunaga felt reassured and greatly relieved.
Looks like this guy was not as powerful as I imagined.
Maybe I can best him. On top of that, he has been fighting for so long now. Thinking of this, Nobunaga rushed forward again. The two continued to fight again.
Although Rody was not as strong as before, he was a brilliant student of the Imperial Academy's swordsmanship and was extremely skilled. On top of that, his body was tough. Even if he was struck once or twice, it would not be able to hurt him. In fact, Rody was currently slightly weaker than Nobunaga. His world-shaking powers could not come into play. In a moment of desperation, Nobunaga gathered the strength in his body. The katana in his hands faintly gave out fighting energy. With all his strength, he pushed Rody back and suppressed him. The soldiers on both sides cried out endlessly. Rody was furious. He suddenly took a step back as he held the scimitar with one hand. He then took a deep breath and sent out a blade of light towards Nobunaga. Nobunaga was shocked and moved his katana to block it. A shield formed from fighting energy appeared in front of him. A blocking sound was heard as the wind caused the dust to rise. Nobunaga took a few steps back and then stood firm. However, his hands faintly trembled. Rody was also not at ease. That blade of light did not cause much damage, making Rody feel vexed. Even the god-ranked Hakone serpent was afraid to block his attack when he used the mystic dragon purge, but now Rody was like a mountain tiger trapped in the flat plains where he was disadvantaged. Shit! Rody cursed. That half-moon slash had consumed a lot of his energy. I cannot use this trick anymore. Rody immediately thought to himself. Nobunaga shouted loudly as he held the katana. He suddenly slashed at the air. A tooth for a tooth. Using his fighting energy, he sent out a wind blade roaring towards Rody. Usually, this level of attack could easily be blocked by Rody. However, Rody could now feel the fatigue in his body. He barely managed to block it. The huge force struck his body and he flew back before landing on the ground. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his balance and was only knocked back a few steps instead of falling to the ground. Nobunaga felt relieved. Looks like this guy is no match for me. He waved his katana and was about to order his cavalry to charge again. At this time, in the wilderness far outside the city, a tremendous sound could be heard. That noise startled everyone. It was as if countless people were running in the wilderness. As it gradually approached dawn, both sides saw a scene that surprised them. From the south, in the wilderness, were countless people running. A large number of soldiers seemed to be running in disorder. Their uniforms showed that they were the dwarven army. Nobunaga and Yukinari immediately had the same thought. Is that Kumuyu's army coming over? That cannot be. The Roland army is still watching him. Could it be? The two then immediately thought. Has Kumuyu been defeated by the Roland army? Indeed, the soldiers looked as though they were fleeing. There were countless black figures that were not wearing helmets and were running around as though they were houseflies. Soon after that, the sound of horses' hooves could be heard. In the wilderness, the silhouettes of a cavalry started to appear. These people looked as though they were chasing to kill the retreating dwarves. A cavalry divided into two teams to catch up to the dwarven deserters running away on foot. The cavalry all wore the standard armor of a Roland knight. On the horse, they held a shield with one hand and a cross-shaped sword in the other. The defeated dwarves were scared witless and their tragic cries could be heard in the wilderness. Even Rody and Needies were stunned. How could the Roland army defeat Kumuyu's soldiers so quickly? The supplies has only been cut off today but the Roland army had already defeated them? Nobunaga's heart sank to the bottom. He needed to make a prompt decision. Two thoughts emerged in his mind. We must immediately kill our way into the city. There is no other way. We need to quickly seize River Home and fortify the walls to fight against the Roland army. The other choice was flee at once. Right now, the cavalry had not taken too much damage. Retreat north and gain the opportunity to regather strength to fight against the enemy. Nobunaga's expression continued to change. He also felt that something was quite right. How did the Roland army break through the front lines? The answer was soon revealed. Lightning struck not far in the sky. Looking back to the sky, they saw that the sky was already covered with clouds. The dark clouds seemingly pressed down. From the clouds, a human-like figure flew closer quickly. The entire figure was wrapped in silver flames. The clouds dispersed when the figure passed through it. Within a short moment, that figure stopped about 10 meters over the city gate. It was a black-robed and a black-veiled figure. The figure stood high in the dim light of the night under the black thunderous clouds. It was as though a god had descended. The figure's slender eyes looked at the people and corpses around before setting on Rodi. The eyes then showed a trace of anger and surprise. The surprised and angry gaze soon landed on Nobunaga. A clear and cold voice then came from the sky. "Are you the one who injured him?" Nobunaga started to feel a sense of fear. The opponent was in the sky and had a cold aura. It made Nobunaga's entire body turn stiff. The clear resounding voice seemingly gritted her teeth and said, "Bastard dwarven beast. Unforgivable." With a whistling sound, the figure in the sky lifted both her hands. The dust rose in front of Rodi and Nobunaga before it suddenly became a hurricane. The weapons, armors, and corpses were swept away by the hurricane. The hurricane then advanced towards Nobunaga. Within a moment, the hurricane had engulfed everything. The countless cavalrymen were thrown into the air like leaves. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Swept Away. Chapter 297, Swept Away. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Rodi saw the figure in the air, he became relaxed and half knelt on the ground. He leaned onto his scimitar so as to not completely fall to the ground. That battle had drained all his fighting energy, leaving behind only emptiness and fatigue. The hurricane spun in the air for 10 minutes. Oda Nobunaga looked at this and was stunned. He could not believe that the hurricane was man-made. When the hurricane stopped, there was dust everywhere. Thousands of corpses fell from the sky and caused more dust to fly into the air. When the dust settled and visibility was restored, the banners were scattered all over and had lost their usual majesty. The ground was full of bright red blood mixed with the soil. The blood and soil had mixed to form a dark red mud. Nobunaga's eye socket cracked, and he bled a little from the corner of his eye. He could not help but roar endlessly. He did not expect the figure in the air to have such ability. When Nobunaga looked at the figure in the sky again, he saw that person softly landing on the ground. The figure quickly moved towards Rodi. The black-veiled figure went in front of Rodi. She half knelt and hugged Rodi's shoulder. Before she could speak, Rodi suddenly sighed. He released the sword in his hand and tightly hugged her in return. After the two hugged for a while, the black-veiled figure stretched out her right hand and touched Rodi's face. The resolute and firm edges of his face were covered with blood and dirt. It no longer looked like last time. The fingers of the black-veiled figure were slender and thin, looking like they belonged to the hands of a woman. 1. The black-veiled figure suddenly took off her veil and used it to help Rodi wipe off the blood and dirt on his face. Rodi muttered softly. "Mouse, why are you here?" Mouse raised her head. Her sparkling eyes carefully inspected Rodi's face. The black veil in her hands moved and restored Rodi's facial appearance. It was no longer bloodstained and dirty. Although Rodi's face still looked pale, it started to look more like before. At that moment, Mouse had many questions. Like how a guy like Rodi with such great powers got bested by a warrior whose level was only at a major knight level. She also wondered about his experiences during the long time that he spent here, and many other questions. However, seeing that Rodi was pale and dazed, she was reluctant to ask any question. She then tightly held on to Rodi with all her strength. Rodi laughed bitterly and sighed. Except for the time at the Duke of the Tulip family's mansion with Nicole, he had never relied on a woman for protection before. He had myriad feelings in his heart but was unable to control his actions. He could not even struggle away from Mouse's embrace to stand up. Rodi thought to himself, how long has it been since I ended up in such a situation? Even encountering the damn Hakone serpent was not so miserable or unbearable. Besides him, there were two more whose expressions had changed. However, both were surprised and confused. The first one was Kikukawa Yukinari. He saw Mouse leading the charge of the soldiers and then, right out of empty space, she created a hurricane of knives and swords. With a snap of the fingers, Nobunaga's 1,000 elite cavalrymen were massacred. He then saw that Mouse had a close relationship to Rodi. At the start, he thought they were just siblings or good friends. That was until Mouse took off her veil. Yukinari was surprised to see that she was a woman. It was ordinary if a man were so powerful, but it was especially surprising since Mouse was a woman that was exceedingly beautiful. When he saw Mouse hold Rodi's head to her chest, he had already given up all hope for the woman. First, it was the breathtakingly beautiful Needies, and now, this unbelievably beautiful woman also showed extreme concern for Rodi. The other person was Oda Nobunaga. Nobunaga could not believe it when he saw Mouse's hurricane. However, he soon understood why the army at the south was so quickly defeated. The other party was so powerful that he could not figure out what to do. With a single wave, he had lost thousands of his elite soldiers and horses. The army at the south might dominate in numbers, but in the end, Mouse only needed to wave her hand a few more times. Right now, Mouse no longer needed to wave because there were already thousands of casualties with that single wave. A soldier in the army only had a certain amount of mental endurance. After seeing such a terrifying enemy, they would start to break down psychologically. At that time, his own army would break and scatter on their own. The Roland army need not even give any assistance. Just with them running in all directions, they would trample over each other, causing a significant number of casualties.
Nobunaga could not understand. A person with such extraordinary powers was a woman.
On top of that, she had slain thousands of his soldiers simply because Rodi was injured.
Nobunaga saw Mouse and Rodi silently reuniting in front of him with a mix of joy and anguish.
He believed that the opportunity to attack was right in front of him. The idiot was still having delusions of mounting a sneak attack to kill Mouse and continuing to chase his dream of becoming the shogun.
Nobunaga moved slowly in fear of alerting Mouse. He gathered the remnants of his army and prepared to move. Nobunaga's cavalry deserved to be called brave warriors that fought hundreds of battles. They had witnessed their colleagues torn to pieces, yet they continued to wait for orders and did not break away. They were worthy of being called well-trained soldiers. At the side of the battlefield was another person who wore a strange expression. That person was Needy's. She had already vaguely guessed that the figure was Mouse the moment she arrived. Although she already knew of Mouse's relationship with Rodi, she had always been stuck inseparably with Rodi these past few days. As a result, Needy's was completely different from last time.
Previously, she had always had a vengeful perception towards Rodi because of his previous frivolous actions that day. However, by now, she was already infatuated with Rodi.
But Rodi did not seem to have any interest in her. Needy's was a proud and arrogant woman.
When Rodi did not respond to her, she too did not profess her love to Rodi. However, when she saw Rodi and Mouse embracing each other, an ache arose in her heart. At this moment, Nobunaga had already mobilized his soldiers and horses as they quietly moved towards Mouse. When they were about 10 meters away from Mouse, Nobunaga pressed his legs on both sides of his horse and charged towards Mouse. Nobunaga pointed his katana forward like a short spear, with its tip pointing straight towards the back of Mouse's waist. Mouse had not realized this and continued to bask in the warmth of Rodi's body. Rodi had long felt the pressure coming from up ahead.
His eyes opened wide as he looked at the tip of Nobunaga's katana. He roared loudly and turned around. His back became completely exposed to the tip of Nobunaga's katana and his hands also moved quickly to push Mouse away. At that moment, Needy's had broken out of her sentimental feelings when she saw the imminent danger. She could not help but shriek in concern. Mouse was surprised for a moment when Rodi pushed her away.
However, she was stunned for only 1/10 of a second before she lifted both her hands as if pushing forward.
The tip of Nobunaga's katana had almost reached Rodi. During that imminent peril, Rodi suddenly roared. Nobunaga had an expression of disbelief. His blade had clearly felt the elasticity of Rodi's muscles. However, it could not pierce through. On the contrary, his own stomach felt as though a powerful force had boxed him. Needy's expression of worry and self-reproach did not last long.
She saw Nobunaga's movement stall as though it was hit by a giant hammer and flew away as though he was a broken kite. Nobunaga flew back a full 30 meters and heavily crashed on the ground.
The once calm cavalrymen started to panic.
They could not understand what had happened since their master had obviously succeeded but was then suddenly thrown through the air by the enemy.
Their opponent's strength seemed to have already become terrifying.
The moment Nobunaga fell to the ground, a few loyal men immediately dismounted from their horses and helped Nobunaga up as he was lying on the ground with a disbelieving look. Blood that was almost black in color flowed out of the corner of his mouth.
Mouse became furious. If she had been a little bit slow, Rodi would have been injured by Nobunaga.
Although Rodi had once bathed himself in the mystic dragon's blood and was unlikely to be pierced through by a katana, the power from a horse charge would still cause the injured Rodi to suffer a powerful blow. Mouse once again floated to the air. Like in the earlier attack, she placed her hands in front her chest, muttering some incantations before pushing her hands outward. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed their color. The dark clouds in the sky gathered and rolled as if there was a mighty force standing in the sky. Under the dark clouds came thunder that rolled towards Nobunaga and his soldiers.
Nobunaga and his men had given up all hope.
Their belief of being able of fleeing from the tremendous dark clouds had already long shattered like the illusion it was. When the dark clouds were a few meters away from them, it once again formed into a hurricane. It rolled with a dull, rumbling sound. When the hurricane reached the cavalry, its shape could no longer be seen. It was completely covered with dust and broken weapons. The whistling hurricane trapped the cavalry in the middle. There was endless screaming. In front of them was the sky covered in red. Their faces were filled with expressions of fear and despair. Those in that wretched situation could only give up hope. By this time, Nobunaga had already been helped up onto a horse by his subordinates. Only he remained calm and roared, "Retreat!" The cavalry all around started to retreat. They were no longer like well-trained soldiers as they scattered away. Nobunaga took a few subordinates with him and rushed through the gaps in the hurricane. He hoped he would get a chance to stay alive. Seeing all of this play out in front of him, Rodi praised Nobunaga in his heart. This person can be considered a great general of this generation. Even in such a situation, he is still trying his best. He did not panic or even try to escape. All of these are not things that come naturally. It is a talent honed from hundreds of dangerous battles. Although Rodi appreciated Nobunaga in his heart, he could not help but feel sad since they were enemies. If they had not been enemies, and he had not yet chosen to help Yukinari, Rodi would have chosen to help Nobunaga. While Rodi thought of all this, the subordinates following Nobunaga had taken advantage of the fact that the hurricane had not yet fully gathered. They found a gap and escaped from the rage of the hurricane. After escaping the hurricane, Nobunaga no longer had the energy to reorganize his men. He just shouted to the ones that followed him to run without looking back. In a flash, they escaped far away. The remaining ones that did not follow Nobunaga did not have such good luck. They were caught by the powerful hurricane and pulled to the center. For a moment, there were tragic screams. Even Yukinari and Needies could not bear watching this. After all, just like that, thousands of lives were turned to dust and wrecked remains from the majestic force. After a long time, the hurricane finally stopped, and the dust settled. The cavalry thrown into the air had fallen as smashed and scattered remains. The moment the hurricane stopped, there was a rain of blood. For everyone present there, their eyes saw only a crimson hue. Soon, the ground was full of the remains of the cavalry. There was not a single intact corpse. There were eyes, limbs, and even internal organs. Needies felt dizzy. Although she did not care about these people, she could not bear seeing them die so tragically. Yukinari was not thinking about the corpses. He only thought of Needies, who was beside him. Yukinari could smell the aroma from Needies' well-endowed body. He could not prevent himself from feeling excited. He saw Needies looking as though she was about to faint and felt his heart shook. This woman is my lucky star. If I could keep her here as my wife, then. Needies was not in the condition to deal with this. She did not even notice Yukinari's insolence. Needies was completely shocked by the sight in front of her and felt nauseous. There were no more signs of the cavalry on the battlefield. All of them seemed to have perished from mouse rage. At that moment, some of Rodi's strength was restored and he could finally stand up from the ground. Needies looked at the battle scene in front of her and said, "That scene was so devastating. I am afraid less than 100 people escaped." Mouse was still furious, but when she turned around to speak to Rodi, the coldness in her voice reduced slightly. "I have already estimated." The leader took 10 cavalrymen with him. Besides them, the others that escaped elsewhere is probably less than 10. Rodi had experienced battles more brutal than this one. However, when he saw the devastation and the rivers of blood, he was still unable to bear it. He gave a long sigh and no longer said anything. Hideyoshi rushed forward unaware that Yukinari was still fantasizing about Needies and knelt down. He then said, "Young Master Yukinari, that traitorous Oda Nobunaga is still alive. It will cause us a major disaster in future." Yukinari was startled out of his daydream by Hideyoshi. He looked at the kneeling Hideyoshi, unsure of what the man had just said. Hideyoshi also knew that Yukinari had not heard his words and added, "I request young Master Yukinari to allow me to command the Maruyuki and take Nobunaga's head." Although Yukinari was a bungling oaf, he knew that Hideyoshi's words made sense. If Nobunaga were to rest and recover, he would remain a huge threat. And so, Yukinari imposingly waved his hand and said, "All right. I order you to command the Maruyuki and get Nobunaga. I want to see him dead or alive. If you cannot find him, do not come back." Hideyoshi gritted his teeth and accepted the military order. He thought to himself in his heart, "Shit. This damn oaf is actually pretending to look wise. He can't do anything but is first rate at pretending to be the shogun. He could even say words like, 'Do not come back.'" Thinking about it, Hideyoshi was confident about hunting down Nobunaga. How far could a seriously injured person and a few people go? Presumably, he would look for a resting place to escape to. It was because Hideyoshi did not expect Nobunaga to run far that he was willing to take the initiative and requested to pursue and kill Nobunaga. Hideyoshi thought this through and decided to help Yukinari so that he could claim credit. Soon after that, Hideyoshi took a small group of Maruyuki with him and pursued Nobunaga. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, An Ambitious Person's Desolation. Chapter 298, An Ambitious Person's Desolation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Hideyoshi took a group of soldiers to chase Nobunaga, the remaining people gathered. Rodi looked softly at Mouse and asked, "Why are you here?" Mouse smiled as though she was enjoying Rodi's care towards her. "The more I thought about you being in the Roland continent, the more worried I became. The situation here is too confusing. King Sauron probably did not have any good intentions when he asked you to lead the soldiers here. So, I decided to request the royal concubine to come together with me. When I came, I saw the Roland army attacking for a long time without success, so I lent some help along the way." Everybody frowned after listening to that. She said she lent some help but instead caused the two evenly matched sides to shift. What would have happened if Mouse were to have seriously helped one side? Rodi was startled when he heard Mouse's words. He was startled not because of her comment about her lending a hand but because he was worried about something else. He moved to Mouse's side and whispered, "What about Seth? Is he still in the Sauron kingdom?" Mouse smiled again. She grabbed Rodi's arm and replied, "Don't worry. He also came with us. I know you are worried and you would not want to leave him alone." Naturally, old Mark also followed. Rodi calmed down. He was worried that nobody would be watching Seth after Mouse came here. If he escaped again, it would be very difficult to find him. At that time, Rodi would have to play two roles again. He would need to pretend to be Earl Rodi and also the Duke of the Tulip family. It would be extremely torturous. Yukinari was amazed at Rodi's influence and became more and more humble. He walked towards Rodi with an expression full of smiles, then he invited everyone into the official residence to speak. Mouse said, "Sounds good. Let us find a place to stop before continuing. You also need to rest." Mouse had spoken while looking at Rodi with full concern. Rodi showed a slight smile on his pale face. He was seemingly telling Mouse that his injuries were not serious. Mouse continued, "It is about time that Rulin and Miss Nicole followed the Roland army into the city. I will send someone to look for them later." Everyone moved forward together. Along the way, Yukinari, feeling uneasy, said to Needes, "The Roland continent's army has almost fully controlled River Home. At that time, they will not kill me as well, right?" Needes was now feeling distressed and bitter. She smiled coldly at Yukinari as though she was sneering. "Please. Think like a human. If the Sauron kingdom wants to control the Dwarven lands, they would need to dispatch someone to manage it. Even if it would not be bothersome to you, it would be bothersome to them. They will leave some troops behind for you to maintain the post-war order and help you rebuild. They will not directly occupy your land." Needes said in her heart. "Only you dwarves think that this lousy place has fantastic feng shui? If it was not because of the ironwood, do you think the other kingdoms would even care for this rotten land?" Yukinari only nodded his head and consented submissively. Although he was still uneasy, he did not dare to continue asking but instead chose to act according to the situation to protect his life. He knew that his life was totally in their hands. Although he had the Maruyuki, they were no match for the black-veiled woman's strength. After reaching the residence, Mouse supported Rodi to one end of the room. She left the others in the hall and ignored them. Needes also wanted to go over but she did not have any good reasons to do so. She watched Rodi and Mouse walk far away and gave an anguished smile. Inside a room in the backyard, Rodi was lain down on a bed by Mouse. Mouse then sat beside him. They tightly held hands and looked around. Both seemed to have a lot of things to say yet did not know where to start. Mouse finally opened her mouth to ask a question. After all, the question had been bothering her. "What happened to you? You could easily defeat a dragon paladin, so why can't you defeat an opponent like that?" Rodi shook his head as if he had no strength to tell such a long story. After thinking for a while, he started to relate the whole story starting from his departure from the Sauron kingdom. When he finally talked about the temple elder and that he was the devil Kara, Mouse let out a cry of alarm. She found what Rodi was telling hard to believe, but she completely trusted Rodi. Mouse could not find any reason for Rodi to lie to her. After that, she calmed down and continued to listen to Rodi. Rodi soon told of how he summoned Sky to fight against the Hakoni serpent.
However, he hid the fact that he was being controlled by the mystic dragon at that time. In the end, Rodi spoke to Mouse in a heavy tone. Since then, I have lost my domain powers and become an ordinary warrior at the level of a high-ranked knight. Perhaps it was because I fought too hard in that battle. I hope I could recover after some time.
Rodi showed a wry smile.
I also have this strange feeling that my strength would not be restored.
Mouse immediately covered Rodi's mouth and gave him a complicated look.
She found Rodi's experience almost inconceivable and she could not accept the fact that Kara was the leader of the temple. However, her rationale told her that Rodi's words were true. It was as if all of Mouse's faith was taken out. She lay down on Rodi's chest. Initially, Mouse had some remaining hope for the temple. However, Mouse did not say anything about these. She murmured, I don't want to bother with these anymore. The temple and domains can all go to hell. Rodi, I just want you to remember that no matter what happens, you must not throw me aside. She stared at Rodi's eyes and whispered, if love is a poison, you are my pufferfish, do you still remember this? Rodi gently stroked Mouse's long hair, softly like water. Mouse felt Rodi's touch and slightly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears.
Rodi could not bear to let go. He raised his head and gently kissed Mouse's eyelids.
Mouse seemed to shed tears in his arms. After receiving Rodi's kisses, she gradually warmed up. She took the initiative and drew her charming lips to Rodi's dry and cracked lips. The two wrapped their hands around each other as they kissed, their pent-up passion exploding, filling the room with their passion. While they were filled with tender feelings, Hideyoshi was filled with stress.
Oda Nobunaga was an experienced general and naturally knew how to hide the tracks of his escape. He left behind fake clues to confuse the pursuers. This forced Hideyoshi to rack his brains. However, the resources Nobunaga's men could use were extremely limited. He only had 6 subordinates. With only 6 people retreating, in the end, Hideyoshi would be able to track them. Nobunaga immediately sat down.
He knew Hideyoshi was fast approaching from behind, but despair did not show in his eyes.
He said, looks like God wants me to die today. He turned around and saw a small house. After thinking for a while, he approached it. Nobunaga felt helpless. Had he not received an injury fighting Rodi and another injury during his sneak attack on Mouse, he would not fear being pursued by a junior warrior like Hideyoshi. However, with his injuries, he knew he would not be a match for Hideyoshi. If he were to fight desperately, he would be able to injure Hideyoshi, but he was certain that he would also be killed. Hideyoshi was an ambitious man. He might have lost many times, but he now had the chance to take revenge and certainly would not let Nobunaga die so easily. People can get killed but must never be disgraced. Rather than be killed after being pursued by Hideyoshi, it was better to end it himself. The dwarves had a tradition of committing seppuku after defeat. Since it was hopeless, it was better to die by their own hands rather than let the enemy have his way. With that in mind, Nobunaga got down the horse and looked at his 6 remaining subordinates. In today's battle, I feel ashamed to face you all. Go and escape. Take off your cavalry uniform. You will not be humiliated. The pursuers are approaching, and I will not be able to escape death. Today, this small house shall be my burial ground. Although these were dying words, it had a formidable air perceived by everyone. It was something Yukinari did not have and something Rodi admired. When the 6 subordinates heard Nobunaga's words, they stopped and glanced at each other. They knew that they all had a death wish too, so they said, Thousand Rider General, we are all proud warriors. Today's defeat simply ends in death. We will accompany you to the warrior's most glorious seppuku. Their words were resolute and had no compromise. Nobunaga heard them and sighed. He knew it was impossible to persuade his subordinates to escape on their own. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Good. Let us warriors die with dignity. Die a heroic death. After that, they went inside the small house. When Nobunaga shouted, Hideyoshi was not far and had also heard it. He felt elated as he knew that he was now close to where Nobunaga was. After all, the opportunity to claim credit was right in front of him. He looked back to his men. The Maruyuki had spread out to track Nobunaga, leaving only 5 members with him. Hideyoshi was worried that he might not win against Nobunaga. However, he was impatient and no longer cared that much. On top of that, he knew that Nobunaga was wounded and was more or less counting on this in his mind. And so, Hideyoshi shouted, The traitor is not far. Let us hurry and give chase. When Hideyoshi reached the small house, he had almost rushed in but suddenly saw the tracks of the horses. He thought of the situation inside and stopped his horse. Hideyoshi carefully studied the tracks and knew that Nobunaga would definitely be inside. He wanted to ride inside with his horse, but he felt worried.
Instead, he told this to the few Maruyuki behind him. Nobunaga is definitely in there. Who dares to go first? Several of the soldiers looked at each other. Although they knew that Nobunaga was seriously wounded, they still acted cowardly. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Hideyoshi cursed silently, a bunch of useless people. Their hearts say one thing but do something else. He exclaimed, fine. Since nobody dares to go in first, I will. Listen to my orders. Hideyoshi rode in with his horse. Although dangerous, it would be exchanged for riches and honor. Nobunaga and the others knelt at the hall when they entered earlier. The house seemingly used to be the home of a warrior, with Budokan fortune written on a plaque on the wall. It was possible that the owner had died during the war and their family had fled. Nobunaga and the others knelt under the plaque and tore their upper clothing, revealing their muscular chests. They sighed deeply together. Nobunaga then said, I did not expect to end up here after fighting for so long. This good-for-nothing Yukinari has actually allowed the enemy in. My Hakone kingdom is now gone. Tears rolled from his eyes as he spoke. His face looked determined as he drew his katana. The rest of the cavalrymen had also taken out their katanas and pointed it to their own stomachs. Nobunaga sighed again. His eyes turned ruthless, then he cut into his own abdomen without hesitation. He turned it sideways after the blade entered his body. Blood came out from his mouth. His eyes looked as though he was not reconciled as his body turned and collapsed sideways. The other warriors did the same. Just like that, in but a short moment, 7 warriors died. Hideyoshi carefully entered with his katana only to find 7 corpses. Hideyoshi felt ecstatic, almost shouting with joy, but covered his mouth, not letting himself cry out happily. Yes. How could I share such an easy victory with the guys outside? Hideyoshi calmed himself down. He went to Nobunaga's body and saw Nobunaga's eyes glaring at him. He could not help feeling angry. Humph, glaring at me even in death. Hideyoshi felt annoyed and kicked the corpse. The corpse bent back to the other side. Hideyoshi took out his katana and lifted Nobunaga's head by pulling his hair with the other hand. The blade was swung, and it cut off Nobunaga's head. As the blade flashed, Nobunaga's head ended up in Hideyoshi's hand. Hideyoshi looked at the head. He unexpectedly did not feel very happy. Instead, he felt a faint sorrow. I have finally cut off the distinguished Thousand Rider General's head. I should be in high spirits, but I feel a chill in the air instead. Those that came from the Roland continent also had a strength that made Hideyoshi feel a sense of despair. This strong feeling was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his burning ambition. After thinking of this, Hideyoshi gave a wry smile and whispered, Oda Nobunaga, was our battle to the death meaningful? After a while, Hideyoshi carried Nobunaga's head out. He coldly looked at the few soldiers outside. The soldiers did not believe that Hideyoshi could actually cut down Nobunaga's head, but the scene in front of them forced them to believe it. Hideyoshi spoke aloud, the head of the traitor, Oda Nobunaga, is here. Let us report back. He mounted his horse and rode away, disregarding the other soldiers. Everybody looked at each other. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they still followed quickly. In the large residence at River Home, concubine Rulan and the cross-dressing Seth sat in the hall. The host, Kikukawa Yukinari, sat on the seat with lower priority. He looked at the pig-like concubine with an inconceivable expression. Yukinari had only one thought. He wanted the Sauron kingdom that had suddenly invaded to have compassion. Mouse supported Rhodey out of the back door. After the two came out, Mouse's hair was disheveled, but it added to her charm. Roland had seen Mouse many times before, but this was the first time she saw Mouse look beautiful and feeble. Her eyes shone and looked stunningly breathtaking. When Mouse and Rhodey entered, Roland stood up before the servants had the time to react and helped Mouse to find a seat. Mouse and Rhodey then sat down as they leaned on each other. Before Rhodey and Mouse came out, Needies had already explained the situation to Roland and Seth. Naturally, she hid some things and did not speak of Kara and the Hakone serpent. As everyone thought of how to start, Needies was the first to speak. All right. Now we just wait for King Sauron to come in. Young Master Yukinari, first, sign your contract with me. Everyone frowned, feeling puzzled at the same time. Yukinari also panicked, not knowing how to reply. Rhodey spoke, Needies, you do not have to worry about that. Let us wait for King Sauron to come first before speaking. Not just your contract, but the two nations need to discuss their contract, too. Yukinari was still feeling disturbed about the conditions of the contract with King Sauron but gave Rhodey a grateful glance. At least he could delay and look at King Sauron's conditions before speaking. If King Sauron wanted to take away the rights to trade ironwood,
how could he sign another contract with needies? That would be courting death.
Although Yukinari was a bungling oaf, he knew that the only thing he could give was the right to trade ironwood.
However, he also hoped that King Sauron would help him rebuild the kingdom.
At that moment, an announcement was made outside the door.
King Sauron has arrived.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 299, Battle of Wits. Chapter 299, Battle of Wits. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Originally, the negotiation should have been held in the palace or the shogun's office. However, Rhodey's battle with the Hakoni serpent had turned both to dust. As a result, they had no choice but to negotiate at a large home with a courtyard. The course of the negotiation was unusually simple. The Sauron kingdom had gotten everything they wanted with little to no effort. The only thing that was of value was the ironwood resources. Whoever became shogun on that piece of land was insignificant. An agreement was reached within an hour.
The Sauron kingdom would station 30,000 soldiers to help Kikukawa Yukinari rebuild the dwarven kingdom and help him rise to the position of shogun.
In fact, this was not difficult to do.
Kumuyu and his men were utterly routed by the Roland army earlier. Oda Nobunaga and his elite cavalry had been wiped out by Mouse.
The palace was also destroyed. The only person left who was qualified to become shogun in the dwarven kingdom was Yukinari. The only thing the Sauron kingdom needed to help him with was to build his prestige, which was really easy to do. With military power in his hand, there were not many people who would openly oppose him.
On top of that, Yukinari would also have the support of the powerful Sauron kingdom.
The other part of the negotiation was naturally the right to trade ironwood.
This was everybody's main objective. Even though the Sauron kingdom was the victorious nation, they could not make Yukinari hand over the ironwood for free. The nation, as an organization, could not play a business role to manage the ironwood trade.
Needies had mediated, and in the end, Needies was given the business role. An agreement was signed for Needies to acquire the rights of trading ironwood. At the same time, Needies also signed an agreement with the Sauron kingdom to ensure that the supplies and the sales would prioritize the Sauron kingdom.
These were the main contents of the agreement between the Sauron kingdom and Yukinari.
However, Needies, as the one initiating the negotiation, had drafted the agreement to sound more magnificent. There were also clauses concerning military power, people rights 1, environmental protection, the protection of shipping, and many others. A total of 21 clauses were signed. The historians of the future in the Dwarven Kingdom would later call this surrender of sovereign rights under humiliating terms as the 21 Demands 2. The later generations would treat the treaty dubiously. Some people would believe that the treaty greatly limited the development of the dwarves. It would make the Dwarven Kingdom, 30 years later, become industrially hollow. Another group would also admit that the treaties were harmful to the interests of the dwarves. However, they would believe that if it was not because of the heroic great shogun Yukinari and his capable assistants, the Blood Fox Needies, Evil Starsith, and Lone Wolf Rhodey, the Dwarven Kingdom would have been forced to pay tribute to the Sauron Kingdom even if they were not destroyed. Just like this, the Dwarven Kingdom would become dependent on the Sauron Kingdom. These people would consider Yukinari as the history's most famous shogun who had created a lifeline for the dwarves to revive in the future. A contribution like this could not be erased by history. The two factions debating about Yukinari would have had debated for more than 300 years and would continue even when a parliament was later formed in the Dwarven Kingdom. They would often fight in the parliament, giving the emperor a headache. After signing the treaty, King Sauron no longer demanded anything from Yukinari. He went to the backyard to talk to Rhodey. At that moment, Hideyoshi had finally returned. He brought back Nobunaga's head and presented it to Yukinari, allowing the man that had just become a shogun to give a final sigh. This time, he no longer had anyone else that would oppose him becoming the shogun. Hideyoshi naturally boasted about his pursuit and made himself look heroic. Although Yukinari was an oaf, he understood that Hideyoshi was not a match for Nobunaga. What really happened needed to be verified. However, no matter what, Hideyoshi had brought back Nobunaga's head. Yukinari also needed personnel and could not be bothered to investigate what happened. Hideyoshi did this to obtain a more revered position. Yukinari also could not find anyone who was capable of taking a high-ranking position. Now that Hideyoshi had brought back Nobunaga's head, Yukinari also gained a good reason to promote Hideyoshi and win over the masses. Not long after that, the royal family was re-established. Yukinari casually looked for a person who had a little bit of the royal blood in them. He then appointed that person as emperor. The shogunate was also immediately re-established and Yukinari became the shogun as expected. Hideyoshi also replaced Nobunaga's position. It was a new generation of the Thousand Rider General, and he would be responsible for guarding the southern borders of the Dwarven Kingdom. King Sauron naturally had a lot of things to say to the envoy Rhodey. Although Rhodey was dissatisfied with King Sauron's methods, he was no longer the young man that did not know the relative importance of this. Now, Rhodey clearly knew how to categorize things based on their priority. He did not mention anything about how King Sauron had deceived him. Instead, he continued to discuss with the king about the exchange of warships and prisoners of war. A few days later, Qianlin shed tears of gratefulness as he sent off King Sauron. King Sauron took the Roland army along with concubine Rulin and Rhodey back to the Roland continent by ship. After arriving on the Roland continent, they received a grand welcome from the Sauron kingdom. News of their victory against the Dwarven kingdom had long spread throughout the kingdom, so everyone was enthusiastic. Rhodey looked at the scene with other worries in his mind. He was worried about the temple and Kara who embodied Prometheus. Rhodey had a premonition that Kara would start a counterattack soon. The gods' record that could fight against the temple had also gone missing. Even then, Rhodey still did not know that Kara had found the gods' record. If he knew, he would have felt even more worried. Rhodey knew he still could not recover his energy. With his strength reduced, he was also less confident. He was unable to predict his own future and could only hope to return to the Radiant continent and see if Andy had a way to restore his powers. After staying at the Sauron kingdom for a few days, Seth had become more well-behaved. He kept quiet and did not say anything when Mouse removed his makeup. He had seemingly given up all hope for this matter. Basically, at that moment, Seth had given up escaping. He planned to honestly follow Rhodey back to the Radiant continent to become the Duke of the Tulip family. After a few days, Rhodey had recovered to his maximum limit. On top of that, the agreement with the Sauron kingdom had been realized. The Sauron kingdom's warships had been prepared. Rhodey planned to end his mission as the envoy and return to the Radiant Empire. Rhodey was anxious. His domain powers had not recovered, making him feel uneasy. He wanted to quickly return to the Radiant continent so that Andy could help restore his strength. The king pretended to persuade Rhodey to stay, still fearful of the fake Tulip Duke's powers. He hoped Rhodey would remain in the Sauron kingdom. Even if he was unable to get Rhodey's help, at the very least Rhodey would not become an enemy. However, Rhodey had already decided. When King Sauron saw this, he had no choice but to let Rhodey go. On the eve of the departure, King Sauron hosted a banquet at the royal palace. Before the start of the banquet, the king sat at a side hall solemnly. He played with a strangely shaped, sharp dagger in his hands. Looks like the plan at the Dwarven kingdom has failed. The king sighed, looking melancholic. Your Majesty. Sith stood there, his face full of wrinkles. His hand was kept behind his sleeves. He slowly said, the god's record has been destroyed. Although this did not bring us any benefit, the plan still had us manage to obtain ironwood. The king shook his head. The ironwood was a secondary objective to him. He looked at Sith and asked, you said Rhodey has lost his domain powers. Are you sure about this? Sith pondered for a moment and replied, until now, I still cannot remain calm when I recall what happened that day. People who possess domain powers were truly powerful. I have fully felt that way then. After the battle against the Hakoni serpent, Rhodey seemed to have really lost his combat effectiveness. Right now, he is simply just a high-ranked warrior. I initially thought he would recover, but that day when he fought at the Dwarves' River home, he showed weakness, his power had been lost inexplicably. The king squinted as if thinking deeply. His gaze turned cold. If? He started in a low tone, if I want Rhodey to stay in the Roland continent, do you any confidence? Sith's expression turned stiff. His voice was dry as he asked, have you decided? It is simple. The king lightly said, we in the Radiant Empire would not be friends forever. After the prisoners are returned, both sides will have no more reason to cooperate. Now, they also have gained control of Roland warships. The lightning god's whip is not frightening. The frightening one is that this elite troop is controlled by a legendary commander. Smiling, the king continued, you have also obtained information of the civil strife in the Radiant Empire. Their emperor is currently dependent on the Duke of the Tulip family. If the Duke dies in the Roland continent, our powerful enemies in the south would be in confusion for several years. Sith sighed and replied, this would certainly be good for us, however, I have two doubts. Is the first doubt Rhodey's fearsome strength? The king laughed. Sith's expression remained serious as he said, you did not see what happened that day. Rhodey was like a monster that could create miracles. I cannot even imagine what other things he cannot do. Sith recalled the time when Rhodey was spellbinding. His crazy appearance and the fact that he blew up an entire mountain made Sith feel hopeless and afraid.
Your Majesty, I admit that I have great fear in my heart. However, I can guarantee you that you would be even more afraid than me if you were there.
The king stopped smiling and replied, I respect you, Master Sith.
I am not laughing at you. I also believe your doubts are justified, but... The king laughed bitterly. At present, this is our only opportunity.
His gaze turned cold as he said, according to our intelligence, the Duke of the Tulip family, Rhodey, does not have any descendants. If he dies, the sword above our heads, the future threat of the Tulip family, will be eradicated.
Sith sighed as he looked at the king. He immediately replied, Your Majesty, we are taking risks. The king shook his head and asked, What is your second doubt? Sith helplessly said, That is the reaction of the Radiant Empire. He paused for a moment and his brow wrinkled as he said, Right now, our biggest enemy is the temple. I believe you are also not keen on having the lightning god's whip trying to take revenge from the sea while you fight the temple. Now they have 800 Roland warships.
The king narrowed his eyes.
He faintly smiled and silently murmured.
An angry lightning god's whip hellbent on revenge. That is truly a terrifying force, but... He opened his eyes wide to look at Sith and said, What if this vengeance was not directed at us but the temple?
What do you mean?
The king seemed to laugh as he said, Think of a way to give away the envoy's position to the Prime Minister. I am sure the temple would soon receive the news and another assassination would take place.
Could the Duke of the Tulip family deal with a dragon paladin without domain powers?
The king then sighed and looked at Sith. I know you currently have a somewhat good opinion of Rhodey, but I hope you remember this.
Our mission is to revive the ancient empire. Both of us are under that compulsion.
This is also something you need to do. After all, the Black Veil Saint is by Rhodey's side.
Sith sighed and did not say anything as he glanced at the king.
The atmosphere at the hall felt constrained. At the same time, there was a similar atmosphere at the Prime Minister's house.
There was a candlelight swaying in a dark room.
The palm of the old Prime Minister was like a withered tree trunk. That hand slowly stroked the chair as he hesitated, not knowing what to say.
Just speak directly.
There was a tall figure. That figure was concubine Roland. At that moment, her fat face had a disdainful smile. The Prime Minister finally became resolute and looked at concubine Roland. It was definitely not the kind of look a father would give to his daughter.
I need you to help me do one thing.
The Prime Minister's voice sounded earnest.
Roland coldly replied, If I am not wrong, this should be the last time.
Yes. The Prime Minister slowly said, Once this is done, your family's promise would be fulfilled.
You would no longer need to take orders from me.
After pausing for a while, the Prime Minister said, If you succeed, I can guarantee that the temple will withdraw the prohibition of your family that was in place for hundreds of years.
In other words, I don't have to continue pretending to be your daughter? Roland sneered. I also no longer need to be the concubine?
The Prime Minister sighed. I know you are still sore from me marrying you off to the king years ago. But, you also know that the king had just ascended the throne.
I also needed to get the rights. Marrying you off to the king was an inevitable necessity. This is nothing. Roland's tone was very flat. I owe you a debt. Naturally, you have the right to ask me to do anything for you. But, you best remember your words. This is the last time.
The Prime Minister nodded his head and then said, The king would not let Rhodey return from the Roland continent so easily. I believe he should have also found out about my allegiance with the temple. So, he would send news through me and have the temple assassinate the Radiant Empire's envoy, you.
You want me to kill Rhodey? Roland frowned.
No, the Prime Minister replied, Someone will come and do that. The temple will send their own paladin, the king would also most likely send Sith. They would join forces. The weakened Rhodey would not be able to ward them off even if he has the Black Veil Saint by his side.
What do you want me to do? The Prime Minister slowly said, Ensure Rhodey's safety.
If there is an opportunity, kill that old sorcerer Sith.
Or maybe that dispatched paladin. It doesn't matter which one you kill. Roland was not surprised at all.
She looked very unconcerned about the Prime Minister's demands.
Is that your request? Then I will promise you that.
She paused for a while, then looked at the Prime Minister and said, Kill Sith or the paladin.
Now I am curious. Aren't you supposed to be on the temple's side? Why aren't you protecting the temple's interest wholeheartedly? The Prime Minister sneered, What's wrong? Are you not certain about this task? Or could it be that you are not confident in dealing with Sith or the paladin? What a joke. Roland glared and replied, Who do you think I am? I am Roland Sky 3.
The descendant of the most powerful paladin in the history of the Roland continent.
I believe in your strength.
After all, you are the only person with the strength of a paladin other than those in the temple. The Prime Minister laughed and continued, I will also keep my promise.
After this is over, you are free. You no longer need to take my orders.
I will ask the temple to restore your family's powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.